everybody. It's 10:01. Do we have our invocational speaker for today?
We do, Chair.
Thank you. And I will introduce Pastor John Gundiger of Calvary Chapel in Pahrump Valley. And please rise if you'd like. Thank you.
John Gundacker. He's on sabbatical right now, so my name is Andre Villa. I would like to pray us in. I notice on the wall, "In God We Trust," on both walls, and so may we just, Lord, Heavenly Father, just that we would trust in you in everything we do, Lord, that you would give us the joy and peace in our hearts as we follow your word, as we follow your knowledge, Lord, and just to help all these decision processes, that we would just be love in our hearts, and that we would just do to love for our fellow citizens. I just want to lift up Nye County, the town of Pahrump, that good decisions would be made, Lord. I know it's a tough job, but your word tells us that those put in authority over us, that we would listen to them. And may we just adhere to those words. And we know, Lord, that you put those people in authority over us. So we thank you for that. We thank you for our town. We thank you for our commissioners. And may we just make all these decisions with your love in our hearts, Lord. So we thank you, we praise you, and we pray all this in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Andre. And with that, please remain standing. Comptroller Liz Jordan, would you mind leading us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to open the joint meeting of the Nye County Board of Commissioners, Nye County Board of Highway Commissioners, Nye County Licensing and Liquor Board, Nye County Board of Health as the governing body of the unincorporated town of Pahrump, as the governing body of the unincorporated towns of Beatty, Gabbs, Manhattan, and as the Board of Trustees for the Pahrump Pool District. And with that, I'd like to take roll, please. Commissioner Cox is now here. Commissioner Boskovich.
Present, sir.
Thank you.
Carbone,
Carbone. Thank you. And Commissioner Strickland. Commissioner Strickland is absent today. Welcome, everybody. And with that, number 2, please, Manager.
Item 2, general public comment, up to 3-minute time limit per person. Action will not be taken on matters considered during this period until specifically included on an agenda as an action item.
Do we have anybody in Pahrump, please?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi,
Go ahead,
Diane.
Ms. Southworth.
Hi, Diane Southworth, Southworth. I would just like to say that I hope that everything goes well today. I want to say that I would like to know why state legislatures across this country are trying to take freedoms away from American citizens. I have heard and seen them trying to take people's right to vote away, legal voters. I've seen them trying to overturn elections by passing rules that says if we think there might be some fraud, we can overturn it, and isolating the parties. Gerrymandering should be illegal and should not be tolerated by either party. I also think that when I see freedoms are being taken away, with rights to votes being limited, and laws being passed against practically everything, when we pass laws to ban books, to not teach history, to stop people from having the normal freedoms that they have always had, then I think there's a problem. Fox News got a settlement of $787.5 million because they settled with Dominion, because they lied about them, and they also knew that they lied. So that type of thing needs to stop. Also, as far as women's rights are concerned, they seem to be going by the wayside by the day in the South, where these people have the highest infant mortality rate, the highest maternal mortality rate, and they don't want to do anything after the children are born. I don't call that being very pro-life. And I would just hope that somewhere along the line, people begin to realize that not everybody is going to agree. I'm ashamed of the way that they're treating transgenders and gay people. They just have a lifestyle. They're not bothering anybody, and you should allow them to live their lives. And I hope someday in this country we'll go back to being free. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Goldstein and Pahrump, please.
Richard Goldstein, Goldstein, and I'm here on behalf of DAV Chapter 15. This coming Saturday is our annual Veterans Barbecue. We hold it every year, as you know. This year it's a little different. This year it's being held at Mountain Falls Country Club. Mountain Falls is doing pretty much everything for us. Serving, cooking, cleaning up. It'll be from 11 to 3. We'll have entertainment there. A 50-50 raffle, or 50-50 drawing, no raffle this year. For veterans and their families, there's absolutely no charge to eat. For non-veterans, this year it's $10 for adults, $5 for children over 12, and it's free under 12. A little bit higher this year, but the food is going to be a lot different. It's completely catered by them, so it's a little bit higher class, I guess you could say. But we hope to see everybody out there. We hold this every year, and it's kind of a fundraiser for us, but it's to give back to the veterans of our community, and then that's what's important. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard.
Excuse me, Mr. Goldstein, is that this Saturday, the 10th?
Yes, it's this Saturday, which is June 10th, from
June
11
10th.
to 3 at Mountain Falls Golf Course.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, good morning. Amy Nelson, Nelson. A lot of people know my niece, Sammy Phillips in Tonopah, and she's been a volunteer at the shelter for at least 15 years. Sammy does a lot of posting because people up there aren't always available to go to the shelter when it's open. So she'll post photographs, and people will, reserve an animal they want to adopt or go see it once they know that it's there. And she's also made a network of people that can take animals out of that shelter, and works very closely with the SPCA in Reno and other organizations, other rescues that can help keep the shelter population down. And recently, she was told that she's no longer able to do that. She was told that she's fired. She's a volunteer. She's been an excellent volunteer for the majority of the 15 years. And everybody that knows her or knows about Tonopah and the shelter are very aware of the good work that she's done with animals. Now, the commissioners appointed somebody to take over the shelter in Pahrump. She recently fired my niece, who is a volunteer, doesn't get an income, and does this all on her own, including transportation, including feed for the animals, but she's fired. And I don't know what brought this on, because nothing was ever said about any kind of procedure that she might want to be following. Nobody's ever spoken with her. They refuse, as a matter of fact, to speak with her unless she comes down to Pahrump. So I hope in the meeting tomorrow that's going to be held that the commissioners there do something to stop this and allow Sammy to continue the good work that she does for that community and for Nye County. She helps keep the population down on animals. They've not had to euthanize an animal in 7 years. That speaks for the kind of work that these volunteers that work with Sammy do. My sister, Sammy's two brothers, her sisters that live in Tonopah, and many others help her transport animals when necessary. The SPCA will come down to Tonopah to get animals and take them so that they can be fostered out somewhere else. So she does a great community service. And I don't know what brought this on by this new person that you put in charge. I think her name is Natasha. And somebody needs to do something about this. This is absolutely wrong. And I'm sure I'm not the only one just to speak on this in the future, and probably more to come at the meeting. So I'm just putting this as a bug in your ear, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Go ahead, Ms. Pahrump, please.
Good morning. My name is Rain Pryor, R-A-Y-N-E-P-R-Y-O-R, and I am here to express our need for a community splash pad. What is a splash pad? Some might be wondering. They are a water-based recreation area that feature little to no standing water. They have a non-slip porous surface, nozzles, and spouts that spray or mist water into the air. The result is a low-cost, fun, refreshing recreational area for all ages. I started a petition with change.org and shared it within our community. So far, we have received 722 supporters and counting. I have been in contact with Miss Jessica McCutcheon, I'm sorry if I butchered that, a grants administrator for Nye County in regards to a splash pad. She was already able to get our water district on board. According to Adventure Aquatic Play Systems, a recirculating splash pad, which is a closed-circuit system that recycles and disinfects the water, only uses water to initially fill the tank, which is on average 15,000 to 3,000 gallons, while pools can take on average 18,000 to 20,000 gallons to fill. After the initial fill of the splash pad tanks, the water usage is very minimal. A recirculating system can have a higher initial cost, but long-term, they are more cost-effective. They are an eco-friendly option that continuously recycles the water supply. Most splash pads have a timing system that needs to be activated for use. So if on the rare occasion no one was at the splash pad, water would not continue to spray. When you drive east on Calvada Boulevard, just before you hit Highway 160, we have an existing water feature that serves no purpose except looks. Why not give our community a functional water feature? Adding a splash pad will add value to not only our community, but to our children. It gives our children a safe water space. And for our children, Nye County can do better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Pahrump, please.
Good morning. My name is Cassie Peters, C-A-S-S-I-E-P-E-T-E-R-S. And I am a mother of 4 children, ages 8 and under, here in Pahrump. I'm here to address the topic of Pahrump getting a splash pad. There are 17 counties in Nevada. Nye County ranks 6th in population and 3rd in fastest growing counties. Pahrump makes up 86% of Nye County's population, which is currently growing at a rate of 10.63% annually. As of 2020, children under 18 make up 21.4% of the town's population, which is just over 9,000 children. Pahrump is no longer just the retirement community it once was, and the demand for a splash pad is definitely here, now more than ever. Upon further research, I found that a majority of Nevada counties, whether densely populated or not, have at least one splash pad each, but not Nye County. Out of Nevada's 10 metropolitan and micropolitan statistical areas, there are only 2 without splash pads, Fallon and Pahrump. Fallon, a city with only about 2,800 children, has approval and upcoming plans to add a splash pad near the existing community pool, which leaves Pahrump and its over 9,000 children, the only statistical area in Nevada with no splash pad. I am by no means suggesting extravagance, just a simple but safe water feature for the children to enjoy during the hot summer months. For a town with over 9,000 children, a fast-growing population, and summer temperatures soaring well into the hundreds, the demand for a splash pad is definitely there. For our children and the future generation, Nye County can do better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Nicole Walters, NicholeWalters. I run No Opinion News, which can be found at www.joshutv.com/channel/No Opinion News. Or now I have a Facebook page that you can follow, which is just No Opinion News. I want to thank those that spoke about the splash pad. You guys did great research, and I am definitely for a splash pad for the kids here in the community. Next, I want to talk about the Pahrump Holiday Task Force 4th of July events. We will have a parade, family fun activities, and a water balloon fight with the Sheriff's Department. I want to thank the Sheriff's Department for trying to make this an annual event, and the kids had a blast last year and can't wait for this one this year. The event will be on the 4th of July. Next thing, Frank, I texted your phone number that was for a cell number online about an issue concerning Highway 160 self-storage and the people that have rented out storage units not being able to access their personal items with, already being paid up on the storage unit. I have not received any suggestions back on how to handle that. That would be appreciated. Next thing that happened this weekend, California's Pride Parade, that is a family-friendly event, had men dressed in bondage strapped to what looked like an X, being spanked and choked. This, in my book, is not family-friendly and shows to me that they are trying to normalize pedophilia. Not all gays are this way, and they are trying to infiltrate the gay community with this. Any way that pedophiles can get to children, they will try, and it is our job to protect them from this. California, what they did is not correct, but I'm glad I live in Nye County because I don't think that would happen here. And also, I see on the agenda today that we're electing a lot of people, we are putting a lot of people into positions. I was just wondering if there was a way that we could elect these people and
Thank
do
you,
it
Ms.
within
Walters.
the meeting. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Pahrump, please.
Good morning. My name is Andrea Coughlin, ANDREA, and I'm a mom of 3 under 5 here in Pahrump. I'd like to talk about the cost of adding a splash pad to our community, both in terms of construction and maintenance. For the initial construction, grants could be applied and are currently being looked into by the Nye County Contract and Grants Manager, as Rain mentioned.
Our desert location, paired with the fact that we are one of the last counties in Nevada to get a splash pad, would favorably contribute to winning grant money for this project. Once built and filled, maintaining a public splash pad is cheaper than maintaining a public pool. There's no need to hire staff, and there's less water to filter and chlorinate. The features can be built to be turned off automatically night and day when the splash pad is not being actively used. In the past, large storms have ended up in the public pool season prematurely, or have ended the public pool season prematurely with flood runoff, something that would not affect a splash pad once the storm passes. Nye County can do better for our children. Thank you for considering this decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Pahrump, please.
Good morning. My name is Michaela Turley, Mackayla Turley. Sorry, it's kind of long. I am a mother of 3 kids under 5 here in Pahrump. I would like to address one of the common arguments against Pahrump getting a splash pad, the argument that our community already has a wonderful pool. But first, I'm going to share a few things I've timed in this past week. Applying sunscreen to my youngest takes 48 seconds, while applying it to my 2 toddlers sitting back there takes 3 minutes, 37 seconds. Laying out towels and situating our stuff for a pool day is a very, very rushed minute and 17 seconds. Changing this baby's diaper takes 1 minute and 2 seconds on a good day, and 2 minutes and 9 seconds on a bad day, which happens much more frequently than the good days. Taking my oldest for a potty break consistently timed in around the 4-minute mark, and taking my 2-year-old takes about double that every single time. I didn't get a chance to time the hundreds of other little occurrences that demand a parent's attention at a pool, such as getting snacks from a cooler, drying off and cuddling a toddler taking a swimming break, or kissing a scraped knee from a fall. Keeping all of these times in your mind, I would like you to consider some facts from the CDC on drowning. It only takes 20 seconds for a child to drown. 20 seconds. All of my times were higher than that. Drowning is the leading cause of death for children ages 1 through 4. For every child that fatally drowns, there are another 7 that receive emergency department services. While the town's current pool is certainly a wonderful resource for the community, it is simply not a viable option for young families the way a splash pad could be. I believe Nye County can do better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Pahrump, please.
My name is Tina Bond Kugelin, TINA-BOND-KUGLAN. So there's an item on the agenda, number 24, that was removed today, but no other items were removed for people being appointed to boards. This item was removed because one board member was absent. Since I've lived here almost 5 years, it's been a non-talk about corruption among the board. So when something like this happens where just one item is removed from the board, it makes people that actually have brain cells think about what type of corruption is actually going on and why this one board member had to have that agenda removed from the board. That agenda was the Nye County Planning Commission. They were going to appoint 2 new members. And yes, I put my name in the running for that position. But it now makes me wonder what other board member who put their name in, what other person put their name in for that position has that particular board member in their pocket and why it had to be removed when none of the other agenda items appointing people to other boards was not removed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lackey in Pahrump, please.
Darrell Lackey, Lackey. Yeah, again, I go over things again and again. We need a program to get the people out of the parking lots. It's getting worse and worse out there. They learn how to hang around just long enough and then just scoot out. We don't need people begging people for money. We don't need people that are poor that have no opportunity. I have an opportunity to get the people productive again, to get the people off the streets, to get people from stealing stuff from their backyards and whatever they're doing. They keep shuffling them around. You know, they move them out of one zone up on Homeless Hill, and okay, now we cleaned up Homeless Hill, but you know, the whole BLM, it's all just cluttered up with people that don't have anything to do that's productive. You know, I keep bringing this up because, well, let me bring it another way. We have changing times now. The largest voting bloc in Nye County is nonpartisan. 9,200, over 9,200 nonpartisans now. And we don't get together. We don't hang out. At the last election, I understand from what the clerk has said that only 11% of the nonpartisans voted. But I guess next time we're going to have a presidential election. So, you know, I think they're going to show up for that one. But there's also other things to do. But, you know, talking to some of the Republicans, behind up here and back behind me, you know, they say, oh, I saw you presented your program, and yeah, it wasn't like when I saw Commissioner Strickland. She says, oh, well, you know, that thing was a mess what you presented. I said, so I have to hire graphic artists and come up with a pamphlet. Is that what it is? I mean, you're that fussy that I gotta hire a graphic artist and come up with a pamphlet to present this. You know, things like that are ridiculous to me. My shirt says, I fix stuff and I know things. You know, I fix RVs and I pull it off. I pull it off. We can pull stuff off. We can do the right thing. Now we have 100% of the people in here in office are Republican, but only 35% of the voters are Republican. So it kind of lends you to think that maybe there is some corruption going on. So I think it's time to bypass the Republican and Democrat Party completely. As anybody that watches TV, that's all it is just a big show of Republican and Democrat nonsense to distract people from the truth and reality. So that's going to be the next program, to remove Republicans and Democrats from office. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jim, go ahead and Pahrump, please.
Eddie Jim, J-I-M's last name. I'm going to bring up 150 years experience of the Jim family experience on these wild horses in the Pahrump Valley and Spring Mountains. Fletcher, that was shot up on Mount Charleston just for being aggressive. That's the way studs are, to protect their mares, and somebody figured it was easier just to shoot them. Comments are being made out there that they destroy land, water, streams, and from our experience with these horses, they do not do that. Wildlife, large wildlife is no different. You can't tell, and there's more horses. I've experienced all this. For people to say that they destroy this, they destroy that, it's just a lie. Like I said, I bring my 150-year family experience on this. Yes, we've been here in this valley that long. I want to comment the lies that Chrissy Pope of the Wildlife Commission put out. I don't know what her experience is, but I have 150-year family experience on these animals. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. I have someone here in Tonopah. Go ahead, Mr. Westerlin.
Good morning, Commissioners. I just wanted to give an update. Oh, Joe Westerlund with the town of Tonopah. Last name is Westerlund. And I wanted to give you an update on our construction of the Union Plaza parking lot. We're going to break ground tomorrow. It was funded with the CDBG grant we got. Really appreciate that. It's going to be upgraded lighting. We're going to remove the old asphalt, put in 6-inch concrete. It'll be striped. We're going to have handicap parking. We're going to have there will be signage in there for everything. We'll have parking bumpers. We're going to have, I believe, 6 concrete picnic tables. 2 of them will be handicap accessible. I think it's going to be a huge upgrade to downtown. So I just wanted to give you guys an update. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Six here in Tonopah, please. Push the green button.
Who says push?
Push.
Oh,
Thank
hi.
Now we can hear you.
Janice Six, JANICESIX. I'm here to speak on behalf of my daughter, Sammy Phillips. She has been fired, I guess, from the shelter up here, and for many years, she has gone to that shelter and taken care of these animals. She goes out, she exercises them, she cleans pens, she brings treats, she brings blankets and toys for those animals. I can't tell you how many times when she was so sleepy that she shouldn't have been there and had to drive out to Round Mountain, or get up the next morning and drive a school bus. And she goes above and beyond taking care of these animals and finding homes for them. The previous animal shelter control officer said that she is 99.9% responsible for finding homes for every animal in that shelter. And she's done that for years. And Amy is right. She has spent her own money. She provides her own time free of charge. She travels. I've traveled to other states to put these animals in homes and give them families. This is a passion for her. I was told that she was basically fired for doing something that she's done for many years. She takes pictures of these animals and she'll post them on Facebook, trying to find them homes or get them fostered so that they're not put down. And she took pictures out at the shelter. I don't know if she mentioned they were going to Pahrump or not, but when they go to Pahrump, nobody here is allowed to adopt animals. They have to go to Pahrump. They have to go to Pahrump to see the animals. They can't even, I don't think, go in here and look at them. They can look at them from the outside, but they can't go in. They don't know anything about the animals, so they have to go all the way down to Pahrump if they want to adopt an animal. And when the animals go down there, they don't come back up here. So this is a big stammer. She traps cats, feral cats. She takes them down to get them spayed or neutered. She helps people in the community get their animals spayed or neutered. She helps with medications. She helps with getting the animals to the vets. She is just an absolute asset to this community as far as that shelter goes. Before, she was also given trouble from, I don't know the man's name, it was down in Pahrump, and she wasn't allowed to go to the shelter. All she does is help. She does not interfere with their regulations. She doesn't interfere with their rules. She just does nothing but help. And I don't understand why she's not allowed to go see these animals, take care of them, clean their pens, give them exercise. I don't think anybody else does that. So I just think it should be reversed.
Thank you. We'll look into it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no other public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I'll close public comment and move on to number 3, please.
Item 3, Commissioner Manager's comments. This item limited to announcements or topics and issues proposed for future workshops and agendas.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Yes, I just have a few items of what some of the people spoke to that were up here for public comment. The splash pad, I've been in all, I think everybody left from the splash pad, but I've been in support of that for years. I've been trying to get one over there. I brought this up a few years back, and I'm not sure what the issue is, but when it comes right down again, it was always put on the back burner through the Parks Department. So we'll address that with the Parks Department since now there's a lot of support. And the highway storage units, somebody, I think that was Nicole, but you didn't mention the name of them for us to be able to address that complaint where you said that they weren't allowed to get their things out of the storage units even though they had apparently paid up. If you could give us a little more on that information, maybe text me with it, I would appreciate that. And also, on your comment about the advisory board members, these are not elected positions. Those are the positions we fill as an elected department ourselves. Those are strictly for advisory boards. They are not for a board that goes to, well, that's why we're here. Let's put it that way. They're not the ones that go to the public because it's very, very expensive to put on those kind of elections. And we can't put out $30,000 for an election for somebody that's sitting on an advisory board. It just doesn't work that way because we have too many of them to fill year round. So you do have a manner of speaking for them because or against them, which is basically the same as a vote if you come during the time they're being appointed and you speak up during that item. Thank you. People not begging in the parking lots, well, that's all fine and dandy, except they have a constitutional right to do that because of freedom of speech and the fact that those are actually open parking lots to the public. And it's been challenged many times by Clark County, and they've lost it every time because actually, you know, all this property like sidewalks and streets and et cetera belong to you. They belong to the public, so you have a right to use them. You can't discriminate against one person or the other based on the fact that they have or don't have money. It's not that I like seeing them out there either, but, you know, we all have to do what we have to do to survive. And if that's the only way they have to make a living, then so be it. Can't arrest them for that. They're not committing a crime. Okay, and the homeless on the hill are not on BLM property. A lot of them are on people's private property, and those people they get in trouble for not having their property cleaned up. There's about 300 of them up there now, and the garbage is unreal. And so, since they're on private property, the private property owner has to come in and clean it up at a cost of a lot of money. It cost the last one $20,000 to pick up all their garbage because they actually had to get a construction crew up there. They had so much. So that has nothing to do with BLM. They're allowed to go camp on BLM for a couple of weeks at a time, and then they have to move around, or they can get cited on BLM property. And the wild horse issue, I agree. We've been working on that, and we have a new committee that's now working on that if anybody would like to join in. It's called Wild Horses and Burros, something I don't remember, but they come up here and speak every once in a while, so we can get that name for you. Friends of, okay, and I actually started that committee a couple of months ago just to get them going because they didn't know where to go, so I said, hey, let's do this, and then now you're on your own. So now they're on their own, so you have to address everything with them because they did get it together, and we've been working on we had a resolution, we worked on that, and now we're trying to turn it into a law to prevent them from rounding them up with helicopters, because that's actually just a slaughter. And as far as Fletcher, the wild horse goes, that was another slaughter. That poor horse, he just happened to get on the wrong side of the fence. Got in the yard, the guy called BLM. BLM came out, tried to load him up in a trailer. He was petrified. He panicked. He wouldn't get in the trailer. So they shot him. And you know, if you guys want to protest something, protest the BLM doing those kind of things. That's outrageous. And so I also brought that to the attention of the Wild Horses and Burros group. And I don't know if they sent a letter or not, but hopefully they did. And Daryl Lackey, I want one of those shirts. Thank you. That's what I do. I fix things, or I try. Thank you. That's all I have to say today.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Boskovich, please.
Thank you. I just had a couple things here. The splash pad, I'm in complete support of that. I think between, our grants department or parks department or something, we should be able to do that. Secondly, I received some pictures from code compliance and planning regarding some of the progress they've made with the homeless behind the Nugget up in there on private property. not BLM land because I'm told that the BLM land is too far up the hill and they don't want to be inconvenienced. So they squat on private property. But anyway, the pictures I've received are night and day difference and a huge improvement in what they've been able to do so far. So I hope they'll be able to keep up with that. The second thing is, again, with the tiny homes, I'm not interested in any sort of tiny home, homeless camp sort of thing of any kind like that in this county. But obviously people can do what they want with their private property, I suppose, as long as it's within the code restrictions. And then my last thing is, there's been a lot of talk about naming buildings after people. And it in no way reflects my opinion of people at all, but I just think it's a bad idea to name buildings after people moving forward. We can name benches, we can name plaques, we can name all kinds of things, but I don't appreciate pressure being put on me to name any building after anybody. So, and the other thing is, thank you all for being here and being involved.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Carbone, please.
Thank you, Chair. I don't really have a whole lot, but I do have an issue that I'd like to at least get in front of staff. In some regards to, and we've heard during our finance meetings that we have, issues with certain things. One of the items that we have a big issue with is our fire department. We put our EMTs on the road on a constant basis, going up and down the hill, doing inter-facilities transfers, and basically that's what's paying for the fire department. That's wearing out our people, and it's wearing out the equipment on a very, very quick basis. So there's got to be another process and another method that we have to figure out to actually finance the fire department in Pahrump. Most of the other places either have a volunteer fire department or something else. Pahrump does not. It has a paid fire department. So staff, I think we need to look at the process. Maybe it's a fire district, maybe it's fire or something, but maybe we need to look at something that looks at fire department only to take care of what needs to be done. Because actually, even though we're collecting funds from the inter-facility transfers, we still have to subsidize it. So we need to, and that's taxpayer dollars as well. So we need to figure out how we want to make this happen. This will help us out in the future for collective bargaining as well. So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. I made the announcement at the last meeting, June 24th. I appreciate Richard Goldstein. I hope he's still in the audience. He's very dedicated to DAV and to the barbecue. I think it was last year that I tried to attend the barbecue and they ran out. They ran out, but that's a good problem to have, is people flock there and in support of the organization. So if you're available this Saturday, the 10th, that's great. Please, I know that you'll all be welcome. And here in Tonopah on June 24th at 10:30 a.m., we'll start the 100th anniversary for VFW here in Tonopah in the state of Nevada. Very significant time. So if you're available, we would love to see you up here in Tonopah as well. On a lighter note, yesterday here in Tonopah, I was looking for a parking spot next to the bank and across from the post office. There was one parking spot only. And it's on 95, as you know, a lot of traffic, heavy traffic. I had to parallel park. One of the best things that I do growing up in the city back east. It was tight, and I had my pickup truck, and I did it. And there was a man standing by the bookstore, and as I got out of my truck, I locked the truck, and he said, "Wow, that was a great job. You have a great afternoon." I said, "Thank you, sir." He got in the truck and right in front of me and pulled away. So Nice guy. Nice guy, yes. Maybe I taught him something, I don't know. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you for being here. We have a good house here. We have Stephanie Elliott as manager, director comments, and that's who I'll turn it over to. Thank you, Stephanie.
Good morning, Commissioners. Today, I really just wanted to share and give a huge shout out to the Nye County Sheriff's Department. There is a joining forces program, and a lot of the people in our community may have seen different projects that include impaired and distracted drivers, click it or ticket, they verify speed limits, even pedestrian safety. And the Joining Forces program is grant funded and really supports reducing the serious roadway injuries and fatalities. Our grants administrator, Jessica McCutcheon, recently spoke with Carrie Krupp, and she is the grant analyst for the State of Nevada Department of Safety, and she says, Lieutenant James McCrae has conducted the Joining Forces project so well with impressive planning and implementation of each event. This grant analyst is actually requesting the state provide additional funding to Nye County for the continued success with the program. So just really wanted to thank you, Lieutenant McCrae, and the Sheriff's Office team that is helping keep our roadways safer. Great job.
Thank you. Do I have any other directors or managers wishing to speak? Do we have Assistant DA in the audience in Pahrump, please? Not in the audience, but at the dais.
Yes, Commissioner. Marla Slotek on behalf
thank
of
you.
the DA's office.
Thank you, Marla, for being here today. Appreciate it. Okay. There's no further director or manager comments, commissioner comments. I will close number 4 and move on. I'm sorry, number 3 and move on to number 4, please.
Item number 4, approval of the agenda for June 6, 2023. Commissioners, today would ask that you remove the following items from your agenda. On page number 1, item 5. And jumping to page number 3, items 24 and 25. And then jumping to page 5, item 46. I'll repeat those. On page number 1, item 5. On page number 3, items 24 and 25. And on page 5, item 46.
Thank you, Manager. Let's move on to number 7, please.
Item 7, 10 a.m. timed item, presentation by Diane Arvizo with Nevada Rural Housing Authority regarding program status, outcome results, a budget status report, and future goals pursuant to the Nye County American Rescue Plan Act, Recovery Plan and Policy, Public Health Assistance, Affordable Housing Grant. 10-minute time limit.
And good morning, Commissioner Stephanie Elliott again for the record. Just really want to welcome Diane Arvizo from Nevada Rural Housing. She has implemented the Buy in Nye program utilizing our ARPA funds and has some great success to share with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Diane Arvizo, Director of Homeownership Programs for Nevada Rural Housing Authority. For the record, thank you, Stephanie Elliott, for that warm introduction. I would love to have you follow me around everywhere across the state of Nevada, well, especially to Nye County. So I am here today to provide you with the second programmatic report for the Buy in Nye homeownership program. And so I will kind of breeze through. There is a full comprehensive report in the packet, but I want to breeze through with some highlights. And then, of course, I'm here to answer any questions. For this second reporting period, since launching the program in December, Nevada Rural Housing Authority has accomplished increased lender engagement and program training, continued marketing communication activities. Dozens of prospective homebuyers have completed the required homebuyer education course, and 4 low-income first-time homebuyers have participated in the program to buy a home in Nye County. And 2 of these new homeowners have also received the mortgage credit certificate attached to their mortgage, which helps to provide additional savings to make the home more affordable over the years of homeownership. That MCC program, as you know, is funded by private activity bonds and the transfers of the bond cap from Nye County each year. The comprehensive programmatic report that I submitted to Nye County is included in the agenda packet. It does contain all the details on our outreach, the community engagement, and marketing communication, or community activities, and metrics, and so on, which are certainly the key to helping drive the interest and ultimate use of the Buy and Nye program. Our efforts in the first 6 months indicate one-on-one engagement with partners and direct consumers continues to be the best way to connect with those who are most likely to benefit from this one-of-a-kind program. Key media partnerships that target Nye County also continue to ensure messaging reach and relationships with lending and real estate partners are being nurtured, as we know these professionals are also the key to connecting the right home buyers to the program. Challenges in delivering the program won't be surprising. The Buy and Nye program is designed to assist a fairly specific home buyer, the first time lower income Nevada resident looking to purchase a home in Nye County. Combined with the limited inventory of available homes, these eligibility parameters simply narrow the universe of potential buyers to a select group of people, which provides us with a good challenge of finding the most likely qualified buyer that fits the program. While it is a challenge, it's not impossible, and Nevada Rural Housing's communication and marketing team understands there's not one silver bullet approach to engaging a community, and instead, it requires a multifaceted approach to reach people where they're at with the messaging and the tools that resonate with them the most. The programmatic report that we submitted outlines how Nevada Rural Housing tackles this challenge through the use of digital analytics to help us best understand if and how the messages are resonating with the key audiences, allowing us the opportunity to make adjustments and remeasure as needed. We apply a grassroots approach by way of materials distribution, such as flyers, holding in-person events and workshops, and providing lender and real estate agent training, because the better they understand the nuances of this program, the more ready they are to connect the right buyer with a specialized opportunity in Nye County. In mid-April, Nevada Rural Housing did have to suspend one of the Buy and Nye assistance options, and the program was at risk of being terminated due to the challenges with the draw request process. However, this situation has been completely resolved. I would like to thank Stephanie Elliott, who has been exceptional in working to resolve this matter in a mutually beneficial way. The suspended option was turned back on as of May 24th, and we are full speed ahead. To date, we have had a total of 5 loans reserved with the program. 3 loans have already closed, and those home buyers have moved into their home. 1 loan is still in escrow, and 1 loan was canceled, most likely because of not being eligible for the program. The American Rescue Plan Act grant funding has been used to provide the following: $37,000 down payment assistance provided to the 3 home buyers that have already closed. $16,000 in down payment assistance has been obligated to the home buyer in escrow, for a total of $53,000 down payment assistance committed to date. $8,106.79 has been used to lower the first mortgage rate for 2 of the home buyers. And of the $400,000 in grant funding for the program, the total utilized today is $61,106.79. So as we move into June, which is National Homeownership Month, Nevada Rural Housing Authority will focus on the most effective outreach methods and help connect potential home buyers who are most likely to meet the narrow program requirements with the lender and agent partners who have been actively using and supporting the program. We have several events already scheduled for this summer. I'll update you on the success of these activities at our next quarterly update. Looking ahead, though, I would ask the Board of Nye County Commissioners to think about extending the term of this program to provide sufficient time for the funding to reach the people that we're trying to help attain affordable homeownership. The state's American Rescue Plan Act funding program, runs through December of 2024. So that's a more realistic time frame to utilize the funding. This is the original date that we requested when we submitted the application. Of course, we can visit this topic at a future meeting. I'm just planting the seed today, as I know that you want to see this program be 100% successful, as do we. That's all I have for you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Diana. Commissioner Cox, do you have any questions?
Yes, I'd just like to know who people would contact directly, maybe a phone number or an email that they could contact the person direct to get started on this program. Do you have anything
Thank you,
available?
Commissioner Cox. We have a designated website for this that also has direct links to participating lenders who are actively using the program. It is a fantastic website to remember, buyinny.org. So buyinny.org will take you right to our dedicated webpage. And on that page, we feature actively participating lenders who will be happy to pre-qualify potential home buyers. On our website, they can also be linked to the home buyer education program that is required for them to participate. I would also like to share, I think it's important. I know it was also important for you to see local lenders in Nye County participating in the program, but it is also important to see that the loans are being made to your home buyers in Nye County. And I'm going to tell you who has been actively using the program, and that's who we really want to make sure is getting good credit for this, because they are out there promoting this, they're advertising it, it's on their social media pages, it's on their websites, they're really pushing it. So Lynn Day with Leader One Financial, Peyton Powers with Loan Depot, Kiersey Embach with Loan Depot, Leslie Gonzalez with Castle and Cook Mortgage, and Jason Fraley with Axia Home Mortgage. Those are the individuals who have been actively marketing and participating in the program, and I think it's important that you know that. Those are the lenders anyway.
Thank you much. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Boskovich, do you have any questions for Diana?
I think it's a great program. What's the income cap? It's
300% of the federal poverty guidelines based on household size. So if you go to the buyinny.org website, you will see one-person household, two-person household, all the way up, and it's incrementally increasing by about $15,000 for each additional household member. We actually had a household of more than 8 people who purchased a home. It's a 4-bedroom home, I think about 2,500 square feet in Pahrump, and you can we looked it up on Zillow, and you could just imagine the family living in this home. It was a beautiful property for this family. And so the income limits do incrementally go up with the larger households. So big families, great program. Single person, you're looking at between $46,000 and $50,000 is the mark for that.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Boskovich, if you go to page 12 on the backup, you'll be able to do a quick glance.
Yep, I found that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm also on the agenda later, so I'm going to stick around. We have our request for the private activity bond cap transfer. So I'm going to hang out with you guys today.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Commissioner Carbone, did you have any questions?
Did you want me to take care of that?
Can you take care of that?
I know this is
truck beeping, backing up.
This is complicated. I know. No, I don't have any questions, but I will later.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, it was presentation only. Let's move on to number 8, please.
Item 8, 10 a.m. timed item for possible action, public hearing, discussion, and deliberation to issue an outdoor festival license to the town of Pahrump for the Pahrump Fall Festival to be held September 21st through 24th, 2023 at Petrick Park located at 150 North Highway 160, Pahrump, Nevada.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jimmy Martinez, Martinez, for any questions.
Good morning. Good morning to you and Courtney.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Any questions for Jimmy or Courtney?
I don't have any, Chair. Thank you.
None from me.
Is it supposed to rain that particular weekend?
We hope not.
Yeah.
Good.
I don't think it ever has, out of all the times that we've done these.
Just the wind.
Yeah.
Okay. Doesn't sound like we have any questions from the commission. Let me open it up for public comment at this time, and then we'll come back. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump and Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Make a motion to issue a outdoor festival license for the town of Pahrump for the Fall Festival being held in September 21st through the 24th in 2023 at Petrick Park.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion, questions for Jimmy or Courtney?
I'd just like to
Hearing
make
none,
a
I'll call for-
comment in their regards. They've been doing this for a couple of years now, and I think they've apparently done a great job because we managed to keep it going all this time. So I have to support them. Thank you.
Yes. And they're still here, Commissioner.
Yes.
They are there 24, the 4 or 5 days prior and after. They're still here. They're smiling, and they're willing to continue to take this on, which is wonderful. So we really appreciate both of you and your staff and the volunteers that go out. It's not just one person or 2 people. It takes a lot to put this on.
And by
So
the
thank
way,
you.
this is a 24-hour-a-day job while this is going on, and maybe they'd like some volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Boers, aye.
Carbone, aye.
Number 8 passes 4, 1 absence.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Have fun.
Number 9, please, Manager.
Item 9 for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding the general road report by the Public Works Director on general road maintenance, gravel road maintenance, asphalt patching, weed mowing, and direction regarding public works projects.
And we are now sitting as the Board of Highway Commissioners. I'll turn it over to the Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Morning, Commissioners. Bo Gott, G-O-T-T.
So how are we doing today, Bo?
Pretty good. How are you?
Hey, we're having a great time. So let's go through the...
Yeah. I'll start with Pahrump. We're continuing the excavation on our basin project. Everything's going well, seem to be on schedule. We chip sealed some of the roads off of Pahrump Valley Boulevard that we were waiting for the paving to be done with. Those are completed, and we plan on fog sealing those next week. We have 2 mowers mowing across town. Continuing with pothole patching as usual.
What are you actually mowing?
The weeds in the ditch.
Oh, so you're doing the bar ditches?
Yeah, the bar ditches, yeah. Yeah, they're way overgrown with the rain we had this year, so we're able to get them out and try to make some of the easement a little bit more accessible
So you
for
might
the
think
public.
you're just mowing the roads or something when you're...
No, we haven't got to mowing roads yet.
There you go.
Hopefully we don't get that far. We're also preparing to start our 2023 chip seal list. So we will be grinding up roads here shortly, and we have our oil to do our chip seal program now. So we're going to be moving forward with the chip seal list this year. The Central District, they're also doing gravel road maintenance, asphalt patching across town, and tree removal. Up here in Tonopah, of course, gravel road maintenance in the outlying areas and flood repair. And they're also doing street sign maintenance across the town.
Anything else?
Yeah, do you guys have any questions?
Okay.
With it-
Just, and again, I appreciate that. Thanks for the information. Commissioner Cox, do you have anything?
Yeah, just a couple. Speaking of chip seal, while you're chip sealing, where'd you go? Oh, the corner of Unicorn and, oh God, what's the other name? I forgot the name of it now. Deerskin. That corner has been a problem for several years. They keep filling in the potholes every time it rains. Everything keeps coming out. It's really bad again. It's getting all ruffled up. So when you're taking a look at that, and you're doing the chip seal, could you make some kind of arrangements to maybe take some of the old chip seal out and just lay us a nice piece of asphalt in there, or chip seal, whichever you're using at the time? It may be maybe it needs asphalt instead of chip seal, because there's a lot of traffic on that road, and it is just straight across. It's like T-bones into it, deerskin T-bones into Unicorn, and I think that's part of the problem, because people are hitting their brakes right there, and it just is rolling up that asphalt all the time. So there's a lot of money being spent there for kind of a waste, because I'm like, every 6 months they have to address this, and this has been going on for years. And what is street side maintenance? When you say that, what do you mean by that?
Sorry, street side maintenance?
Mm-hmm, yes.
If I don't know, if I said street side maintenance, it would have been I wouldn't mean to say that.
Okay,
I don't remember saying street side maintenance.
Maybe I misunderstood, but I kind of had a vision in my mind when I heard that it was maybe to take care of the ruts and stuff on the sides of the streets, because they're getting eaten away more and more every day. And every once in a while I'll go down a street and see, oh gee, they fixed all that. But I've just came across several of those areas that need to be addressed too, where especially where the mailman or mailwoman drives up and puts the mail in the box, and then they get in the gravel and they kind of peel out, and it takes the asphalt out. So in front of the mailboxes, there's a lot of damage, and you might look at those. Not that it's really a problem, but it kind of starts eating out into the road then eventually if you don't repair it in the front. Other than that, I think everything else has been going pretty smooth. Oh, no, and you're the director now? I thought Tom Bowling was the director. Did you actually replace him?
He's the assistant director.
Okay, so you're the assistant director, right? We didn't make Tom an assistant director? Okay, so I just wondered, how things were laid out up there, because somewhere in the process I kind of lost the track of it.
That might be later on in the agenda.
Yeah, I know. 372 and Linda Street? I've been told that's been working on for a year and a half now, and I'm still not seeing anything happening. Does anybody have any kind of an answer for me in regards to when that might even be started?
Yes, Commissioner, we have removed the concrete, and that project has been repaved and complete. The only thing we're waiting on is the installation of the stop bar at the stop sign. Other than that, it's a completed project.
Okay, because that was a dangerous thing. I about took the front end out of my truck one day going there and not being able to see that. And there was nothing wrong with my eyes. It's just something that you don't expect to have there, and you're driving into the gas station and boom, there goes your front end because somebody did a faulty job of putting it in the first place. So I was hoping to get that addressed a lot sooner, and I just wanted to make sure you still have it going. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
That project is complete with the exception of signs.
Yeah, the stop bar.
Yeah.
Yep. So it turned out really nice. Yeah.
I mean, look good. I mean, it looks great.
So I will go by.
Boskovich.
I will go by and look at it. Thank you.
I never do this, but the only thing I have that I would ask you to take a peek at when you get time, because I know you're slammed, but Unicorn and Augusta, it looks like they spilt like part of a gravel truck load there, and it's torn away the asphalt right at the corner, and it's going out onto Unicorn.
Well, that's the same problem we're having at the other one, because that one dead ends into
and I don't know where
a house
it's
too.
coming from, but
Yeah, it's coming out from underneath.
But certainly when you get time, because again, I know you guys are slammed. Thanks.
You can do that at the same time you do deerskin because they're within a block of each other. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take a look at them. Thank you.
We have somebody from the public that like to speak.
Oh. Commissioner Jabbour, go ahead.
Thank you. So you are slammed, you and the whole department.
My name is Nebel, N-E-B.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. We're not at public comment at this time.
Okay.
Thank you. I need you to put on your radar, on the list, Belmont, the road to Belmont. They started it last year. Gabbs is on the list, and we still haven't been up to Gabbs. The reason I keep mentioning Gabbs and Belmont is because of the window of opportunity, but especially Gabbs, the elevation, that's the highest elevation throughout all of Nye County. So really your window is only June through August. Like, so it's getting cold before and after. And we don't want to waste product. We don't want to waste time. We don't want to waste payroll, to mobilize. I know it entails a lot to get you and the team up there. But if we don't address these roads throughout the county, as you know, they'll just deteriorate. And I know you're doing a great job, you and the team, Bo, with blading as well, not just the graveled roads, the paved roads. You're doing it all as a whole, and we appreciate it. But please put it on the list. I'm not going to stop mentioning it because I'm not the only one getting phone calls from Pahrump, Amargosa, Beatty, throughout the entire county, right? They're all concerned about the roads, and we have a roads issue coming up on the next ballot, which will be very significant, that they'll have to pay attention to. That will, it won't solve the problem, but it'll absolutely help. It'll help and assist Nye County roads in what everybody's trying to accomplish. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before we go to public comment, let me go take care of my couple of issues I have. One is that we need to put on our next agenda for the RTC is the Belmont and Gabbs roads. We're gonna get back into that. I know we've done some repairs in Belmont. We just need to move forward to the rest and see where we are in timing. But also on Mesquite and Barney, there's stop signs being covered with some trees. I've had a couple of phone calls on it. And also on Stardust and Royal, there's also a big tree blocking that stop sign. On Francine, between David and Leslie, there's a patch of chip seal that's been removed. It's about 3 or 4 yards. So you might want to take a look at that. It looks like there was I'm thinking probably a big rig sitting there with the air compressor blowing every once in a while, just taking it out. So it's kind of what it looks like. Okay. With that, that's my comments. So I'm going to open this up to a public comment. I don't believe we have any other comments, not unless there's some directors or anybody. Nope. So public comment, yes, sir. Donna Pahrump.
My name is Nebel, N-E-B-E-L, and there's some holes that need to be filled on Blosser Ranch north of Leslie, Wood Chips, and Golden Star Road. Thank you.
You know, there's a great process you can do is going online and filling out that document. It's great. Helps get things done a lot faster. Anybody on the phone, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
I'm having trouble with the connection. Please try again later.
That was a good one.
Chair, would you like me to take another call?
Yes, ma'am.
The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, Amy Nelson, Nelson. Well, I kind of feel like I'm whining after listening to all this other stuff, but I live on Prospector and Prospector in Charleston Park. And in the middle of our street, between Barney and Wood Chips, there's some pretty significant potholes, and they keep putting gravel in there, and the gravel keeps sinking. And you actually have to go to the other lane, or wait for traffic from that Wood Chips end to be able to go around these potholes. They're so big. So hopefully somebody can come out and take a look at those when they get finished with all this other stuff. But I appreciate it. Thank you. You guys do a great job. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Amy. Donna Pahrump, go ahead.
Pat Minshall, Minshall, Amargosa Valley. I want to thank Tom and the crew. North Tamarack roots had badly buckled that street. There were probably 6 or 7 up thrusts, and it was a bad roller coaster ride. They removed the pavement, removed the roots. Some of them were huge, and they've repaid it. So thank you very much. On an aside, I know last year we approved a new fantastic Durapatcher, and I wonder, is it here or when is it going to come? Thank you.
She's talking about the one you sit on and drive. Yes.
Yeah, with the chip spreader, it does a lot more effective work than a Durapatcher. The Durapatcher has its uses. We do have oil available now to get the Durapatcher out, and it'll be happening.
Great.
Yeah.
Anybody else on the phone, Sam?
No, Chair.
I don't see anybody up here in Tonopah. I don't see anybody else in Pahrump. I'm going to turn this back over to the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. I am the Vice Chair.
Yes. Thank you. Number 10, please, Manager.
Item 10 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to approve a temporary package liquor license for Best Game Bird Investments LLC, DBA Game Bird Circle K, located at 2980 East Game Bird Road, Pahrump, Nevada. Mahendra Patel and Iqbal Hussain, owners, applicants.
Thank you. Do we have the sheriff in chambers or on the phone?
I'm on the line on the phone.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Iqbal Hussain. I'm here to request the approval of temporary liquor license for our new location on Game Bird and Homestead. And we are almost ready to open. We started merchandising on June 12, and our intended date for opening for business is June 15. I request your support and approval of this. Thank you.
Go ahead,
Commissioner,
Sheriff.
this is for deliberation or approval of a temporary liquor license for this business. They are just about ready to open. The purpose of this temporary license would be for them to be able to begin stocking and training and creating contracts with suppliers.
That's correct, sir.
There would be a condition that there would be no liquor sales until completion of the project and they receive their certificate of occupancy.
That's correct, sir.
And so, Commissioners, is there any discussion or questions?
Yes, Sheriff, this is Commissioner Jabbour. So with the temporary liquor license, once they receive their certificate of occupancy, will you come back and ask for a permit, remove the temporary from their liquor license, their package?
Yes, sir, we can do that.
Excuse me, sir, this is for the sheriff.
Yes, that is the way it would be done. So we would, at that point, once they receive their certificate of occupancy, we will look at and approve a permanent liquor license.
Yes.
Excuse me, Chair, this is Sam.
Thank you, Sheriff. Yes, Sam.
I just wanted to clarify that if the board issues a temporary, there is no need to come back before the board to issue a permanent license unless there are issues that need to be addressed. It's just done administratively.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
And I wanted the clarification, Sam. Thank you.
I was going to do the same thing, Sam. Thank you.
Thanks.
And so is there any other comments?
I have a question for the applicant.
Sure, sir.
Do you have any current or past business relationship with any current or past
Yes, sir.
commissioners?
We own an existing Circle K on Basin and Black. That's also ours, and we do have a liquor license there, which is operational. And besides that, we own 6 other Chevron stations in Arizona. And this will be our second location in Pahrump.
Okay. I was wondering if you have any business relationship with any current or past county commissioners in
No,
the county?
none, sir.
Thank you.
None.
Any other questions from the board?
No questions.
Nothing here, Sheriff.
Sam, is there any?
Chair, I don't.
Is there
Chair, I
anything on
don't see
public
any.
comment? Sam, is there any
Chair, I don't
public
see
comment?
anybody here in Tonopah. I don't see anybody in Tonopah, Chair.
There doesn't appear to be anybody here in Pahrump either for public comment.
And anything on the phone?
No, Chair.
Okay, so do we have a motion?
Chair, we'll close public comment and we'll make a
Close
motion to
public
approve a
comment.
temporary package license.
Second.
Jabbour seconds.
And
So Chair,
all
you have a
in
motion
favor?
and a second. Carbone, aye.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have?
Boskovich, aye.
I think that's everybody, Reagan.
Aye.
Yeah, that's 4 commissioners and yourself.
And myself, I vote aye, and so the motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. And next item, item 11.
Item 11 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to approve a temporary retail liquor license for MSTRB LLC, DBA The Venue, located at 62001 North Seat Street, Pahrump, Nevada. Michael Tunis, applicant.
So for the benefit of the board, this is basically the same situation. This location is what was formerly known as Treasures RV. It's the restaurant and bar located at that location. Again, they are requesting a temporary license so that they can establish their business relationships. And once a certificate of occupancy is issued, again, it will transfer over to a permanent license. And so, are there any questions or comments from the board?
My only comment is, Chair, that I'm familiar with this situation and this applicant. I'm a little disturbed that this process has taken as long as it has to get his license. This applicant has licenses all over Southern Nevada and is in very good standing, so I'm really confused on that one. Thank you.
Chair, this is Sam, if I
Process
may.
is the process.
That's right.
Go ahead, Sam.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify for this application. The application is now deemed complete. What we were waiting for were the results back from the fingerprinting from the state. And between scheduling this item and the agenda posting and information coming to staff, we did get those results back and they were satisfactory. So the item is to request a temporary, and again, we can administratively issue a permanent license now that we have the satisfactory results back from the background.
Yeah, and my question was in no way a reflection on us, slowing it down. It's just a slow process, and it seems to be a lot of, and the same thing with building and businesses that want to come to Nye County. I mean, it just takes forever.
We have to remember that every day is money to these people out there. And so, yes, I'd like to see them done as fast as possible, but done correctly.
So Chair, I'll take it from here.
That's just the wheels of politics.
Yes, Chair, I'll take it from here.
Go
Is there
ahead.
any more comments from the board?
No comments.
Is there any comments from the board? Not hearing any comments from the board. Can I see if there's any public comment, please, Donna Pahrump?
Nothing here.
There's no public comment here in Tonopah. Anybody on the phone, Sam?
No, Vice Chair.
Chair?
Thank
Vice
you.
Chair? I'd like to make a motion to approve the temporary retail liquor license for MSTRB LLC, DBA The Venue.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other comment? Call for the question.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye.
Carbone's aye.
McGill's aye.
It's 5-1. Thank you. 5-1 absent. Item number 12.
Thank you.
Item 12 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to approve a temporary retail liquor license for Bolton Wine Group, DBA The Wine Down, located at 250 South Highway 160, Suite 8, Pahrump, Nevada. Joelle and Robert K. Bolton, applicants.
Hi, everybody.
Aye.
So go ahead. Go ahead, ma'am. Again, this is a request for a temporary liquor license for the Wine Down location. This is a great place. Thank you very much. You want to talk about your item?
Not really, just excited to get started. My name is Joelle Bolton, Joellbolton, and I'm just anxious to get this going.
Okay, with that, is there any comments from the board? Commissioner Boskovich?
I have nothing on this one, sir.
Commissioner Cox?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner Jabbour?
I'm good, sir. Thank you.
Any public comment in Tonopah? Don't see any. Pahrump? On the phone, Sam?
No, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Sam. With that, I'm going to close public comment and call for the
Motion. Vice
Can you
Chair.
ask for a motion? Are you ready?
Yes. I'd like to make a motion to approve the temporary retail liquor license for the Bolton Wine Group, DBA The Wine Down.
I'll second it. I have a motion and a second. And any other further questions? I'll call for the question.
Boskovich, aye.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye.
Carbone, aye. 4 commissioners.
McGill's aye. Sheriff's aye.
1 absence. Very good. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies. Enjoy. Turn it back over to you.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a 5-minute comfort break.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Be back at 11:35. Thank you. And thank you to the applicants. Janie, do we have the commissioners back on the dais?
Yes, Chair, we're ready.
Thank you. Number 13, please, Manager.
Item 13 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, appoint 2 members and 1 alternate to the Pahrump Arena Advisory Committee from the following list of applicants: Kamaljit Singh Mann, Steve Pastorelli, and Lois Seastrunk, and or 2, direct staff to re-advertise for the appointment.
And again, we're sitting as the party, the unincorporated town of Pahrump.
And Chair, I'd love to make a motion whenever you're ready for me.
Let's go through the process.
You'd like to make a motion, Commissioner? Go ahead, and I'll still have to open it up for public comment. Let me open it up for public comment, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you don't mind, Commissioner.
Sure.
Chair, may I just
Yes.
indulge a second? Is there any of the applicants in the area that may want to get up and talk about why they want to do this job? Not seeing any, I just wanted to make sure.
I didn't see any in Pahrump either. And now, let me open this up for public comment. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
No. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, I will close public comment and go back to Commissioner Boskovich.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion to appoint, gosh, I'm going to kill this name.
Say it phonetically.
Kamaljit Singh Mann and Steve Pastorelli, with the alternate being Lois Seastruck.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. Can I get a second?
Well, since he's made the motion, I'll second it.
Okay. Okay, there's no further discussion. Close public comment. I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye.
Carbone, aye.
Number 13 passes 4-1, one absence. And by the way, Commissioner Vosker, just for the record, you did butcher Mr. Pastorelli and Seastruck's last name.
Right. Glad to know I got the first one right.
Yeah, the hard one.
Yes, I believe you did. Thank you. Number 14, please, Manager.
Item 14 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, appoint 2 members to the Pahrump Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Committee from the following list of applicants: John Pollock and William J. Stremmel, and or 2, direct staff to re-advertise for the appointment.
When you're ready, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have, I know you're anxious and we appreciate it. Thank you. Do we have any of the applicants in the audience? Let me open this up for public comment. Do I have anybody on the phone, please, Sam? Number 14.
No, Chair.
No. Hearing and seeing no public comment. Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I'll close public comment and entertain the motion, please. Bless you.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to appoint John Pollock and William Stremmel to the Pahrump Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Committee.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye. Number 14 passes 4-1 with one absence. Number 15, please.
Item 15 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, appoint 2 members to the Pahrump Off-Highway Vehicle Park Advisory Committee from the following list of applicants: Brad Harris and Erica Muxlow, and or 2, direct staff to re-advertise for the appointment.
Excuse me, Manager. And this is my bad, and I appreciate it. We're gonna have to put number 15 on hold for a moment. We will close number 15. I need to go back to number 13 and then number 14. I don't believe that the terms were named in the motions.
Why not?
Okay. You want me to start with 13?
Clerk, can you confirm that, please?
I have the dates.
No terms? Okay.
Item 13 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, appoint 2 members and 1 alternate to the Pahrump Arena Advisory Committee from the following list of applicants: Kamaljit Singh Mann, Steve Pastorelli, and Lois Seastrunk, and/or 2, direct staff to re-advertise for the appointment.
Commissioner Boskovich, please. Expired term is January 2025.
Correct.
Do I need to restate, or can I add the expiring term of January 2025 to number 13?
I would restate, please.
I then would like to make a motion to appoint, appoint Kamaljit Singh Mann and Steve Pastorelli, with Joyce Seastruck being the alternate, for the term expiring January 2025, to the Pahrump Arena Advisory Committee.
Thank you. And can I get amended motion, Commissioner?
Yes, I'll amend my second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Open this up for public comment. Any public comment on the phone?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment to number 13 and call for the new vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye. Number 13 passes 4 with 1 absence. Thank you. Number 14, please.
Item 14 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, appoint 2 members to the Pahrump Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Committee from the following list of applicants: John Pollock and William J. Stremmel, and/or 2, direct staff to re-advertise for the appointment.
Chair, I'll make another motion.
Thank you.
I'd like to appoint John Pollock and William Stremmel for the term expiring January 2025 to the Pahrump Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Committee.
And I'll amend my second. Do I have to do that, or just say yay?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
I'll amend
Thank
my
you,
second.
Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'll open it up for public comment. Number 14, do I have anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, we'll close public comment for number 14. Call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye. Number 14 passes 4 with 1 absence. And now back to number 15, please.
Item 15 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, appoint 2 members to the Pahrump Off-Highway Vehicle Park Advisory Committee from the following list of applicants: Brad Harris and Erica Muxlow, and/or 2, direct staff to re-advertise for the appointment.
When you're ready.
Do we have the applicants in the audience, in chambers? Let me open this up for public comment. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam, for number 15?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I will close public comment. Entertain a motion for number 15, please.
Chair, if you please, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Brad Harris and Erica Muxlow to a term expiring January 2025 to the Pahrump Off-Highway Vehicle Park Advisory Committee.
Second.
For a term ending when?
January 2025.
Thank you.
Yes.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you. I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye. Number 15 passes 4 with 1 absence. Number 16, please.
Item 16 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, appoint 1 member to the Pahrump Public Lands Advisory Committee from the following list of applicants: Jim Hanna, and/or 2, direct staff to re-advertise for the appointment.
Is Mr. Hanner in chambers, please?
He's not here, Chair.
No, okay, thank you. Let me open this up for public comment. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Herman Lewis, Lewis. Good morning, Commissioners. I'd like to suggest that this is put back out and advertised because it's come to my attention that one of the commissioners significantly dissuaded someone who was very qualified and interested in putting their name into this. And that urging not to put their name in is very troubling. I'm more than happy to name names if requested, but this person has a long history in Nye County, attends a lot of the Republican Central Committee meetings, all of them, and has firsthand knowledge of all of the requirements to handle this position. And the person was dissuaded by the comment, oh, we've already got someone picked out and it's a lot of work and you wouldn't want to do this. And I find that grossly inappropriate. So if you would please put this back out for advertisement, that person will put their name in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, for that comment. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay, hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I'll close public comment. And I do have something to say at this time. If a commissioner dissuaded, if this is true, this is the first time that I've heard this. It is a little concerning. These appointments and these positions, it is a lot of work. And sometimes the questions are asked, do you have any idea the time that's involved, the dedication, and the arduous tasks that you may be assigned to, you know, with these different committees, et cetera. Not necessarily to dissuade anybody, but just to bring to their attention what it's going to entail, so we don't just lure somebody in just to fill a position. The only backup that I have, that any of us have, is for the one applicant that's listed. And under the circumstances, with the new information, I would love to see who the other applicant is.
So, Chair, are you suggesting to put it out for bid? Put it back out for evaluation? Is that what you're suggesting?
To re-advertise for the appointment.
Okay.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes, Sam.
I just wanted to clarify the process for these applications and appointments. Anybody can apply if they're applying during a vacancy or during a published advertisement. And we do have these applicants reviewed by the existing committee to make recommendations for appointments. However, the commission can appoint whomever they see fit. So there's always room for anybody to apply. If that person didn't apply because they were asked not to, that's one thing, but we take applications from anybody, and regardless of them being recommended by the committee, they still come forward to the board for appointment.
Yes, and I appreciate and understand, and thank you, Sam, for that. And as the commenter mentioned, that if we were to go out for re-advertisement, the individual that was, we'll say allegedly, supposedly dissuaded from applying, will apply. How time sensitive, Sam, are you able to tell us how many people are on this board? Do they have a quorum? Is it time sensitive?
Yes, I can. I'll just need a moment, please.
Thank you. She's called.
Chair, they will still have a quorum if you don't make appointment today.
Okay. Thank you, Sam. I'm merely making a suggestion, considering the information through the caller.
I would feel better about it if the prospective applicant who didn't apply was the one letting us know that he was dissuaded rather than a third party. But
yes,
I have no problem with extending the time as long as there's not a real urgent need to do it today. And then that way that gentleman can or doesn't have to come forward. That would be his decision then, rather than,
yes,
since we've been notified that we just don't allow that. I mean, we have the right to be able to do this for a reason, and maybe this is a good reason to give it one more chance.
And Chair, if I may,
yes.
We have 3 vacancies currently on this committee. We're looking for a standing member and 2 alternates. So going back out to advertise would be helpful.
Okay, thank you, Sam. And would you be able to tell us, is this a 2-week posting?
Yes, we do run for 2 weeks.
Okay. So just give me a moment, please. So it looks like, it appears that it's a 7-member board with 2 alternates. Does that sound right?
Yes, 7 members. That is including the alternates. They are not.
Including.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Let me open this up for public comment unless the commissioners have anything else at this time. Okay. Go ahead here in Tonopah, Director Wagner, please.
Director Wagner, W-A-G-G-O-N-E-R. This is more just a question.
Yes, sir.
But if there's 3 positions open?
One voting position, 2 alternate.
Gotcha, okay. I was just like, wouldn't we repost it anyway? But, okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good question.
And why are you trying to look like me? Okay, is there anybody on the phone? Please, Sam, public comment for number 16.
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no other public comment from Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment. I'll entertain a motion, please. Or to direct staff.
So, Ron, I thought you were going to take this one up. So.
Yeah, so do we direct staff, or do I make, what are we doing here? Motion, staff?
You could probably do either one.
Chair, if I may, we can appoint Mr. Hanna if that's what the board wants to do. And we can go back out to re-advertise because we do still have those 2 vacant alternate positions.
That would be my motion.
I don't know if that's going to correct the issue, though, because...
There's 2 other openings, right?
Yeah, but they're for alternates. They're not for actually a voting person. So,
Good.
yeah, so...
Gotcha. So take that motion for me.
You want me to do the
Yeah,
motion?
do it, please.
I'm going to make a motion to go back out for advertisement, re-advertisement of this.
It's only a 2-week posting?
Yeah, I don't think we have to add that to it, but, okay. Just a motion to go back for re-advertisement. Thank you.
So
very good.
So the motion is to take the Pahrump Public Lands Advisory Committee and re-advertise? Is that what I heard?
Yes, you've got it.
Do we?
So for lack of a second, Commissioner Boskovich's initial motion died.
Yes.
Commissioner Cox made a new motion.
Correct, and I'm seconding her motion.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, if there's no further discussion, I will call for the vote, please.
Aye.
For re-advertisement.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye.
Carbone, aye.
And number 16 passes 4-1 with 1 absence. Number 17, please.
Item 17 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, appoint 3 members to the Pahrump Veterans Memorial Advisory Committee from the following list of applicants: Beverly Baker, Gregory Cardarelli, and Bruce Cox, and/or 2, direct staff to re-advertise for the appointment.
Are any of the applicants in chambers, please?
I don't see anybody
Chair,
here.
I've talked to each one of these individuals.
Okay, thank you. Let me open this up for public comment. Is there any public comment for number 17 on the phone, please?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment to number 17.
And Chair, I make a motion to appoint the 3 members, Beverly Baker, Gregory Cardarelli, and Bruce Cox, for the Veterans Memorial Advisory Committee for a 2 years term ending January 2025.
I will second the Commissioner's motion.
Thank you, Commissioners. I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I will call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Carbone,
Aye.
Jabbour's aye. Number 17 passes 4 with 1 absence. Okay. Consent agenda items, please, number 18.
Items 18 and 19 are consent agenda items. No items have been requested to be removed.
Motion to
Item
approve
18.
consent.
Oh, 1 second.
Sorry.
I need to pull item number 18 to talk to.
Oop.
Can you read number 18?
Number 18.
Item 18 for possible action, approval of meeting minutes from the joint meetings on February 28th, March 7th, March 21st, March 30th, and April 4th, 2023.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the meeting minutes with the corrections that I've made and already have been given to the clerk's office. They actually were just name changes.
Name changes?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless you wanted me to be chair during one of your meetings.
You are in a chair.
Yes, I am.
And you are a chair. So you can be a chair. Okay, so I have a motion.
Second. Second.
Thank you. Thank you. And this was only to make a few adjustments with the clerk's office with the minutes in regards to name changes. Let me open it up for public comment. Is there any public comment on the phone, please?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Nicole Walters. I was actually trying to comment for number 17, but you guys did not do a public comment for number 17. Am I still able to comment for that?
We did comment, actually.
Yes.
We did public comment.
Yes. Sorry,
For number,
Nicole, number 17.
for number 16,
Number 17 is
15,
closed.
14, 13, you did. But
Okay, hold the line, please. Clerk's office, please. Can we get, are you on record?
Yeah, there was public comment requested. Thank you.
For number 17?
For number 17.
Thank you. Okay, did you wish to speak on number 18, Ms. Walters?
no, thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, I will close public comment to number 18. I have a motion and a second on the floor. I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
4 is aye. Number 18 passes 4 with 1 absence. Okay. Now number 19. Thank you.
Item 19 for possible action, approval to 1, ratify the county manager's acceptance of the federal fiscal year 2023 agreement, PR 181-23-802 from Nevada Department of Transportation, Federal Transit Authority, Section 5311, funding for the purchase of 2 new transit vans not to exceed $140,950 for the purpose of replacing 2 older transit units that provide transportation to seniors and the general public in Nye County, and 2, fund to 10281 senior nutrition.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yes, Commissioner Cox.
I'd like to know what is going to happen with the 2 older units that we will be replacing. Will they be staying in service? Will they be auctioned off? Will we
Do we have Ms. Jenny Martin on the phone, please, Sam?
I do believe she is on the line.
Okay. And if she's not, I believe John Koenig may be in the chambers.
He is.
Go ahead, Ms. Martin.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Jenny Martin with Nye County Senior Nutrition. The 2 older units, more than likely, there hasn't been any discussion on those specifically, except more than likely we will just keep them in our stock, if you will, as backup units.
Okay, I would like to make note, and I don't know if this could be done or not because they're not part of any fiscal federal program, but I know that the Pahrump Senior Center is always in need of used transportation because they can't afford to buy new, so they are very happy when they can get a used unit. If you want to, somebody wants to contact them, I think maybe you have a way to do that and see if they would be in the position where they needed them, or even maybe that they could purchase them at a discounted price. That's all I have to say on that. Thank
Absolutely. Sure. And Commissioner, thank you for bringing that to my attention. We can definitely take a look at that. There is a process for disposal of our units. But yes, if it comes to that, and we can keep you in that loop, let you know what happens here in the future.
Yes, and I'd just like to make a comment about they do a lot of good here with the units they have, but they have to make a lot of trips to Las Vegas for medical purposes, and so they get good use out of their vehicles, and since they're used in the first place, they're always looking for some affordable replacement, because they don't take federal funding as far as I know, and they don't get funding from Knight County. They strictly try to make it on their own, and this would help them tremendously to keep their medical needs taken care of in Las Vegas.
That's a great idea, Commissioner.
Thank you. That's
Thank
it.
you, Commissioner. Ms. Martin, I believe you're still on the phone.
I am.
Would you be able to tell us a guesstimate of how many miles are on each of these two vehicles?
On these particular two vehicles, I could, attempt to pull that up. I will tell you that I believe, and I hate to kind of misquote this, they could be at upwards of 300,000 miles. May I get back with you and let you know specifically what those look like?
Of course, and I did ask for a guesstimate, Jenny, and 300,000 miles is significant on a vehicle, and of course, affordability, as Commissioner Cox mentioned, we're trying to look out for everybody in the county, especially our seniors, but with vehicles with that high of mileage, I'm not sure that it would be prudent of us to sell those vehicles to the senior center unless they were deemed very roadworthy, safe. They weren't going to break down. That's the last thing that we want to happen with our seniors on a transportation vehicle.
Well, I believe we replaced those just a couple of years ago. And what the senior center here has now, I'm sure has way more mileage on them than what they would be getting from us. And they do have a mechanic of their own that would inspect and repair anything. They said they don't care. They'll pay somebody to do repairs because anything has to be better than what they have. So it's something to check into. We could make it so if they accept them or they buy them, they're responsible for buy as is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Commissioner. Any other questions for Ms. Martin from the Commission?
No.
Thank you. Let me open this up for public comment at this time. Number 19. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I'll close public comment at this time and entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to ratify the county manager's acceptance of the federal fiscal year 2023 PR 181-23-802 Transportation Authority funding for $140,950.
Second.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Commissioner Marlis Lotek, are you going to include the second part in your motion to fund from 10281 Senior Nutrition?
I was waiting for you to tell me about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and also funded for the 10281.
Because we miss you, Ms. Lotek.
We were just waiting to see if Marla was awake.
Oh, she's awake, all right. Okay, I have amended motion. And a second, Commissioner Cox, do you need to amend the second? Bless you.
Yes, I will amend my motion.
Thank you.
She turned into a popsicle.
I have a...
I second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second on the floor. And I will call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye. Number 19 passes 4 with 1 absence. Excuse me, are you adjusting the temperature in chambers here? Oh. Hint, hint. Everybody's like rattling, chattering. They're shivering, sneezing. Manager, I'd like to open number 20, 21, 22, 23.
Items 20 through 23 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, approve, amend, and approve or reject a contract extension for public defender services between Nye County and Andrew Coates Esquire, Jason Ernest, Nathan L. Gent PLLC, and Shahani Law Limited by extending the effective period to June 30th, 2025, and 2, execute the corresponding amendments to those contracts.
Okay, Assistant County Manager, Lorena?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These contracts are up for renewal for a 2-year term, and I'm happy to announce that this is the first time in a few years we've been having some continuity with this program.
That's a good thing. Okay. I only see one of the counselors in chambers. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
I have a comment or two. Would you like that now, or?
Of course.
Okay. So I've done some research on this. I've talked to a lot of people involved, and of the 4 applicants here that are on the agenda today, one of them has not been showing up to court. This is a position ultimately paid by taxpayers, and the clients have a right to proper representation, and it's very difficult, I believe, to do that if you don't roll your ass out of bed and get here to go to court. So I don't really care where you're commuting from. If you've accepted this contract, you should respect the people of this county who are paying you and the clients who you're defending. I'm hoping this will be a wake-up call, because I supported this person behind the scenes, and hopefully we will not have to have this discussion again, because if we do, I'm going to request the item come back and we look at canceling that contract. That's all I have. And for the other ones on this list, please don't think I'm talking about you.
Okay, well, process of elimination. So, Commissioner, I'm not opposed to closing one of the items, 20 through 23. Tell us which one, because I only have one counselor in chambers here in Tonopah, and it's unlikely that it's her.
You're asking me to tell you which of these public defenders I'm speaking of?
Well, public defender.
Correct.
Did you just say defend? Okay, so there's one item of 20, 21, 22, and 23 that we could close at this time. And let me just ask Assistant County Manager, this shows June 30th to 25 to extend. So if we were to bring this back, we have time to get with this particular counselor, that these are the concerns from the court.
Yes, we will definitely be able to communicate with counselor on that, on the communications from judges.
Okay, so, and we have time, I believe our next meeting is June 27th. We have time to put this on the June 27th meeting.
There is time, but if there's no action taken on that date, we will have no contract in place beginning July 1.
And if I may, Chair, can I clarify something real quick?
Yes.
So I am not specifically asking for this contract to be canceled. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm asking and what I've spoken to Assistant County Manager about is speaking with this person to help get them back on track more. That is what I would prefer, to give them a chance to come up, because I know they can if they want to.
Yes.
And, yeah.
Just, Chair, I'm a little bit confused. If the person's not showing up for work and we're paying them, I don't want them back I don't want them back, period. Unless there's some physical reason for it, and you should be aware of it, Assistant County Manager, that this person has got a physical problem. But if it's not, then why are we wasting time? I mean, this is a lot of money.
Well, I'd like to ask the assistant manager if she's had any complaints about any of these people. And I know there's a lawsuit pending with the ACLU over one of them, maybe more of them as far as the program went, unless that's been settled by the county. I received notification that actually well over a year ago now, I do believe. I don't know whatever happened with that case. And so it's got to be on record because I received it, and I could probably find it if I went back in my emails, but I don't have a chance to do that right now. But there have been some complaints about one that actually did not show up in court last week at a case I was actually there for, and therefore the case got held over until yesterday, and everyone had to go back again. And then specifically, the person did not do much to actually, didn't say much or do much to even be there to represent the client. So it's been an ongoing issue, and I don't think this is really the place to be discussing names. So maybe we should bring it back after it's been looked at a little closer. Redo it next time around. I don't know. I'm kind of at a quarry here because.
Okay.
So it's my understanding that we do not have, if we approve these for today, it is my understanding that a conversation could be had with a person and help get them on track. And then if they did not, it's my further understanding that we can bring this back and at that point replace that particular contract with virtually very little notice. I believe it's 90 days.
Okay. If it's who I think you're talking about, that I've had complaints about myself, they're actually a very good lawyer and they can do the job. I don't know what's going on. So.
Okay. Commissioners, if you don't mind, I'd like to take 5 minutes with County Manager, Assistant County Manager, the Clerk, Commissioner Carbone, and I, and we will return in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's going to take me to a heater.
Hey, we're back, Commissioners. Is Commissioner Boskovich in chambers?
Yes, he'll be back in just a second.
Thank you.
He's across the hall. Be right in.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, please, we can resume.
Are you and the DA okay?
Everything's fine. We just worked out something.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, thank you. Just checking.
I'd just like to make you
Okay,
aware.
we're going,
I'd like to make you aware of the case that I was talking about. Was dismissed. The county was dismissed from the lawsuit, and they're now in the Ninth Circuit Court. So,
Just Commissioner, for the record, Commissioner Boskovich is back and present in his chair.
thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to resume items number 20, 21, 22, and 23 at this time. We did have discussion, and I'm going to open it up for public comment at this time. Do we have anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. I do have Councillor Alexis here in Tonopah. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Alexis.
What's that push?
Perfect. Thank you. My name's Alexis Decker, Duecker. And my public comment today is I would ask that maybe in the future, to maybe avoid these kinds of situations, that we also open it up for new applications as well. So that way, if there is consistency, they can still renew if they'd like to renew, but if there are issues, we have other applicants we could look at that might be a better fit. And that would be my comment. And it is important that we show up to court on time. Part of the job is being in person, and you need to show up and be there. That's the job of being a Nye County Public Defender. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Mr. Jim in Pahrump, please.
Eddie Jim, G-I-M's last name. Yeah, if you're having problems with this guy now, we could be in court and need him have him defend us. I don't think so. I think we need to proceed and take care of this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay. Go ahead, sir, in Pahrump, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Carl Shelton, Karlshelton. I work with Alexis Decker on the one of the public defender tracks here in Nye County. I would state that if the Commissioners are having any concerns, I agree with Ms. Decker. Maybe the appropriate action is to open up these contracts for other applicants. I've worked only since January here in Nye County and specifically in Pahrump. I can tell you this is a pleasant place to practice. You're going to get plenty of applicants. And if you're having any issues now, that might make the most sense. And I'll end my public comment there.
Thank you. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Erica Gerling, Gerling. I'd hope to just be able to listen today, but this is, I think, the second or third time that this particular person's name has come up for renewal. And I want to say, this is my personal experience.
Erica, Ms. Gerling, excuse me,
Yes?
you're very muffled. You're very muffled.
Okay,
Would you like
should
to
I start over?
I couldn't understand anything. Go ahead.
Okay. Erica Gerling, Gerling, for the record. This item and this person's name has come up before for these contract renewals. And I have to say, from my personal experience, he's not a defender of his clients in court, and that his character is no way related to his name. And I think it would be a bad idea for you to renew this contract for Mr. Ernst. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, hello. My name is Laura Larson, Larsen. I think you guys, if I am correct, what you guys were saying before, that if you push it off for a couple of weeks to have a communication with all of the applicants regarding or a specific person that you're having an issue with, and then approve it on the next meeting, I think you would have plenty enough time to have the renewal, or you can also have, like they were saying before, to have new applicants to be public defenders. Just something that you guys should think about. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Miss Allen in Pahrump, please.
Yes, Carolyn Allen, Allen. I have to say this. I'm going to caution. A lot has been said already, and character's been brought up. By a caller, but I think it's kind of dangerous waters right now. I would pull them if you could. I'd pull them all right now, just so you're covering yourselves at this point. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Chair, can I comment when you're ready for me?
Just a moment,
Sure.
please, Commissioner. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment. Go ahead, Commissioner Boskovich.
I apologize, but thank you. I've only had this issue brought up regarding one person. I did not say they were male or female. And my hope, again, is, and potentially Assistant County Manager could expound on this a little bit. And my hope would be that if we approved all of these, that we could work with this person and improve moving forward. I don't think it's something that is irreparable. I just think it needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I agree with Commissioner Boskovich. We definitely can work through this. There are many other factors that go into our indigent defense program here in Nye County. The public defenders are required to report into a program provided by the state on their caseload, and in order to keep that consistent and be reimbursed from the state, I think it's in everyone's best interest to move forward with these contracts.
Thank you, Manager. Appreciate that. I will also reiterate that there are provisions in the contract to hold them accountable if we move forward with one or all four of these contracts that are agendized at this time. Commissioner Boskovich, of course, received information from the courts and from constituents, from people, and it's very concerning, and it will be addressed. And again, as I say, I will reiterate that there are provisions to protect us. And he did not mention anybody's name. What's interesting is callers did, and it's not even who's in question. So it's very interesting.
I'd like to, if you don't mind, I'd like to
yes
question the assistant manager as to why this was not open for other people to apply also, rather than just putting the same names back. And maybe we should do what we did with the judgeship. We should actually take names and give everybody a chance, because it appears that we have 3 out of 4 people on this board for the Public Defender's Office that people have issue with. It's not just one. So something is not right here. I don't know where we're losing direction to these attorneys or what, but their clients are not happy, especially when they don't show up, or if they do show up, they don't speak out, and they don't give any notice ahead of time to actually meet with their clients. And by the time they get to court, the clients are a nervous wreck because they have no idea what their attorney's thinking versus what has happened in the case. So I do agree with Ms. Allen. I think, and there was another speaker also that said, I think the best thing to do is to maybe put all this on hold, take a new look at the direction we're going with these people, and open it up to every attorney that would like to have a chance to apply, just like we've done in the past. And may the best man or woman win, or 4 men or women win, or whatever positions we actually have available, because it's not about us, it's about the people's right to have their freedom protected and not be found guilty before they go to trial. So that's just my position on it. I would prefer to see all these names put on hold and maybe start over again. I believe they're going to be there until the end of July, is that right? The attorneys, or it's the 1st of July? 1st of July, okay. So I'm open to suggestions. Thank you.
County Manager, Assistant County Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was not open to accept new applications because we have just barely got our public defenders working with the Department of Indigent Defense to get legal server updated with their caseload. We need that data in order to get reimbursed from the state. We also have a plan that the Board of County Commissioners approved a few meetings ago that provides for the process for a program administrator to administer exactly what Commissioner Cox is asking for. It will include a review committee opening up a period for applicants to apply, and they also have to apply with the Department of Indigent Defense and provide their qualifications. So that will be forthcoming, but I need to ensure that I can secure the reimbursement for the contract for the program administrator to administer that review committee.
And just so it's clear, if we don't, we're not going to get reimbursed. That's money we're going to have to go find to go do all this payback.
Yeah, we will have to find it somewhere from general fund.
So if we approve this today, we will be moving forward with some changes then in the future after July the 1st.
That's correct.
That is correct.
That was a plan we agreed to several months ago. Yes.
Yes. Since only 2 of us can talk at a time, we're not really very privy to be able to do these things without coming forward to a meeting to do it. So,
well, we actually did this as a Board of County. We actually did it as a Board of County Commissioners.
Well,
it was a board meeting.
And I understand that, but I'm referring to the things that have happened between then and this meeting. So.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm
Sorry.
willing to do what the county assistant manager, who is the head of the program, says that it's really necessary to do right now, as long as we can move forward after the 1st of July and complete what she started. Thank you.
Chair, whenever you're ready, I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you, Commissioners. Go ahead, Commissioner Boskovich. Go ahead, Commissioner Boskovich.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve Andrew Coates Esquire, Jason Ernest, Nathan L. Gent, PLLC, and Shahani Law Limited for the period to June 30, 2025, and execute the First Amendment to the contract.
For the public
For the
defender
Public Defender
services.
Services.
Commissioner, may I?
Between Nye County.
Help me out here.
Yes, please. As the county manager so eloquently read those three, but there's, your motion would be for the First Amendment and the 3 Third Amendments accordingly.
Thank you.
Okay.
So amended.
Okay, excuse me, Deputy DA, thank you for, and we went over this, number 20 and number 23 are First Amendment, and number 21 and number 22 are Third Amendment to the contract. So.
Yes, amended.
So is that satisfactory?
Yes, absolutely, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So I do have a motion with the amended motion, and did I have a second?
I seconded it.
Thank you.
And it's great to see you smile, DA.
Well, she doesn't have her mask on. Very nice. Okay, so I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I will call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour is aye.
Everybody aye.
Numbers 20, 21, 22, and 23 pass 4 with 1 absence. Thank you, everybody, for your patience, and thank you for your feedback. Number 26, please.
Item 26 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, approve, amend, and approve or reject an interlocal contract between the State of Nevada, Secretary of State, and Nye County for the purpose of utilizing the Security Operations Center services from the Center of Internet Security, Incorporated, for election network monitoring, dissemination of cyber threat warning and vulnerability, and 2, execute the agreement.
Who'd like to, do I have Honey or? Oh, clerk, okay, thank you. And I wasn't calling the clerk Honey.
Mark Kampf, Nye County Clerk, KAMPF. This is an agreement that previously was signed every year with the Security Operations Center for the Center for Internet Security. What this is oftentimes referred to as the Albert sensor. What this does is provide us with a process, hardware, software, and support from the Center for Internet Security on cyber threats within our county. It's a very critical feature for us to help us identify, correct, and report cyber threats that we receive. Previously, these were a 1-year agreement, and the last one was signed July 1st, 2019, and it was a 1-year agreement. Our previous Secretary of State did not provide for the renewal of these agreements on an annual basis, and they realized they had not renewed this agreement formally. So this basically is a renewal of the agreement starting on July 1st, 2020, and extending that for another 10 years rather than annual agreements. By the way, this requires no additional purchase of software, hardware, or anything. It's all in place. This is just formalization of the agreement that's already been functioning.
Chair, when you go through public comment, we'll have a motion.
Thank you, Clerk Kampf. Any questions for the clerk, Commissioner Cox?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Boskovich?
No, not at this time, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Carbone?
No, just ready to make a motion when
Thank
public
you.
comment.
Let me open it up for public comment at this time. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Hi, Nicole Walters, Walters. I have a question. Is this security for in office or for voting machines, or counting the votes? I was just wondering because I know voting stuff should not be connected to the internet, thus not needing security. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on, please, clerk. I'm still in public. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment. And clerk, thank you for clarifying.
Yes, this is for all systems that are internet connected, which is the vast majority of our systems. However, our election system is pretty well isolated and from the rest of the systems within our county. We're working now with the state on our voter registration system to make sure that is isolated and a dedicated system. So this really affects any internet traffic in or out of our county. But no, our voting systems are not connected to the internet.
They're actually isolated.
Yes.
What you're telling me. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, clerk. Any other questions for the clerk commission? No other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the interlocal contract agreement between the state and ourselves and execute the agreement.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second on the floor.
Again, this contract goes out to June 30th, 2030. Sorry.
2030, July 2030, is that
June,
correct,
June,
clerk?
June.
June 2030?
June.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair.
It's okay. Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion from the commission, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Everybody aye.
Jabbour's aye. Number 26 passes 4 with 1 absence. I was going to call for lunch, but I know that this presentation will only take like 5 minutes. So I would like to go to number 6, please, manager.
Item 6, 10 a.m. timed item, presentation by Tyson Falk regarding an update on the development of the Rhyolite Ridge Lithium Boron Project. 10-minute time limit.
5 minutes, sir.
5-minute time limit.
Thank you.
Start the timer. Good afternoon, Chair Jabbour, members of the commission. It's always a pleasure to be here. For the record, Tyson Falk with Ioneer. I'm here to give our quarterly update, and I will try to go as briefly as possible. So I'll just start off kind of where we are on the NEPA process. Of course, we started that with the notice of intent to draft an EIS last December. That progress continues apace, and currently we still expect the culmination of that to end around January of 2024 with the recorded decision, and that will allow us to proceed, and we're hoping to start construction sometime, we'll call it this time next year. So everything is going well. We expect for the draft environmental impact statement to come out here this summer. We'll have a public comment period as part of that, and we'll ultimately culminate in the final EIS, and then the record of decision shortly thereafter. So I won't go into this. I've certainly talked to you guys about it, but this is a culmination of a lot of work. We had to go back to the drawing board a little bit to accommodate our team's buckwheat, so we had to move around our mine plan of operations. We're And the story there is that we're no direct impacts to the buckwheat, and I'll talk a little bit more about what we're doing on the conservation front for Teams Buckwheat. So yeah, just sort of the list of all that we've done to get to this point. I'm sorry? Is there something? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I have it here. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. So a couple of key events I'm happy to touch on. So in January, we became the first project to receive a conditional commitment for a loan from the Department of Energy. That's for $700 million that will help to build out our processing facility for lithium carbonate. So really excited to do that. Of course, that money would kick in once we get the record of decision and final investment decision from our board. Very exciting to get that commitment from the Department of Energy, and really shows a commitment from the highest levels of our federal government for our project. So very exciting.
What's the timing on that loan? How long does that loan go for?
Yes, sir. So it's a 10-year treasury rate loan. So we'd have to pay back. It is a loan. It is not a grant. But of course, it's best interest rates in the world. So very exciting. Otherwise, we'd be into private market and trying to get much higher interest rates. So very exciting. So yeah, 10 years we'll pay that back. So we did a mineral resource update in April for what we had already drilled, that we were able to show that it actually has 168% increase in what we already thought in terms of lithium volume. Not to get into all the specifics of that, but what that ultimately means is we have enough lithium that we know is in the ground that will produce batteries for 50 million electric vehicles. So this is a substantial project, a multi-generational project, and that's only a part of our overall resource and where the ore body is. So we were excited to announce that in April. So don't need to go into the Teams Buckwheat. Of course, they finalized the listing of it as a critical or endangered species and associated critical habitat in December. So we continue to work closely with Fish and Wildlife Service and the BLM to ensure that our project and the Teams Buckwheat can successfully coexist. So to that end, we were proud to announce the grand opening of our greenhouse just this May. And so that greenhouse is in Gardnerville. We have a full-time botanist. That's all she does, is grow and look after and do research for the species. You can see there in the picture, they're growing really well, and they're growing in soil. It's different than at site. It grows in all sorts of different types of soil. So we're learning more and more about it, but we're seed banking. We're growing more plants to ensure that the species will not only exist, but it will thrive into the future. And you can see Congressman Mark Amodei and many others attended that groundbreaking just this May. So you can see some more photos of the greenhouse. More photos of the greenhouse, the plants, they're growing well. So really excited. That took a lot of years of work for us to, put together that greenhouse and get our science programs in order. So in February, I think I mentioned this last time I was here, we are part of what's now the Nevada Battery Coalition. It's ultimately an industry association for the entire lithium supply chain, so from mining all the way to manufacturing. And the bottom picture that you see there, we had a visit from somebody from the State Department. Of course, it's not just economic competitiveness, but there is national security implications for onshoring domestic production of a critical material like lithium. So really excited to be part of that association. It was great to have a visit from the State Department. They came to UNR and had the mayor and former Governor Sandoval there. It was really great. So to that end, I'm really happy to tell you about this. I mentioned a couple of years ago, we entered into a memorandum of understanding with Dragonfly Energy. They're a lithium battery manufacturer in Reno. They make Battleborn batteries. That's their consumer brand. Very cool, very exciting company. So we actually announced a offtake partnership with them in May. So once we're in production, that lithium will be produced here and will stay in the state and will be manufactured in the state, creating more jobs down the supply chain. So very excited about that. We'll need to go into that, but of course we've had Bernard Rowe in the state here for much more frequently over this year. So he's done the rounds, and you can see he did actually a radio interview with Radio Coalfield as well. So you'll see him more frequently around town. We did do Career Day at Tonopah High School. Happy to participate that. It's great to talk to the kids about what jobs are coming in the future. Mining is very cool. There's a lot of new, it's not a pickaxe and shovel, of course. There's a lot of highly specialized trades and skills that need to go into that. So we were happy to do that. And this is a little dated. I sent this in probably about a month ago. We have announced our scholarship winners. Owen Morgan and Montanus Tarazi from Tonopah High School, and then Adolfo Jimenez from Fish Lake Valley. So we awarded 3 of them this year. I just don't have them official here, but we do hope to recognize them officially here, perhaps at a Tonopah Town Board in the short future.
Just did.
So I just did. So congratulations. They, of course, know that they were the awardees. So yes, we're very excited. We're happy to continue on in supporting these students, and they're all doing really great things, and we're very happy to support them. We did have our community meeting, and thank you, Commissioner Jabbour, for attending. As we always do, we're trying to be upfront and transparent with the community and talking about where we are and soliciting feedback so that we ensure that we build this project as best we can and keeping the wishes and the desires of the community at the front of mind. So we will have another one late summer sometime, so stay tuned on that. And of course, everybody is invited to attend those. We've had a number of events, and I don't know if any of you attended the Dave Stamey concert. I wasn't there, unfortunately, but I heard it was well attended, and a lot of people had fun. So we were happy to sponsor Jim Butler Days again, and our sponsorship money went to providing free attendance for everybody here at the Dave Stamey concert. I think that was just last weekend. So we're happy to do that and look forward to continuing to support the wonderful work that the folks at Jim Butler Days, including Joe Neasley, do every year. So with that, I think I was a little bit over, but I tried to go as fast as I possibly can. But I am here, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys might have.
That'll be the last time I push him ahead of everybody else.
How long was that?
You were actually number 6, which was first on the agenda this morning. So, Tyson, I want to thank you and the Ioneer Group. Although the project is in Esmeralda County, in Dyer, Fish Lake Valley, you've absolutely stepped up and you've awarded for the past few years the high school students here in Tonopah. Your closest neighbor, right? We are neighbors.
That's right.
And we work together. And it shows. We appreciate it. You've recognized these students, as I said, for the past few years, you know, and you're doing good things. We just hope that you push on and move on, and we're glad that you didn't give up over the Teams Buckwheat issue. And as I've said before, although it's been put on the endangered species list, doesn't mean that it remains on the list. Right, so I know that with your botanist, and you can prove, you have your proving ground in Minden, you said, right? Not too
Gardnerville. Yes.
Gardnerville, not too far from us. That eventually, that hopefully will be removed from that list. You know,
we can certainly hope. In the meantime, conservation and protection of that buckwheat is at the top of our priorities and always will be. So yeah, we hope that in the future it doesn't exist just where it does, but that we could expand the populations, and perhaps that might be the end result many years down the line, but I certainly can't speculate. But yes, we do take it very seriously, and thank you again too. We certainly depend and rely on the support of Tonopah and other communities. It's a very big project. It's not just for one town or one location. The benefits will go to all sorts of communities around Nevada, and in particular Tonopah. So thank you.
Well, you haven't been saying thank you. You haven't just been saying it. You've been doing it. It's evident. Of course, the most recent event was Jim Butler Days weekend, and a lot goes into it.
Yes,
and you were a major contributor and sponsor. So that's very much appreciated as well.
And in the meantime, if there's anything that we can help, please, you can always reach out to me. We're always willing to listen, and where we can help, we're always here to listen. So please do reach out if you have any ideas on how we can support the community.
Thank you. Commissioner Carbone, do you have anything for?
No, I think you said enough.
Oh,
I think you were very clear, very concise. I think my sentiments agree.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
No.
Do you have anything for Tyson Falk?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Boskovich?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Tyson. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you. Okay. At this time, I'm going to call for lunch. Let's return at 2:30. Janie, did you get that 2:30, please?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox, you okay with 2:30?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, microphones, please. Thank you. Commissioner Boskovich is, Commissioner Cox, has she returned?
Chair, she is not here just yet.
Thank you. Okay, it is 2:31. We do have a quorum. Let's go to 47, please, Manager.
Item 47 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to support a project to study atmospheric turbulence at the Tonopah Airport.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes, Sam.
I apologize. Can we just take a quick break so we can call back into the conference system from the chambers?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Open and reread the item.
I never closed.
Then just reread.
Thank you, Sam.
Let me reread.
Let's reread, please.
Item 47 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to support a project to study atmospheric turbulence at the Tonopah Airport.
Thank you. Mr. Unsley, thank you for your patience.
Oh, should I correct pronunciation? Onkley.
Onkley.
Stephen Onkley, spelled O-N-C-L-E-Y.
There's a little button that says push.
My light's on.
It's on.
Then you need to get a lot closer to that.
Yes, sir.
Hey,
And can you share the screen? Thank you. So I'm a scientist with the National Center for Atmospheric Research, Earth Observing Laboratory. And our mission is to make weather observations in support of a wide variety of weather experiments that are funded by the National Science Foundation. And our business model is to maintain a suite of instrumentation, equipment in readiness for whatever requests come our way. We actually have 2 research aircraft now, a C-130 and a Gulfstream 5, radars in a couple configurations, and the group that I do puts up towers. There's one in the lower left where we deployed in the Antarctic ice. And the other one in the bottom right is at Crested Butte, where we are right now in Colorado. So requests come to us, and if determined, if feasible by us and by NSF, we deploy. And the equipment that we put out is typically deployed for on the order of 2 to 3 months, which allows us to deploy, undeploy, and then redeploy for another group of clients. Next slide, or I can do it, I guess, right? Yes. So my request, I'm here today to ask you for approval of use of land that's near the Tonopah Airport. I've denoted those A and B. It's a little hard to read on white, but hopefully you can see those. And I've been asked why we chose the Tonopah Airport. This particular science project that we're supporting requires winds with consistent wind direction, requires a field area upwind that's uniform and low vegetation. And also we're looking for something that adds a lot of heat to the atmosphere, so a hot summer day. We are actually planning to deploy in a site in a farm in the southern part of the Central Valley of California, but due to extensive rains this past winter, the site that we were planning to use was flooded. So I apologize that this seems like a last minute request. It is for us, but we would like to deploy for about 3.5 months, starting a month from today. Just a little bit to show that this actually is science. The particular project is fairly esoteric. The equations for turbulence actually cannot be solved after 100 years of the greatest mathematicians in the world. So people use simplified equations, and the simplified equations we're using now were developed almost 70 years ago. And they're known to have flaws, and they still don't represent what happens with turbulence spatially. So a professor at Clemson University has a new theory, and in the typical scientific method, he wants data to confirm or deny his theory. He's run it through computer models, and they seem favorable, and that's what that paper is. So
knowing that,
yes.
So the information that was pondered together years ago was probably more of an educated guess.
They took the data that they could at the time. Actually, it's back when I got started in this business, if you had instrumentation to measure at one point, you were pretty happy. And so what we tended to do is measure how things varied vertically, but not horizontally.
Yes.
And now we have the instrumentation to look at things horizontally.
That part of the equation was probably more educated guessing.
Yeah, they couldn't do anything.
This was good, which worked out well in a lot of cases, but at least they had some data.
Yeah.
This is a lot better. Looks like you're getting a little more finalized data.
Definitely. So just a little bit of why I chose the configuration. There's going to be a line of towers. They're only 15 feet tall in the location of B. And as the wind blows through them, it sort of maps out an area that I've denoted by the white rectangle. And that will measure sort of, as I said, the horizontal variation of turbulence in that area. And then to extend the area, we'll have LIDARs, a laser system scanning horizontally to extend out the area. So I think just a little bit of detail. I've taken the liberty of taking a panorama photo at sites A and B. This is A, and just showing some of the trailers that will be supporting the instrumentation that we'll be putting in. The main LiDAR is the one on the upper left, and you can see the green lens where it'll be sending out information or the laser signal. And site B, in my game, in my career, looking for nice horizontally flat conditions is amazing, and I love this site. And you can see in the upper right the short towers that we're planning to deploy. They're anchored by these screw anchors, and the reason is so that we can remove everything cleanly at the end. We don't pour any concrete or anything. So our plan is to leave the site as we found it. We started in this process to get approval with going through Darren Tuck, who referred us to your assistant county manager, who's been great to work with, both of them. Marina suggested that we solicit support from the town of Tonopah. So about 3 weeks ago, I gave a similar presentation facilitated by Joe Westerlin. I appreciate that contact too. And they've signed a letter of support for us that pretty much say that there's only benefits and really nothing detracting from this project. Specifically calling out some added visibility to the airport, added that we should be a net positive to businesses, we'll be patronizing businesses in the area. We estimated about 400 staff days in the field. They'll need motels and lodging and stuff. And various other things. I'm sure we'll be in and out of the hardware store a lot. So the last thing is that the National Science Foundation encourages us to engage in outreach activities. So I have reached out, haven't gotten through yet, connected with Principal Jeffries at the middle school, high school, but we'd love to give a tour of our facilities when they're running and show students data and staff.
Great to show what the data brings too, how LiDAR works and why you use LiDAR and so on and so forth, because that's LiDAR.
And actually we'll have a couple of different types of LiDAR too.
I mean, it's great to see that the tool being used. It's great.
So as I say, I really appreciate working with county staff on this request and the support from the town of Tonopah.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to take questions.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Onclay, Commissioner Cox?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Commissioner Boskovich?
Well, I was just wondering, he indicated that he has a Gulfstream 5. Is that something that we could use in the county? Just kidding.
We're not even allowed to use it for transportation. I'd love to. Save a drive up from Vegas.
Modified 130 would be nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've been in those things a lot. I don't particularly care for them, but there have been a lot of them. And you made, we talked before, there's no interference at the airport with other activities that are going on?
To my knowledge, no. And we have asked, I think we have approval from Darren Tuck. And we've also talked to Mark Peterson who runs the FBO there too.
I mentioned that
extensively.
Oh, that's great. I mean, it's nice to know we're going to have some kind of information on what our airport looks like when it's hot, maybe cold, a lot of wind, and a lot of dirt. So we'll see how that looks.
But by the way,
especially on LiDAR, yeah.
Just personally, I wrote one of the really good papers on dust devils, so I'm really looking forward to being out in the desert again.
It'd be great. Go ahead,
Mr. Onclay, you mentioned wanting to get with the principal, and here in Nye County, the students throughout Nye County have graduated.
Understood.
Right. So, but with the time frame that you gave, if it's approved, start it commencing 1 month from today, and you'll be there approximately 3.5 months. So I think that puts you in line with where the school will be back in.
Right.
And I think it would be a wonderful thing. You have the STEM program listed, and not just for the Tonopah kid, but all of Nye County. Even you can integrate Esmeralda and as many kids as possible to educate them on the STEM program of what you're actually doing out there, besides the public and the people.
Yeah, I've actually, I'd love to give a presentation like in the Tonopah Community Center or Convention Center to the public too.
Right. Well, that's, and again, we have our town manager, Joe Westerland, in Chambers here now. And you're welcome to get with him and try to set something up.
I will.
And also our tourism director is here, coordinator is here in Chambers, Christy Pope.
Great, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, well, don't go too far. Let me open this up for public comment at this time. Do I have anybody on the phone, please, Sam, for number 47?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, Amy Nelson, Nelson. It's a very nice presentation, but my curiosity is what's going to be done with this data once you gather it, and who's going to be able to use it? What's the whole purpose of doing this study? I'm just a little bit curious about it, but nice presentation. Thank you.
May I?
Okay. Before you do, sir, let me finish with public comment, and then you can answer and help clarify. I appreciate that. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam? And thank you, Ms. Nelson, for the question.
No, Chair.
Okay. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, I'll close public comment, and I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Onkley.
Thank you. Yeah, actually on the, in the letter of support, I had written that out. I didn't call it out. But all of our data, the data collected by the National Science Foundation is public domain. It will be available on our website and may share it with other databases. We just, actually, I think this project has not requested a block. Sometimes we allow the scientists who had requested us to have first dibs on the data for a year. But yes, all this will be in the public domain, and I'm happy to share website links to anybody that wants to know it.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Onkley? Commissioner Cox?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Boskovich?
Nothing for me.
No. Mr. Carbone?
No, I think I shared.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. I'll make a motion to support the project to study the atmospheric turbulence at the Tonopah Airport.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioners. I have a motion and a second on the table, on the floor. And if there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour is aye.
Carbone, aye.
And number 47 passes 4 with 1 absence. I was hoping that Commissioner Strickland would show up so I didn't have to say the absence. We gave her till after lunch, plenty of time.
She's got other business to do.
I know. And thank you again, Mr. Trump. I'll remember that. Okay, let's, do we have the sheriff on the line? Sam, can you check to see if the sheriff is on the line, please?
Yes, Chair, we do, and he is now unmuted.
Okay, what I'll do is, I'd like to open, Manager, numbers 27, 28, 29, 30. I'm sorry. Did you say?
All but 30.
All but 30. I'd like to open 27, 28, 29, 31.
For possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding a renewal of a wholesale retail fireworks permit for Alamo Fireworks located at 2641 East Highway 95, Amargosa Valley, Nevada, Patrick James, applicant. Blackjack Fireworks located at 1181 South Highway 160, Pahrump, Nevada, Kevin LeBon, applicant. D&T Imports, Inc., DBA Area 51 Fireworks located at 1381 South Highway 372, Pahrump, Nevada, Tim McCoy, applicant. And Red Apple Fireworks Co. Limited, 3640 South Highway 160, Pahrump, Nevada, Douglas Berta, applicant.
Okay, and we have Director Wagner in chambers as well. Would you like to open or the sheriff? Okay. Go ahead, Sheriff McGill.
Thank you. So what this is applications for renewal of wholesale and retail fireworks sales. These are 4 businesses that have previously been licensed to sell, and this is simply to renew their license for their businesses. So there is, I would see no opposition to it whatsoever.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff. Go ahead, Director.
Director Wagner, WAGG, ONER. I concur with the Sheriff's Department on this one. I am happy to report, as some have seen, there's actually construction activity finally for one of them for a warehouse, and the other one's just beginning the site development process. They've purchased property. You guys have had a zone change, so looks like it's moving in the right direction as well.
Great.
The only unfortunate thing, Chair,
Yes.
is that we've been in the development process before with those same individuals. Hopefully this time it'll stick.
Well, this time I can happily say that as of last week, we had a pre-application meeting with the engineer and stuff on it, so.
Good.
I think it's moving in the right
Good.
direction.
This will be good news.
I'm happy to hear that.
Yes.
Okay, let me open this up for public comment, please. Numbers 27, 28, 29, and 31. Is there any public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I will close public comment to 27, 28, 29, and 31.
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
I try to make a motion for this, but I'd have to name each one of the individuals.
You have to name each one.
Oh, you just dirty dog here. For
Did you want me to highlight them?
No, I'm just trying to formulate how I want to do this without making a mess out of it. For items 27, 28, 29, and 31, I'd like to approve the wholesale and retail fireworks for Alamo, for Patrick James, applicant, Blackjack Fireworks, Kevin LeBon. Item 29 would be Area 51 for Tim McCoy. And there it is. And for the Red Apple Fireworks, Doug Berta, applicant.
All three renewals.
All 3 renewals.
Thank you. Motion on the floor. Can I get a second, please?
I'll second that.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion for items 27, 28, 29, and 31, I will call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye.
Carbone, aye.
Numbers 31, 27, 28, and 29 pass 4 with 1 absence. Deputy DA, are you satisfied?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. Number 30, please, Manager.
Item 30 for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding a renewal of a wholesale retail fireworks permit for Outlaw Pyrotechnics located at 2280 West Betty Place, Pahrump, Nevada. Kelly Bernard, applicant.
Go ahead, Sheriff, if you're still on the line.
Chair, this is very similar to the last item that was called. The only difference really is that Outlaw Pyrotechnics is in the business of wholesale and manufacturing, if I'm not mistaken. And this is also a renewal of their license, so there is no opposition in my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff. I think Director is going to give us a little more and expound on that.
Director Wagner again, W-A-G-G-O-N-E-R. I know Commissioner Carbone has some stuff he wants to say. I just wanted to make one correction. It does not have manufacturing. It's a wholesale retail license. But I'll answer some other questions after Carbone.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes, Deputy DA.
I apologize for the interruption, but just to keep the record clear, and thank you for Director Wagner, it is for a permit, not license, so I think we're clear now that it's wholesale, renewal of a wholesale retail fireworks permit.
He confirmed.
Yes, thank you. We just wanted to make sure you were okay after lunch. Commissioner Carbone, did you have something on this?
Go ahead and do the normal business. And then...
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Cox, did you have any?
No, it looks fine.
Anything for the sheriff or the director? Thank you. Commissioner Boskovich?
Is this a residential home? Or is this a commercial business?
That is correct. And we'll discuss that
in just a few minutes.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you. Let me open this up for public comment at this time. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam, for number 30, Outlaw Pyrotechnics?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, we'll close public comment. And Commissioner Boskovich and Commissioner Carbone have a question on the address, on the location.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of things.
Thank you.
And I'll make a motion for this one as well, but in that motion, I'm going to include what this actually was originally approved for, which was actually a wholesale and retail, but the retail portion was for a very short period of time, which would be specifically 2 weeks during the 4th of July period. So it would be 4th of July up to 4th of July. And then it would no longer be retail. And yes, it is on a residential lot. And that's something we probably need to sit down and discuss with the director and talk about this permit, because knowing that we have every other fireworks organization building a separate location for their Connex boxes and so on, we may want to have to relook at this permit. Again, it's a privilege permit. We need to have a reason why it needs to be moved or not acted upon. So, you want to add to that?
Definitely. Director Wagner again, W-A-G-D-O-N-E-R. Yes, that is definitely a confirmation on a residential lot. I will say back when this was approved originally, when the first permit was issued, there was no zoning adopted by the county at that time, but the planning department at that time had issued a letter saying that please be aware that there is some code amendments in the works, and the county is looking at adopting zoning, and that it would significantly or could significantly affect their business. I will add also that they do operate out of shipping containers. And one other thing I did notice actually through an aerial photograph is there's some kind of a tent type shade structure in between the shipping containers. And our code actually specifically says that you cannot operate any kind of retail wholesale sales out of any tent. So that's something we are going to be going out there and looking at as well. So just wanted to put that on the record. And then, you know, the only other thing I'm going to add is the other fireworks companies in town, with the exception of Alamo, because it's outside the Pahrump Regional Planning District, have been required to do a conditional use permit. They've required to have site development. Obviously, one of the requirements was to get rid of the shipping containers and the temporary storage and build warehouses. So, as in an equity thing, you know, I definitely think there's some things we need to get addressed. Obviously, 3 weeks before 4th of July probably isn't the appropriate time, but I think we definitely need to have some conversations.
I agree, and that's the reason why we need to, you know, move this thing along. I know 4th of July is just around the corner. Got to give them time to at least understand where we're going to be going. So with that, any other comments?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Cox.
This is actually for Director Wagner. Is this particular property in a position where they can be grandfathered since they've been there a long time?
No, I mean, it is to a certain extent, but it was made very clear since the first permit was issued that the zoning was going to more than likely change on that property. And once that happens, you know, that they would have to conform with the new zoning. So it's been allowed to exist for a long time, but it is definitely a concern of the state fire marshal that's been brought to my attention, as well as we've had some other residents' concerns. The other thing I'm going to say that's concerned me is that there's an illegal off-premise sign advertising outlaw fireworks now on Highway 372 that's been up for several months with an arrow pointing down the road. And that isn't necessarily compliant with a wholesale business either. So, and certainly not compliant with our sign ordinance.
So
there's a multitude of issues.
Okay, so you said that they had notice. Was that verbal notice or in writing, as far as the past notice that they've had that there were going to be maybe some rules they would have to change and follow?
It was actually in a letter authored by the planning department.
Okay.
An employee at that time, and I will say as well, it was documented in minutes back when the first permit was issued by Sheriff DeMayo at that point. All of the same stuff we're talking about, and the condition that Commissioner Carbone added was actually stated right from that first permit approval. So it's definitely not new information.
Okay.
2005, Commissioner.
Okay.
August of 2005.
Wow, so they've been there a while.
Yeah, there was also a Miss Cox was also involved with that.
Wasn't me.
You may know who that.
Mother Miss Cox.
You may know who that was.
Was she for or against? Apparently, we've been in fireworks business, didn't even know it. But, okay, so 2005 makes it, what, 20 years? I would say that falls under the grandfather law, but how large is that piece of residential property? Because, you know, we have some pretty large ones, like 2.5 acres, 5 acres, 10 acres. Is this just a standard acre?
I believe it's a 2 acre or 2.5 acre property.
Okay. Okay, just preparing for the future. Thank you.
Director Wagner, before you sit down, sorry. Okay, go ahead, sit down, and then I'll call you back.
Yes, sir.
So I'm familiar with Betty. I'm not familiar with this property. How close are the other residents?
I believe there's some neighbors
That bought
right
the
adjacent to it, yes. Mhm.
So with this business, of course, there's, I'm going to say, considerable activity.
Yes. Yeah, last couple of years have been substantial over there. Even some sheriff's department calls out there for altercations. It's definitely a business that's grown.
Right. Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the director, now that he has sat down?
Now that he's seated, I have a question. Have there been any complaints from any of the neighbors?
Yes, there has in the past, over traffic mainly,
Thank you.
as we approach 4th of July.
Thank you. He is now seated. Commissioner Boskovich, could you ask your next question, please?
That's all I have.
Okay. Well, I'm looking for a motion, please.
Sure.
Yes, Commissioner.
Again, I'd like to be able to approve a renewal of the wholesale retail fireworks permit for outlaw pyrotechnics. Again, with the proviso that wholesale is the main process and retail would only be during 2 weeks prior to the 4th of July.
So if you don't mind, I'd like to speak on your motion.
Yes, let me get a second first.
Okay. I'll second it, since I want to ask.
Okay.
That the motion's kind of open-ended. Don't you think you should have an ending date? For instance, 2 weeks before the 4th of July, but then it could go on through August, September, October. You see, maybe you should add to that.
Well, 2 weeks before the 4th of July, and that's it.
They need a cutoff.
So when 4th of July, after the 4th of July, he's done.
Well, then you need to
And he's back to wholesale.
You need to word that in, put the 4th of July
You want me to clarify
into
that?
it. Yeah, because I think there needs to be a closure date. Otherwise, when you just say till the 4th of
I
July,
will
they can
amend,
just keep going.
I will amend my motion to accept what the commissioner is looking for by saying it'd be wholesale with retail 2 weeks, including the 4th of July. So 2 weeks before the 4th of July, including the 4th of July, and no retail after the 4th of July until the following year.
Thank you. I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioners. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please. Yes.
We have.
Yes, Sam.
Hi. We have the assessor on the phone that wanted to provide comment to the item. Would you like me to unmute her?
Yeah, public comment.
Go ahead, I'll allow it.
She's unmuted.
Sherry Stringer, Nye County Assessor, Stringer. In regards to this property, I know Commissioner Cox was talking about grandfathering in, and as far as I'm concerned, I don't believe that should be allowed. This company has put on a lot more Connex boxes. They state in their declaration they only have 3, and I count 21. So they're not living up to their expectation as far as being a good business that I can tell. So I wanted that put out there. I know Mr. Carbone doesn't like this, but there are taxes owing. So again, I'm just letting you know. I did send a message to Commissioner Jabbour. So just want you folks to know this in advance. Thank you.
I don't remember this one. Thank you, Assessor.
Do we have a representative of this business here in either chambers?
They are not up here in Tonopah.
Anybody here? No? Okay.
I do not remember this, this particular situation through the assessor's office with taxes being owed, whether it's this business or any other business.
Well, if we approve it, then they would have to pay her. Right?
Well, they need to pay. They need to pay their, everybody needs to pay their taxes,
Absolutely.
right?
So the question is, then, are you trying to suggest that we don't approve this until he pays his taxes? I'm kind of confused.
I don't know if legally we could do that.
I wish they were here so I could ask why they don't lease, purchase, or build commercial space for a business.
Oh, this is, so, what do you want to do, Chair? I know that the director and some of us are going to be getting together to have a discussion with this person about where he might have to move next.
And before he moves.
After he pays his taxes.
After he pays his taxes.
There you go.
That will be included in the conversation. Please, Director and Commissioner.
You bet.
Do we need to hold this until we can get him to come to our meeting?
Well, I'm mulling it over, Commissioner, that as Commissioner Carbone made the motion, you seconded. It's 2 weeks prior to the 4th of July, and then it would go back to wholesale. So if we were to hold this until the 27th of June, that puts us only 1 week before 4th of July, which there isn't enough time.
Correct.
To get in touch with the applicant.
So when is his license going to be up? Before, I mean, would he still be licensed if we hold it? Would he still have, could he still go on the license he has now until after the 4th, or is the year up like this week, next week?
I believe it's June 30th.
Okay, so that would interfere with his sales.
Yes.
Yes, and again, it's a permit, not a license.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
I don't want to have the DA try to correct us again.
Go ahead, Director Wagner.
So obviously the DA can chime in on this, but two things. One thing I'll tell you, any application now that comes through the planning department, tax verification is done before you'll ever see it again. So it might be something we want to implement on the fireworks license permits. But the other thing is, could the approval be done with other conditions and it be more or less a temporary approval to have to ensure those conversations are had within a reasonable amount of time after?
Doesn't read as such.
Oh, hang on a second, because I don't have the laws here, but I don't know if we can do conditional permit for.
Doesn't read as such, Commissioner.
So I think the board in the past has done temporary, a shorter term of an approval than the year, because I think they're required to come back annually, but I don't think there isn't anything to prevent them to have to come back, 6 months from now.
Well, again, Director, it's a license that's privileged.
It's a permit.
I mean, excuse me, the permit. I'm correcting myself. Huh? The permit. So we have the ability to bring it back anytime we want to.
I was just making this suggestion. If you have that ability, then I got to ensure that conversation.
So, okay. Thanks.
Assessor Stringer, if you're still on the line, please get in touch with me in the next 2 weeks, please, if the taxes haven't been paid.
We'll bring it back.
Okay.
Chair?
There's no further discussion. We're in the middle of calling for the vote, please.
Excuse me, there's a question here on the actual business license for the town. Is this separate and different than the permit? Because I see a permit from the Nevada State Fire Marshal's office, but we don't have anything to say about those. Nevada State business license, Town of Pahrump business license. Are we referring to the Town of Pahrump business license that we're trying to extend? Because it says it's good from May the 14th of 2023 to May the 14th of 2024.
No, we're actually talking about the fireworks permit, not town license.
Okay, so that's in
county.
place. Let's see. Because I don't see anything in here about fireworks permit. I see one from the State Fire Marshal for hazardous material permits. Am I looking at the right one? Yeah, that's outlaw. Okay. Okay, so it says discussion and deliberation regarding a renewal of a wholesale retail fireworks permit for outlaws pyrotechnics located and, yeah. So I guess I'm getting confused about it because I don't see anything where it shows where they've already had a permit of this kind in the past.
Yes, on one of the other places that we just went through.
Of what on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so is that something totally different that we're going to add to this particular property? It says the permit fee of $1,000 has been paid to the sheriff's office.
For their permit.
Well, this one that's in here, it says fireworks permit for the 2023 season, which would be now. It doesn't say anything about July to July or when it's good or when it's expired. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I don't have a problem with supporting him having a license, but I just can't find the proper documentation, I guess you would say, for the permit that they've already or are asking for. And I can't see where they've been made to have one in the past. These are all talking about Pahrump town licenses and state fire marshals things, Nevada state business license, and that is I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I can't find what I expected to find when you asked to approve a permit. For what?
Sheriff, are you still on the line, please?
We are still here, yes.
Thank you, Sheriff. Sheriff, would you be able to confirm that they have indeed the wholesale retail fireworks permit? Because it's not in the backup, as Commissioner Cox has pointed out. Everything else is.
Let me look and see if I can find something.
Thank you.
Yeah, because they're looking for a fireworks permit, and none of these say that. It says the required documentation has been submitted to the sheriff's office. A letter of request, a Nevada State business license, a Nevada State Fire Marshal hazardous materials permit, and the Town of Pahrump business license, and a certification of liability insurance. And the permit fee of $1,000 has been paid to the sheriff's office. It doesn't, And they're talking about a renewal of a wholesale retail fireworks permit from the outlaw. It doesn't really show that they've even had one.
Chair?
Yes, Sheriff.
Yeah, that's going to take me a while to get into past records and find out that information. I cannot answer you as to whether they, I guess some of the board would probably be more able to answer the question as to whether they've had a previous permit or license in the past or not. I haven't been involved in this, obviously.
I understand. Sure. Yes,
I have the agenda items that we did in 2022, 2019. So I mean, they've requested fireworks applications each year. So I'm kind of like I'm not too sure what the issue is. So.
Well, I think the issue is, are we trying to renew an old permit, or do we just need to give them a new permit, period?
It's continuously renewing the same permit.
Yes.
Which I have the application.
Okay, so you show documentation that they've already had it in the past, and it's.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's just a matter of wording. I mean, I don't have a problem with them having a permit. It just, according to this, it looks like there has not been a permit in the past because it's not in the backup along with all the other paperwork that's usually supplied here. So, so are we renewing one, or are we just going to give them a new permit?
This is
a renewal.
This is indeed a renewal.
And that's what it says in the action item. It says, and my motion was to renew.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so is this, I mean, just need to dot your i's and cross your t's so that it doesn't come back in a month and they find out that they can't do business because we made an error up here.
Oh, we're from what I can see from all the prior documentation, it looks like we've approved this thing.
Okay.
More than once.
And yeah, I'm sorry, Frank, but what documentation are you looking at? Because we don't have any on our end.
I'm looking at the agenda items that were previously approved back in June of 2022, and I've got the other one here, June 18 and 2019, and I didn't bring the one for 2020, so I would have had that one as well, but I didn't bring it.
See, the problem is we don't have that in our backup, and we don't have anything from the sheriff's office in our backup, so we're looking at something different than you. We don't have those.
Well, it wasn't part of, again, Donna, excuse me, Commissioner, it wasn't supposed to be part of the backup. Again, we're renewing a current permit. All I brought with myself, in case there was a question to say if this was a permit that was issued before, I can say yes.
Okay, I just want to make that clear. I understand that. I understand that. Because I do that a lot of times. I bring my own documentation for something that for some reason didn't get submitted. So I just wanted to clarify it for the record. So if you have that documentation, I will take your word for it that they had it, that they did it, that they paid for it in the past.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. Is there any further discussion? No. I will now call for the vote. Number 30.
Carbone, aye.
Cox, aye.
Jabbour's aye.
Nay.
Who voted nay? Okay.
Can't go along with
Number 30 passes 3 yea, 1 nay, 1 absence.
So the sheriff didn't vote? Or no?
No.
We've got.
He's not part of this.
No.
Oh, okay. I just thought.
Sheriff, thank you for hanging on the line.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Sheriff, are you still there?
I am here.
Thank you. That's what I meant, was thank you for hanging on the line. Number 32, please, Manager.
Item 32 for possible action. Discussion and deliberation to 1, approve the interstate interlocal contract between public agencies, Nevada Department of Public Safety, Office of Criminal Justice Assistance, and Nye County Sheriff's Department dated March 23rd, 2023 for Nevada State Plan of Operation for the Defense Department Excess Property Program, Section 1033, and 2, ratify the contract as signed by the Nye County Sheriff on March 23rd, 2023.
We have the sheriff on the line, and we also have Ms. Strozzi in chambers here. Were you going to speak on this, or just the sheriff? Okay. Go ahead, Sheriff.
Thank you. So what this is a state program funded by the federal government, which allows us to acquire equipment and property from the federal government, commonly referred to as the 1033 program. We have used this in the past. We're currently in the process of getting a not new, but new to us SWAT vehicle under this program that we're going to be getting from Lincoln County. Lyon County. This is a good contract. We've gotten firearms in the past. We've gotten night vision equipment, 2 vehicles. We're getting a 3rd. So this is a very useful program that we can participate in and get equipment and items from the government that would maybe cost us tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars sometimes at no cost. So this is something that we do support and are asking for.
Thank you, Sheriff. Commissioner Cox, do you have any questions in regards to number 32?
No, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Boskovich?
I don't have any questions.
I do.
Sounds like a good deal.
I do hear some feedback on somebody's line is open besides the sheriff. If you could mute your phone, please, besides the sheriff.
Yeah, right.
Commissioner Carbone?
It's not my phone. Oh, maybe you're asking me a question. No, I really don't have any issues. I do know that I think we had one of our citizens out there were concerned about this item. They thought that this was, I think, property from inmates or other individuals that had equipment impounded. This is not that process.
No, as and I understand, as the sheriff explained, this is a federal acquirement, property from the federal government that they have acquired.
Yeah. So with that, I have no other questions other than I'll make a motion when you have
Okay.
You're done doing public comment.
Okay. Well, I will bring everyone's attention to page 3 and number 9. Page 3, number 9 clearly reads that under this contract that there is provision for inspection and audit. So whatever if we move forward with this, whatever the sheriff's office, the sheriff was signing off on, that they would be subject to an inspection and audit, and this way there's checks and balances with whatever we were to receive in the county.
Yeah, it's very specific.
Yes.
Commissioner, can I respond to that?
Of course.
Go
ahead, Sheriff.
Where yes, yes, there is stipulations and requirements for inspection and audit, and we have undergone audits in reference to this program numerous times in the past. And what we have to do is we have to provide every single piece of equipment, whether it's a SWAT Bearcat vehicle or a ballpoint pen. We have to provide that item and show it to them. So our audits are very meticulous, and we are definitely held to a standard.
Thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate that. Okay, let me open this up for public comment at this time. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, Amy Nelson, Nelson. Thank you for the clarification. I'm probably the citizen that Frank was referring to, and I'm happy to hear that this is for a federal program only. My only other question is, if and when items are acquired through this program, will it be from the budget, or will it have to be approved through the commissioners each time that you have these acquisitions? And that's my only unanswered question. Thank you.
Before we give clarification, Sheriff, please let me continue with public comment. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment. And Sheriff, if you'd like to address Ms. Nelson's comment.
Yeah, I can address Amy's question. This equipment is obtained by us at no cost. There are sometimes ancillary costs, things like if the item that we're asking, what this is military surplus, if you want to look at it that way. And if the item, say for instance, is in Kingman, Arizona, we would be responsible for the costs of getting that item to us, whether it be going down there and loading a big 1-ton generator on a flatbed trailer, or like we're going to do with this new SWAT vehicle from Lyon County, we're going to go up there and drive it back. So that's the only costs incurred. And then when we no longer want the item, we have to return it back to the Department of Defense, again, at our cost, unless we can make some other arrangement through someone else. So that's the only costs involved in this, Ms. Nelson, is the transport costs, I guess you might say.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff, for that. Okay, if there's no further discussion from the commission, I will call for the vote, please.
Well, we have to make a motion.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I
Make
make
the motion.
I make that mistake all the time. You know, I'd like to make a motion to approve this interstate, interlocal contract between public agencies and ratify the contract signed by the Nye County Sheriff back in March 2023.
Second. Is it good?
I was gonna say, there's nobody up here to second it, so.
It's good.
No, Commissioner Boskovich seconded the motion, and I believe he was just getting the okay from the deputy DA that what you said was good.
Getting the nod.
Yes? Okay, and now, if there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Boskovich, aye.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye.
Do I need to ask the DA? Carbone, aye.
Thank you. Number 32 passes 4, 1 absence. I'd like to call for a 5-minute comfort break, please.
Thank you.
Okay, is everybody back?
We're ready, Chair.
Oh, thank you. Okay, we will resume the BOCC meeting. And let's open with 34, please, Manager.
Item 34 for possible action. Presentation, discussion, and deliberation to adopt, amend, and adopt or reject Nye County Resolution Number 2023-16, a resolution authorizing the transfer of Nye County's 2023 private activity bond volume cap to the Nevada Rural Housing Authority and other matters properly related thereto. 10-minute time limit.
Thank you, Tim. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you. Again, Diane Arvizo, A-R-V-I-Z-O, Director of Homeownership Programs for Nevada Rural Housing Authority, for the record. There goes my timer. Go. Thank you very much for your time today. I am very pleased to come back before you this year to discuss our request for Nye County to transfer your private activity bond cap to Nevada Rural Housing this year. I am here today to briefly add a bit more flavor to some of the points of interest outlined in the report that was provided with our request. I'm also here to explain why we make the request and what our agency has been doing to help deliver housing opportunities to rural Nevadans. Nevada Rural Housing Authority's area of operation is roughly defined as serving communities with a population under 150,000. We're considered a local government and political subdivision, exercising public and governmental functions, and we are overseen by a board of commissioners appointed by Nevada Association of Counties and the Nevada League of Cities. Who we are on paper is not half as important as what we do in our communities, which has been happening since 1973. It's our birthday. It's our 50th birthday this year. Nevada Rural Housing is celebrating 50 years of service in rural Nevada. And it's pretty incredible to see how much the agency has grown from a public housing agency to a multifaceted housing finance agency that believes housing really is an ecosystem where we can and should find opportunities for all rural Nevadans, whether it's helping keep those on the brink of homelessness out of the cycle of poverty or the families who are ready to take on the responsibility of homeownership. The last 50 years have seen important activities, such as the birth of the homeownership program in 2006 that has delivered over $2 billion in affordable mortgages, many of which have happened right here in Nye County, including the exclusive Buy and Nye program. Running a homebuyer tax credit program that's resulted in $40 million in estimated tax savings to rural homebuyers, helping them infuse those savings right back into the local communities where they live. About 1,200 rural Nevada families assisted with rent annually, ensuring that they stay off the brink of homelessness and push themselves further down the line of self-sufficiency. Specifically, Nye County has 271 residents receiving help with their rent from Nevada Rural Housing's Housing Choice Voucher Program. We are always looking to engage with owners who are interested in renting to voucher holders. If interested, please contact us at landlords@nvrural.org. Shameless plug. We have a dedicated landlord liaison who works with landlords and clients to make it a smooth and positive process and experience. In our history, 729 units of housing have been built or preserved, contributing to the housing ecosystem. Belmont and Desert Apartments on Erie and Main Street here That is another property that offers 1 and 2 bedroom units with rental assistance available. Was rehabbed in 2018 by Nevada Rural Housing, and we have units available now. It's important, we want to get that message out today. Right here in Tonopah. Yep, right here in Tonopah. So please get the word out. We have units available at your beautiful properties right here in Tonopah. Email us at info, I-N-F-O, @nvrural.org if you know of anyone or work with someone who's seeking attainable housing, and we can connect you directly with the property management. We can say that we're mission driven all we want, but the talk is in the walk, which is why this progress report is important to share with our partners like the Nye County Commission. Partnerships and relationships are the cornerstones of our program successes. Nye County has been a key contributor to the success of Nevada Rural Housing's homeownership programs from the beginning, with its transfer of unused private activity bond cap, a total of $19.4 million in bond cap to date. Bond cap is a funding mechanism we use to help rural Nevadans benefit from the homebuyer tax credit program that we call the mortgage credit certificate. The bond cap is not money or a line item in a locality's budget, but instead the opportunity to issue debt for qualified purposes. Or it can be transferred to an entity like Nevada Rural Housing for a purpose like the tax credit program. We are requesting that this body vote again this year to transfer the unused bond cap to help continue the momentum of Nevada Rural Housing's homeownership programs. Since 2006, our homeownership programs have provided 422 homebuyers in Nye County with $70 million in affordable mortgages, $2.3 million in down payment assistance, and an estimated $600 million has been returned in federal tax savings to those homebuyers, with 17 of the homebuyers helped in just the past few months. Since December, the Buy and Nye homeownership program provided $53,000 in down payment assistance to 4 first-time buyers with lower household income, and 2 of those new homeowners received the mortgage credit certificate through this program funded by your bond cap transfer. This makes homeownership for them even more affordable over the life of the loan. A quick note on the homebuyer tax credit program: it can save the homebuyer thousands over the life of the loan, plus it can help them get qualified for the mortgage because the estimated tax savings is considered additional qualifying income. This program has been what's helped many rural Nevadans qualify for a home, and that's a real game changer. We appreciate Nye County's continued support of this program because it makes a difference in the communities that we serve and in the people that you serve. It changes your constituents and neighbors' lives as they make their way from renter to homeowner. This probably goes without saying, but there's no silver bullet, there's that silver bullet again, to solving our housing challenges. It takes partnerships, relationships, and smart right-fit solutions for each community. Nevada Rural Housing's approach intends to be innovative, collaborative, and fiscally responsible. And we aim to maintain a blend of programs and services that deliver a mission that's housing and rural-centric. I'm happy to answer any questions about the bond cap transfer or anything else that I've covered here or in your packet today while I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox, do you have any questions?
Not right at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Boskovich?
I don't have any questions, but great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Carbone?
So, again, it's a little over $3 million. And the plan is to do what specifically with this particular $3 million?
Great question. So what we do is we collect the unused bond cap from all of the counties and cities so we can serve rural Nevada collectively. So that $3 million in bond cap will be pooled for us to be able to fund the single family programs with Nevada Rural Housing. I specifically intend to have that convert to mortgage credit certificates because it's the most powerful tool for affordable homeownership. However, we do have the option to use that for mortgage revenue bonds, should we choose to do so. The markets are not conducive to that, so mortgage credit certificates are by far the best way to put that to work. If the county doesn't have another use for it, you can transfer it to us to make sure it's being served in rural Nevada. If it doesn't get used for either a transfer to us or to another qualifying purpose, it reverts back to the state where you know it will be used in Clark and Washoe County.
So where specifically do you think, or generally where you think you're going to be using this funds? Because obviously you've accumulated, said $19 million, so it's a lot of money. So it has gone through the years. So where is this particular $3 million going to be used? Is it in a broad area, concentrated area? What are we looking at?
So because it's not money and it's bond, okay. So it has a 3-year expiration date. So we have 3 years in which to put it into an active program. Once it's converted into an active program, like a mortgage credit certificate program or a mortgage revenue bond program, then we have the balance of that year plus 2 additional years in which to actually generate the loans.
Mm-hmm.
We generate them all across rural Nevada. So anywhere that we serve, it's going to be used in rural Nevada. There's no commitment to certain areas, like we don't dedicate $3 million to Nye County, for example. It is used first come, first served to where the people need it.
So generally, where is that going to?
But we market it rural all over.
So
yeah, we market across the state.
Okay, so is it being looked at in specific areas? Because because first come, first served could be,
Yeah.
So.
Well, we definitely serve heavily in Nye County, obviously right now, because of the Buy and Nye program. Nye County is receiving our top of our marketing budget. Okay. So most of our money is actually going into our Nye County marketing.
The reason why I keep asking these questions is there's a lot of folks out there going, "What was they doing with that thing?
Yeah.
What's it doing? What is going to go on with it?" So
yep.
I'm asking the question, so it's on the record.
And
it's probably not a whole lot of people out there, but it's on the record.
Yeah, it's important to know where it's going. So I want to be super clear. We pool all of the unused bond cap into one program with no commitment that it will be utilized anywhere. For example, Esmeralda County has transferred unused cap to us in the past, but we cannot do loans in Esmeralda County because of the flood zones. They don't have any flood mapping, and so there's no financing available for the program. So, but they can support the programs to make sure the rural Nevadans are being served, and so that's what they've done.
It makes sense. And
yeah.
Again, I'd like to make sure that people understand how the program works, how the funds come in, where it goes to, how it's not funds, but the process and how it all comes together. So, yep.
Thank you. I appreciate your asking that question.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah. And we have been doing the collective transfer or pooling of the transferred funds since 2006, and it has worked really well. We have served, 16 of the 17 counties in Nevada.
I know it worked very well up here as well. I mean, again, the proof is in the pudding. So you got homes that are up here available or spaces for people to go to.
Yeah.
Yes, the apartments up on the south end of town, I think, has been very successful, very welcoming. A lot of people have gone in, are still there, and there is some movement. I just want to be clear, and I know in the backup here that because our community, all of the rural communities under 150,000, there's no way that Clark or Washoe can ever apply for and be awarded any of this monies. Is that correct?
Well, Clark and Washoe are allocated, every county is allocated their portion based on population. So they already get an initial allocation, plus any unused that is not transferred to Nevada Rural Housing, which is minimal. That reverts back to the state. There are entities, like say there's someone or an entity that is going to build a multifamily housing apartment. They can apply to the state to tap into that funding that they have. And most of those are in Clark and Washoe. So they get their bulk of the share already by nature of where the population is. Yes.
Isn't there
we don't operate in the city limits of Reno, the city limits of Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Henderson, and Summerlin.
Isn't it Does it understand that it's based on population numbers? I think there's a specific level you can go to, and that's it. Under a certain level is how it works.
For us, we serve
150,000?
areas with populations under 150,000. That's correct. So actually, we don't serve enterprise in Clark County either because the last census pushed them over 150,000. We used to serve enterprise in Clark County.
Yeah, that's changed.
But that is no longer a rural area. But we serve Mesquite and Searchlight and Laughlin and places like
Mesquite's
that.
still under 150,000.
Yeah. Logandale, Moapa.
So some of the questions, Diana, you answered in your presentation with your numbers. And if you wouldn't mind, would you be able to give do you have a copy? Would we be able to make a copy? Because you have significant numbers and information in your presentation.
What would you specifically like? Homeownership or the rental information?
Well, you had voucher information, you had home ownership, you had assistance, rental assistance, et cetera. And as I'm writing the 420 homes that you assisted with, these are significant numbers, right? That I want to wrap my head around. So in the future, I can help carry the torch for your endeavors, your department's endeavors as well, right? But I need to wrap my head around where everything is going and how you're helping these people. So, and you have it right in your presentation.
I do, thank you.
So is that presentation, somehow we can't have the whole presentation?
Well, I can certainly give this to you. These are just talking points. I'm happy to share with the commissioners by email. Happy to do that.
Very good.
Would that work?
That'll be perfectly fine, and that way it eliminates the side notes that you wrote about Frank and I.
I'll be sure to use my whiteout for that.
Okay. And the last thing that I'd like to say to you is happy 50th anniversary.
Thank you very much.
Department. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Let me open this up for public comment at this time. Do we have any public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, Amy Nelson, Nelson. It's a great presentation, and I am thoughtful of the tiny homes that were approved by the commission, and we have a sales office out on 160. These homes start at $60,000. They're brand new. They have one bedroom, one bath. They have washers and dryers, or at least rooms for them, and kitchens. They're fully functional on a minimal lot that cuts down on upkeep. So I was wondering if the program wouldn't be able to use the first-time buyers on something like this that is comparable to renting a one-bedroom apartment, and instead of paying a high apartment fee, pay a lower amount for a mortgage. And I don't know if that's possible, but it crossed my mind that these homes might be something that this organization can look into, or possibly the sales office out on 160 can look at your program and see if the people are interested in that. So that's my observation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Westerlin, here in Tonopah, please.
Joe Westerlund, town of Tonopah. Last name is Westerlund. And it's a question, and I know it's not a back and forth here, but does Nevada Rural Housing offer any type of assistance to teachers? Rural Nevada has a hard time getting teachers. Is there a voucher program for teachers with housing assistance?
After.
Okay. That's all I want.
Is that all you have? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Clark and Pahrump, please.
Hello, Commissioners. I have a lot of experience working in assisted housing and stuff in California.
Ms. Clark,
and I have
can you say your... Ms. Clark,
oh, I'm
please
sorry,
say
Linda
your name
Clark.
and spell it for the
I
record.
always forget that. Linda Clark, C-L-A-R-K. My question is any of these funds being used to help our veterans? And if they are, where are they helping them at? Because we seem to have a lot of them that don't have homes. And I know from my experience in California there was never enough homes to cover even the vouchers that the government gave these people. So where do they go and how are you helping them? And that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment. And if you don't mind, one question was teacher assistance and the other was funds for veterans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
To address the question regarding whether Nevada Rural Housing Authority offers programs specifically to serve teachers, we do not. We don't have a specialized program only for teachers. The Nevada Housing Division had a teachers program that had been extended multiple times over the last couple years. It offered $7,500 in down payment assistance with a pretty good interest rate for the first mortgage. I believe that program is expiring this summer, like I think this month. They were having a hard time extending that this last time. So I believe that program is coming to a close. However, our program can be utilized to help anybody who meets the income requirements. And our income limits are $150,000. They are more generous for the rural areas because of dual income earning families, such as the mining industry has higher income. We have 17 counties to serve, so we have to cover the different income that might be higher in some of the rural areas. So by nature of who we serve, it's not a first-time homebuyer program, and it doesn't have the more restrictive bond income requirements. So we can set our own income limits, which are about 160% of AMI. So we are opening the door for teachers. In fact, families with 2 teachers typically qualify for our program. We offer down payment assistance up to 4% of the loan amount, which is very generous. So there's that, and that's ongoing. That does not have an expiration date. So I hope that helps in terms of how we can help a teacher. Regarding the veterans, so that was there was 2 ways that was going. So there's the rental aspect, homelessness aspect. Nevada Rural Housing actually owns Richards Crossing in Carson City, which has a veterans preference for homeless veterans. That is a debt-free property that has taken in homeless veterans with assistance. So that's a property that we have there. We have VASH vouchers, which are provided to veterans through the VA eligibility process. So we have VASH vouchers available to help homeless veterans or lower income veterans to get into affordable rental assistance. So that's programs that they can contact us about anytime. And then for the homeownership program, of course, we offer VA loans as one of the options for pairing with or without down payment assistance, but we also offer the mortgage credit certificate program at no cost for veterans.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner. Entertaining a motion?
No, not yet.
Are you going to sneeze?
No. I have to clarify something because in one person's comments, they mentioned tiny homes. You know, we, the county, don't have any programs that purchase or buy or involved in tiny homes other than what our state has asked us to go look at. Just so, Ms. Nelson, you heard that, I hope.
Commissioner Carbone, I will address that our program does allow for single-family financing of stick-built properties that meet your typical financing situation. So like Lennar, you know, D.R. Horton, New Home Communities and such like that. Manufactured homes, we allow double wides. No single wides are eligible for the program, unfortunately. Tiny homes are not an eligible property for the program right now anyway. So even in other areas, we don't have the ability to finance those at this time, regardless of whether it was accepted.
And I appreciate that help too, because we wanted to make sure that people stop thinking the county's purchasing or involving voucher programs for tiny homes.
That was great information. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the follow-up.
This could be a
Great
drinking,
thought.
this could literally be a drinking game. Every single meeting, tiny homes is mentioned every single conversation.
Well, you can now buy them at Walmart, at Home Depot for starting at $48,000. So they're already depreciating. But I have a question now.
Yes, Commissioner Cox, go ahead.
This is for Diana. I'm not sure quite how this works, but we have an extremely large amount at this point of homeless people living in whatever they can find, living wherever they can find. Is this program for homeless at all, or is this for people that are just low income? And let me tell you, some of the homeless people are not, I guess they're considered low income, but they're not totally without. They just prefer to live that way. But there's some that do not, that have other circumstances and do not have a lot of money. Would this help them at all to get into at least an apartment if they don't have a steady income other than maybe $700 a month for Social Security, which is the case with a lot of single women?
Commissioner Cox, you ask a very good question that covers a couple of different areas. So I'd like to be clear for the record that Nevada Rural Housing Authority has different program areas in which we serve. We have the HUD Section 8 voucher program area that provides rental assistance. And under that area, that would include your traditional Section 8 vouchers, your VASH vouchers for veterans, your project-based vouchers where the vouchers actually attached to the property. And so all of those types of rental assistance programs, even security deposit programs, those all operate through rental assistance. That's one area that doesn't cross over into any other area, okay? Then we have homeownership programs, which is exclusively for people who are mortgage ready. Okay, we do not do any subsidy for people who are buying a home. We put people, or we help provide access to affordable credit for people who have been working to get good credit. They have stable, dependable income. They can afford their first mortgage. They just have a barrier to being able to get in, like saving up for a down payment. Maybe they've been paying way over 30% of their rent for a long time. That's been a barrier to being able to save up for down payment. And so by using our homeownership program, they can use down payment assistance and get into the program and have a more affordable interest rate. That gets them off to a good start. They don't have to drain a 401k. They don't have to use all of their savings and be house broke the day they get into their home. We have a minimum credit score requirement of 640. Our average credit score for the program is closer to 700.
Oh, wow.
So it's a high performing program. We have a very low delinquency rate, averaging right now around 2.3%, which is below the national average. These are high performing mortgage ready borrowers who have solid rental history. So we are not moving people from a homeless or those who are experiencing a homelessness type of situation into a homeownership situation. There's a process that each person must go through to be ready and prepared to be a successful homeowner. So we would never want anyone to skip that process or the steps involved to be successful. I would also like to share that for those people, like you mentioned, maybe the single mom with lower income or maybe fixed income seniors, for example, who might be mortgage ready but be pretty tight on funds, there are other programs that could potentially help them, like the USDA Rural Development Program. Okay. It has a direct loan program where they will USDA will subsidize the interest rate to as low as 1%. That helps people who are on a fixed income because they adjust the interest rate and the loan term to help set the payment where the person can afford it. That's a subsidized loan program. It's the only one like it. So programs like that stand alone, and we certainly help refer people to those programs when that's a better fit for them.
Okay, that was.
I hope that helps answer your question.
It helped a great deal because I was going to ask you about the fact that some of these people do have money in their pockets. Some of them with the veterans programs, I've heard get up to $4,000 a month, but they have no credit. Their credit score is like 0 because they've been living on the streets, they've been, whatever. And if they decide they want to get into a place, how does that fall with the having the money but not the credit? Are you still able to help them if they have money and no credit?
Yeah, there's definitely a process to working on how to get qualified when you have actual income sufficient to repaying a mortgage. I would tell a person like that to reach out to us and ask, what are my next steps? I want to buy a home. I don't know where to get started. And we would just kind of coach them from there because every person's situation is unique.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. And I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Boskovich, did you have anything else?
No, I have nothing, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Carbone?
Yes, I'm going to be making a motion, but I do want to ask staff a question. All the information that was just, I don't want to say, it just came out, good information. Maybe we need to set up some kind of a, I don't want to call it a town hall, but some kind of a time frame when we can actually have somebody as yourself and come down and brief in a couple of other towns all the information that she just spurted out, because most people don't know what just was spoken and they have no clue. So, and even if they went to the websites and so on and so forth, they might be confused and so on, and then just say, I don't want to do this because I don't understand it. So having somebody explain it the way you just did would be great. Even if you made a video and we could share it with everybody, it would be nice. So can we think about doing something like that? Am I asking too much?
Commissioner, I'd like to add something to that if I may, because that's a really, good idea in terms of sharing information. I would just add that it might be more beneficial for your audience to maybe invite other organizations that also have programs of service that they could kind of collectively be able to see what is available to help based on need or circumstances. Because there's quite a few different programs.
That'd be great. I accept what you're offering. I'm hoping that staff can figure that all out. Nothing like putting more on your plate, huh? Sorry.
Well,
I'd like to adopt Nye County Resolution 2023-16, transferring the Nye County 2023 private activity bond value cap to the Nevada Rural Housing Authority.
Thank you. I have a motion. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, I will call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Carbone?
Jabbour's aye. Number 34 passes 4 with 1 absence.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Thank you. Continue to help many people. Thank you. Number 35, please.
5 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, discuss the request for qualifications for bid number 2023-02 regarding the Nye County Facilities Master Plan. 2, accept the response from Collaborative Design Studios. 3, provide direction to staff to enter into fee negotiations with the selected responder. There is no cost to enter into negotiations. Or 4, reject the response and provide direction to staff on how to proceed.
Here's Honey.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Honey Strozzi, STROZZI for the record. I believe Lorena Dellinger, who spearheaded this project, wanted to speak on behalf of at least the purpose of the project.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Assistant County Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honey. So we put out a request for qualifications for a consultant to provide services that the county is in need of. We would like our facilities to be assessed. We have not had this done, as far as I am aware, to plan for growth, which we tend to go up and down, but we definitely need to have an assessment of our facilities done for at least 30 to 40 years of future use.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, I apologize. I wasn't ignoring either one of you. I was looking at page 21 that specifically says services provided for the next 30 years. So I was right along with you. Go ahead, honey.
I apologize. I wasn't trying to rush you.
Thank you.
I would just like to provide an update on the solicitation. The solicitation was placed in the paper February 4th. We had a response opening February 28th. We received one response or a statement of qualifications from Collaborative Design Studio. Mm-hmm. We had an evaluation panel of 4 members, each evaluated individually. As you can see from the backup, the firm scored fairly high with 395s and I believe a score of 52. Unfortunately, we did not have a comparative statement from another firm, but what CDS, Collaborative Design Studio, provided is, I believe, to be sufficient evidence to make a determination. We would like to move forward with fee negotiations if the board so chooses. They, in their statement of qualifications, provided a 5-phase project outline. They have performed projects with similar scope. They are familiar with Nye County, and we think they are an overall fairly good team firm to select.
Thank you for that.
Oh, I forgot to let you know that we also have a representative from Collaborative Design Studios online or on the phone if you guys have any questions for them.
Okay, thank you. Did you have anything else that you wanted to add?
No, thank you.
No, okay. Director Allen, did you have anything that you wanted to expound on? Donna Cox, please.
No, only to state that this is a very important project. It assesses our buildings today. They promise to visit each department and basically assess each department's needs, not only for what's happening today, but for 30 years from now. It's after 9/11, I think it's important to state that our buildings had to undergo a change. The way we use them, the way we interact with the public, it all changed. And our newest building is probably this one, and this is 15 years old approximately. So it's time to look at our buildings.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cox, did you have any questions for either directors or county managers, assistant county manager?
No, I don't. Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Boskovich?
I don't have anything at the moment.
Commissioner Carbone? Why are you looking at me like that?
I know that you want me to say something in positive.
You don't have to say anything.
Okay, I know that.
Okay,
You
next.
keep You keep trying to make me be a good guy. I really don't have anything really to say other than we know that the facilities that we have currently today is wearing out, as the director pointed out. Not only the ones down in Tonopah, up here in Tonopah, but down in Pahrump, and Gabs and every place else. These buildings are just getting old. I mean, this building is older than the building that the director was talking about. So, yeah, I think it's time for us to do an evaluation. I'm not too sure if we're really going to like the answer we're going to get, and then what the price tag is for all the things that come along with it. So I think it's worth getting it. My concern is what do we do with it once we get it? And then what's going to cost us to do this? Obviously, you have a number, right? An approximate number.
Well, currently, right now, we don't have a number just because we haven't entered into fee negotiations. However, we do have a budget set aside of $200,000. So I would say, yeah, right now that's our limit.
Right. I know it's in the documents. I just want to make sure it was heard on the record.
And I'd like to kind of step in here. I may not make some people too happy, but, you know, we just spent like, what was it, $7 million to put a program into these buildings to bring them up to par. As far as air conditioning, lighting, insulation, roofing, all these kind of things, so that we could use them for a long, 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 long time. And, you know, I would hate to say that, you know, they're going to come back in a year and say, well, nothing is great, and we threw away $7 million because we want to tear down all the buildings and start over again. I have a big concern about that. These buildings will stand as long as we want them to stand. They are not, they're constructed well enough. I mean, they may not be perfect, and they may not be up to something you would build in Las Vegas or New York City, but they work fine here. And if we spent all that money, then we're out $7 million for building new buildings because we already put it into the older buildings, and that's only been over the last year, and I don't think that program is ever finalized. At this point, we're still looking at that. So maybe we're just jumping the gun too soon to do this kind of thing. You know, I mean, it's not what I would have chose to build here, but it's what they chose to build here before I got on the board. And I look around at it, and it's been upkept, and it looks a lot better than what we have in most of the areas in Nye County. And I just don't think we can justify at this time going through this kind of an exercise. Maybe 5 years down the road or something, when we recoup some of our money back for our $7 million we put out. So I just want to give you that food for thought. It's nothing personal with anybody. It's just common sense. And I have enough architectural background to understand buildings, and I'm telling you, these things will stand a long time with just a little bit of help. Don't have any cracks, don't have anything falling down, and we're not in a flood zone, so we're good there. And that's all I have to say on it. I think we have somebody else that wants to speak at the podium.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. So you touched on something pertinent to what this is, the Nye County's Facilities Master Plan, and that none of us were on the board way back when. But this has to do with proper planning, and we are the commission now, and they're coming to us, the staff is coming to us to see if this is something that we want to consider. We haven't entered into the negotiations yet. We don't know what it's going to cost. This is just to give the green light to enter into negotiations. And at that time, it would come back to us. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, it would come back to us, and then we would have more detailed information as far as how we wanted to move forward or not move forward. But I think it is very important, and as us as the commission, to have the foresight and insight for the future, for whoever sits as the commission and whoever our residents are, which now are our young and the middle-aged people, and we're getting older and growing. And, you know, we may or may not be here, and we'll be thankful that we did plan ahead. This is why we have planning, and we have all of these different departments throughout the county to help, so we're not ignoring any of these issues.
So I'm not quite sure how much it's going to cost us just to negotiate. Is that where the 200,000 is coming in?
That's for the study, I believe.
And we do have
Mr.
somebody
Chair.
at the podium from the county that would like to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. We'll let me allow Ms. Strozzi to clarify the negotiations part in the budgetary amount. Go ahead, Ms. Strozzi.
Mr. Chair, this will not cost us anything with the exception of, you know, us meeting with the company, you know, so labor, you know, everyday labor. So to enter into fee negotiations, there is no cost. The 200,000 that I had mentioned earlier is just an anticipated budget that we had set aside for this project if you decide to move forward with a contract.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director Allen.
No, Commissioner Cox, I appreciate your comments. You're correct on everything you said. We did just spend a pretty decent amount of money, and it's important to state that none of that will actually go to waste. So they're going to evaluate the current buildings for reuse. We're not getting rid of any of them, but also evaluate what we need additional in order to accommodate the growth. So they'll look at the buildings in terms of where we are. The AC is good, the boilers are good, the lighting is good, the electrical's good, and then do their evaluation based on space, depending on what each department. They'll interview each department individually after.
Isn't that what we just paid the $7 million for?
No, ma'am, we did that. That was for all mostly HVAC, and we did boilers, HVAC, we did solar, digital, the LED lighting throughout a lot of the county buildings. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
So the $1 million, we didn't get the full package like we were presented we were going to get.
No, we got everything.
And now we need more?
No, now we're evaluating the buildings further. Not for HVAC and lighting, but in terms of space to do our jobs.
$1 million, $7 million for the air conditioning and the solar. I mean, we could have built a new building for $7 million. A whole lot of buildings for $7 million. So you see what I'm saying?
Just to give you an idea.
Don't think we got for the $7 million, I don't think we got our money's worth.
In Tonopah alone, there's 73 air conditionings in the courthouse. So if you look at that in terms of, if you average it out at 10,000 a piece, that's a lot of money.
Okay, but something just does not sound kosher here.
So it was not only for the AC, but it's also for the building management system so that we can watch them, because 73 air conditionings they're spread out over a large area. So we have a program now where we can actually see them all individually. So we did upgrade that system.
But that was above and beyond the $7 million that we spent.
No, that was part of it.
The
Chair, this is Marla Slotik on behalf of the DA's office. I think we're getting off the agenda. If this agenda item is for a request for bid or qualification to propose a project, which is clearly the scope is described in the backup, then I think we're getting into a past contract and payment amount for a different project. And if we could just stick to this one, we'll be on this agenda item. I think you're talking an apple and we're on an orange.
Well,
so if I can caution you, strongly caution you, to stick with this bid proposal and what the project entails, as opposed to going into the weeds of the prior project.
I'm just trying to evaluate whether the prior project was enough of what we were looking for or what we need versus why we need more. So, I mean, I think it is part of the, I need answers. So it's up to you guys. I mean, I've had my say, but
Okay.
You guys.
Okay, thank you, Deputy DA, and thank you, Commissioner. Assistant County Manager, you had something?
Yeah, I just wanted to try to help Commissioner Cox understand this project. It has to do with our facilities and space use for our personnel. Our departments expand and contract just depending on, from fiscal year to fiscal year, and we want to determine the long-term potential possibilities for personnel and service locations. Currently, we have several risk concerns with facilities that are, they're overcrowded in facilities. We have some issues that we do need to address. So it's really a project for space use and that evaluation on how we can at least address long-term situations.
And I think those could be addressed on an individual basis as needed. I'm sorry, I'm too conservative, I guess, but I can't explain to the public how we spent all that money to bring this up to where it is, and we're still not there, and we need to add more and more money to it. It's like a white elephant. I don't know at this point, because times are so bad economically, and we're just barely making it on the budget we have, and we keep spending $200,000 here and $500,000 there, and we have people that are homeless, and it just goes on and on. It's a vicious cycle, and I just think we need to stop and take a breather and take care of what we have now. I mean, we have problems with landscaping. We have problems with personnel as far as being able to hire people to even do the landscaping. We have, and where does it stop before we go bankrupt? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. At this time, let me open this up for public comment, please. Sam, do we have anybody on the phone, please?
Yes, Chair, the caller is...
Number 35.
Please speak and spell your
Yes, Amy Nelson. Amy Nelson, Nelson. I was going to say pretty much the same thing as Commissioner Cox. We just put in a lot of money with a guarantee that when this $7 million was spent, we would have buildings that were ready to move into. Now, if they're anticipating growth, then that should have been anticipated when they did all this stuff for $7 million, in my opinion. And if they anticipate growth, then do it as it happens. We're prepared, but we don't have the finances. This community has not grown yet, so let's back up and put this on the burner and take it when we need it. But right now, the taxpayers need to appropriate this money that we have in the coffer for other things in this community. And that's my opinion. But I don't want any of these. I want to reject the response. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Williams in Pahrump, please.
Helene Williams, WILLIAMS. Since I've lived here, I've been under the understanding that there was going to be development in the I, and we were going to be a one-stop shop. Where did that concept go? And I was shocked when I heard that this was the newest building. What is that building that's just been finished, and what's the one before that or after that wasn't finished too long ago? And if you want a building that needs to be taken down, what about that one out there? Sorry, where am I? That one out there. There. Oh, wherever, but everybody knows it needs to go. And I'm really shocked about this, because the one-stop shop concept, was a wonderful idea. I saw it when I was commissioner in California. where we brought together everybody, and the community loved it because you were always being sent to one department, then another department, then you had to go back to another department for all the signatures of all the things you wanted to do. Right now, you're driving around town and you get on 160, you really don't want to be there. I just want to go back to what happened to the last concept of the eye and all these new buildings that were meant to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. I appreciate the comments that both Amy and Helene raised. I'd like to also raise from a planning standpoint. When we're planning, we need to be looking further out and making sure that we have accomplished the term and longevity of that look at, maybe 15, 20, if not 30 years. So what are we going to need at that point? So that goes back to some of my regional planning comments I've made in the past, as far as what are we looking size-wise for the valley to be? How large is it going to be in the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? And then approach it from that perspective. And then how much are we going to need from the services standpoint to be able to fulfill the needs presently, going on in the future, and have we accounted for it? And then the big item is how much are we going to ask the citizens to do? So all of that is very important. It's really a coordinated effort. I don't think we're there yet. I think it needs more work. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hollis and Pahrump, please.
Thank you. Mary Ann Hollis, Hollis. I have a few comments in no particular order, and some of them don't even connect, but in my opinion, they all make sense. With all due respect, when you compare apples and oranges, somebody's going to learn something new. And I learned something new from Commissioner Cox. A 30 to 40 year outlook is aggressive and unrealistic. Most CIP plans or reserve studies or whatever title you want to put on it, at most go out 20 years. And the previous speaker mentioned 10. That's realistic in my book. For the $7 million of whatever that project was that Commissioner Cox was talking about, you could have built the new Civic Center. And has this company been apprised of what will be put into the Civic Center? Maybe some of those shortfalls that they would be looking at are already resolved with space in the Civic Center. That's just one thing. For as far as the current status, I mean, there was 31 line items that the board froze for new positions. And then to say you're going to spend X amount of dollars, 200,000 for the project to be estimated, et cetera. I don't know what message would be sent if you go and spend more money rather than unfreeze those line items. I mean, what is the message? I'll tell you what the message is that I get, and it's not good. You know, you got to stop the buck someplace. And so far, it's been stopped filling needed positions here, not something projected 20 to 30 years out. So I think, in essence, to look at facilities is good. Commissioner Cox made a good point. Inspect them when the need arises. Sometimes you pay now, sometimes you pay later, and sometimes you pay more later. But this is way too much to be paying now for something 30 years later. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment.
I'd just like to interject one more thing quickly. Several years ago, we had a master plan. We planned the Calvada Eye, not me personally because it was done previous to my being here, but close to the same time. And we haven't even completed that plan yet for the eye. And they're right, you know, we have people that, I mean, we need to hire people before we upgrade anything. We're running behind in the police department, we're running behind with paramedics, we're running behind with fire department. Those are essential. That's, you know, and apparently we're running behind as far as upkeeping the facilities we now have. So we add more facilities, we have to add more people. It's just a continuous chain here that we're trying to keep up with, and I just hate to get into that situation right now because we need infrastructure. We need roads more than we need buildings right now. Our buildings are sufficient for what we have, and they'll be sufficient for another 10 years, but our roads are not going to be that way because we've got too many people coming in from California and from Las Vegas even, because the ones that are going to California are running, the ones out of Vegas, they're coming out here, so we're getting it from both directions. And we need roads. I know people that don't even want to go out shopping anymore because you can't get from one side of the highway to the other, so we need stoplights. We need, I just don't think right now that we need to even worry about expanding our buildings. We need to expand a lot of other things, and $200,000 may not sound like a lot of money, but when that study comes in, they're going to want, again, probably millions of dollars to do another study, and we're not going to have a thing to show for it, and it's going to take them 5 or 10 years to do that study anyway. So then we're 20, you know, they're talking about 20 years down the road. Well, you know, 20 years down the road, by then, we'll have a study that, again, is incomplete because we didn't get it all done in that 20 years, and we're back to square one, and it's just rotating. So that's all I have to say about it. I just think this is a really bad time to put that money out, whether it be $200,000 or $2 million to do something like this. That can be done in maybe another 5 years, and there'll be justification for it after all the new people come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Boskovich, did you have anything else?
Just briefly, so way back 20 years ago, I remember before any of us were ever here on the board, they had, I mean, Pahrump, whether it was the town board or the county, they did study after study. I swear to God, they did a study on studies. It was just constantly studies. And people joked about it all the time because it was absurd. And this has nothing to do with director's department or anything else, or this request even. I think, again, we need to be very cautious of, if we can't afford staff, then how in the heck are we affording more studies? Mm-hmm. Unless I'm missing something, which I could be.
Well, I can remember a $250,000 study to buy a sewer and water plant that got voted down and ended up in the garbage can. It was something we didn't need, we didn't want, we couldn't, you know, in order to make us something we still to this day aren't, and we're doing fine without. But we're gone, we're out of $250,000.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Carbone, did you have anything related to this item, please?
No, I definitely need to make sure we educate some folks on what the environmental system was that we replaced throughout the county, or else we wouldn't have any employees working. But I'll make sure I get that information out to the other commissioners so they understand what we really did. So, and again, with this plan, I mean, obviously, from what I understand, doesn't look like the commissioners are interested in it. It's kind of what I'm getting.
Yes. Director Regner?
Again, just with the question, would this be something that would be a candidate for the additional money that the county is receiving, the $12 million, to be funded out of something like that instead of the general coffers?
And until we understand how much we're going to use that for other things that are definitely needed as well, we'll see. can always bring it back.
I'm just saying, it's a one-time
I
expense.
know, I appreciate your,
So,
Thank you.
it's a good suggestion.
Well, I think we've heard the sentiments. We've heard through the discussion unrelated and mostly related to. If we go to number 4, rejecting the response, we need to provide direction to staff on how to proceed. I don't hear anybody making a motion. Mm-hmm.
It's up to you two to tell us what we want to do, because obviously we feel that you don't really want to do it, so.
Would it be
give me a-
possible to bring this back in a couple of months and give us time to let the dust settle from everything else that's going on? Maybe 6 months even. I mean, is there a need to have this done right now?
Well, you'd have to breathe through the whole process again. I don't think, depends on how much time we have on this. What's the time limit on what we've got in front of us?
Mr. Chair, through you, truthfully, I am not certain. I haven't had to deal with a situation like this, so I'm not certain. I'd have to look it up.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But I would think if we did reevaluate in 6 months, that we would have to post and advertise, et cetera. As you said, go through the whole process all over again.
So, quick question. So it costs nothing to go through this initial stage, then we're gonna get presented with an estimate as far as what they want for us to continue, is that correct?
That's correct.
I don't see a harm in doing that.
It's still $200,000.
Well, it
Once it gets
depends.
through that stage before they can go out, they're going to have to
But at least that,
pay the $200,000.
sure, at least that point, we would know what we have.
We don't need to know.
Probably
I mean, maybe I look
Probably
at it
not.
from an architectural point of planning view, because that's what I've lived with
Yeah.
all my life. And you know, you're in real estate and whatever, but I just can't justify it in my own mind, yet alone to other people, at this time to do this. Maybe 6 months down the road, you want to look at it again. Maybe after the election, we could look at it. There'll be more money coming in. We're getting yelled at now. We're getting yelled at from all sides because we're taking too many grants. We're taking too many of everything. We're letting the feds run our county instead of the people run the county. I mean, and there's some realistic value to their arguments as far as that goes. If I think I could justify asking for $200,000 to hire somebody to help increase what we have and take care of what we have before I could justify putting it out there to another company where it's going to another town, another city, it's supporting other people.
And if this came back, once they did the initial proposal, if that came back and it was 200,000 or 100,000, at that point, I would strongly have to consider whether I would vote for that or not. At this point, it costs us nothing to at least get that price presented to us.
Nothing in this world is free. Just remember that. It all has strings attached. I'm old enough now to know better. You have a few years to go.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, thank you for all of your feedback and input. The public, the directors, and the managers. Thank you for your time in putting this together. It's my opinion, I'm not hearing I'm not hearing any motions. I would like to, let me let this die, bring this back at another time. We'll have to go through the process over again when we get more information and we realize that it's a necessity.
Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your patience and giving us time to negotiate this or unnegotiate it or whatever we're doing.
Thank you. Well, Frank has a little pocket knife on my side, and
Uh-oh.
He's bleeding.
You're wearing red. Okay, number 36, please.
Item 36 for possible action, presentation, discussion, and deliberation to approve, amend, and approve or reject the program funding request from the Amargosa Valley Town Board under the Nye County American Rescue Plan Act, Recovery Plan and Policy, Economic Impacts for Tourism in the amount of $38,782, 10-minute time limit.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We have Carolyn Allen, the chair from the Amargosa Town Board, that is requesting some of the available tourism ARPA funding today. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Allen.
Thank you, Commissioners. This grant is for a digital marquee that would allow the town of Amargosa Valley to advertise for upcoming events and broadcast emergency.
Excuse me, Ms. Allen. Oh, excuse me, Ms. Allen.
Carolyn Allen, A-L-L-E-N.
Thank you so
My
much.
bad. Okay. This grant is a digital marquee that would allow the town of Amargosa Valley to advertise upcoming events and broadcast emergency information to visitors and townspeople in real time. This would replace our current sign, which has many, many issues. It's losing letters. Only one side works. When the wind blows, you don't even know what it's saying. Having the wrong time for a meeting because it slipped from a 6 to a 9. It's insane. And the required letters that it takes to put on the board, if we have 4 functions, the one side can't even fit those 4 functions. This sign would also enable us to translate items into Spanish, which is the unofficial second language of Amargosa Valley, thus allowing us access to all the people. This would allow Amargosa Valley, most importantly, to enter the digital age. You have 3 bids there. We have chosen to go with Signs Plus. The original bid is $34,872. Excuse me. We have added $4,000 to the quote to allow $2,000 for delivery and $2,000 for removal of posts and possibly trees for a total of $38,872. This is a 4x8 digital double-sided sign with active LED screen, remote diagnostics. There is nothing internally that needs to be fixed. It's pretty self-sufficient. It's a 6-year warranty with a lifetime technical support. And I would ask that you support this. Do you have any questions?
I was in.
Any questions?
I was in support of this.
For Chair Allen?
Sorry. I was in support of this back when it came up, when I first got on the board here, and I'm just grateful that our grants team was able to.
And we thank you for that. Okay, is there any other comments?
I can make a motion when you do public comment.
Yes. Let me share with Chair Allen that this didn't just come up. They've been working on a marquee and reader board in Amargosa for a long time now.
5 years.
And 5 years. And I'm just delighted that you stuck to it. It is a necessity. Spanish may be unofficial second language as you have in writing in Amargosa. But of course, as we know, the majority of the population in Amargosa is Hispanic, and much appreciative to have this in front of us. As a matter of fact, I attended a wedding reception in Amargosa at your community center, Hispanic wedding, over 20 years ago. And it was a wonderful, wonderful event where the entire community came together. And it was a potluck meal, and just a wonderful, wonderful reception, and good community out there. So I'm glad that you stuck to it, as I said, and you're pushing forward to get this on. Let me open this up for public comment, please. Don't go too far away, Chair Allen. And do we have anybody on the phone, please, Sam, as Mr. Jim's walking down the aisle?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jim and Pahrump, please.
Eddie Jim, J-I-M's last name. Yeah, I kind of pulled that we would have a Spanish shine also. They beat my family and put us in special schools to speak English. And but now, what's this country coming to now? We just put up any language now. That's all I want to say. And this also happened in Pahrump, Nevada.
I remember.
Thank you. Anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I'll close public comment.
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Carbone.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the American Rescue Plan ARPA funds of $38,728 to Amargosa Town Board for their electric sign.
Second.
I have a
Okay,
couple of
thank you.
questions.
Yes, Commissioner Cox. Go ahead.
I support the sign. I wholly support the sign. I know how important it is to have communication with the people in the area and the residents and everything. But I was wondering if did this go out to bid?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive anything back from anybody in the local area that does signs?
There's nobody in the local area. The closest was Vegas.
Yes.
And we've been at this for 5 years. As I said, we had one for 100,000, a couple for 40,000, and then these last three, because we've been doing it over and over. And this is the best one as far as warranty and things go, and you can add to it without any trouble.
Okay, did the ones for whatever you stated, 100,000 or less, whatever is in between, did they bid on the same exact plan, and you sent the same out to each one of them?
They were all 4x8 signs. A lot of them they wouldn't even come out. The one for 100,000 wouldn't even come out. I had to take pictures back then.
Yeah.
And, show them and then measure the sign, the height of the sign. And, so I always wondered and it was also, I think the 100,000, Pat, was during 2019, 2020. Oh, yeah. So like I said, we've been at this forever, and I think things have come down. But like I said, we had a $30,000, a 38, and a 34, and then with other things we'd have to do, it'd be another $4,000. And this had the best warranty, the best LED, and it's all enclosed.
Yeah, we did have a couple of sign companies here locally. I don't know if they're still in business after we went through all the small businesses shut down, but I was just kind of curious as to like the ones, from Florida, and I'm not even sure where this other one's from. I was trying to find it because I was thinking, God, can't we figure out how to do it cheaper than Florida? It would be really expensive.
Right.
The price doesn't sound
These
bad, really.
are the best prices with the best warranties.
So I guess until we can have people locally that can compete, we're going to have to go with somebody from out of town. But
it's unfortunate.
I can support it. It's just that we need money here so bad.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
I need to excuse me, everybody, I need to have Commissioner Carbone amend his
No, I
his
just want to
motion,
make sure I
please.
restate the dollars and cents. I might have made an error. It's $38,782. Just want to make sure that was clear.
872. 38,872.
782.
872.
This says 780.
Okay. Yeah.
782. Thank you.
Okay. I do have a motion on the floor and a second. However, before I call for the vote, Miss Elliott, I have a question, please. If we move forward with this, is this the accurate number remaining in tourism for all locations?
When we review the actual application that was provided and completed by the town, they did request $38,782. When we review the backup, additionally for the actual quote from the vendor, the actual quote from the vendor is $34,872.
34,000.
872.
However, Chair Allen clarified that they added 4,000, 2,000 for delivery and 2,000, was it for setup? That brought it to 38,872, and on our backup here, we have 38,782.
Correct, and I think that possibly in the application, there was a transposition of the 7 and the 8. With your permission, we do have the ability to amend the request to allow for that difference. Or we can approve at the amount provided.
We can agree with that and we'll work with the other 100.
Okay. I'll have to get an amended first and second.
And the difference here we're talking about is $90. If we do make it $38,872.
And my next question, as we're mulling this over, Manager Elliott, what is our remaining balance if we were to move forward with this?
Let me recalculate that with the $90. If we include the additional $90, that will leave us a remaining balance of $16,953 for tourism. And if we do not approve the additional $90, that leaves us at $17,043 for tourism.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those numbers. And so it's clear that once we were awarded these numbers from ARPA, that there were categories that were designated specifically for different areas. And so we are not allowed, and we are bound to allocate whatever was allocated for tourism, for example, goes to tourism and not for roads or anything else. Is that your understanding, Manager Elliott?
That is correct. Although we are entertaining any sort of application and would bring that before the board for a final decision. We have not received any requests for any road improvements, though.
Thank you. Well, I threw in roads and anything else. Thank you. I'm ready for an amended motion.
So, that you guys made me change what I already said back to something else. I don't feel foolish whatsoever. So I'm going to start this over. I'm going to just remove my original motion and start over. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve American Resource Plan or Plan Action, ARPA Recovery funds of $38,872 to Amargosa Town Board for their electric sign board, or the bulletin board.
I'll remove my
Thank you,
original second and second this new one.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Appreciate that. Okay. Is there any further discussion from the Commission? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Carbone's aye.
Jabbour's aye.
Thank you,
Number
Commissioners.
36 passes 4 with 1 absence.
Thank you, Commissioners. We really do appreciate it. And thank you, Pat Menschall, for keeping it alive for 5 years, and Brenda for the research. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. Number 37, please.
Item 37 for possible action, presentation, discussion, and deliberation to approve, amend, and approve or reject the program funding request from the town of Tonopah under the Nye County American Rescue Plan Act Recovery Plan and Policy. Economic impacts for tourism in the amount of $12,266, 10-minute time limit.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. At this time, it was Chrissy Pope, who is the Director of Tourism in Tonopah, that had submitted the application. And perfect, and she's there today. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Pope.
Okay.
State and spell your last name.
For the record, Chrissy Pope, P-O-P-E. Yes, I am the Tourism and the Events Coordinator for the town of Tonopah. Tonopah is, we are requesting funding in the amount of $12,266 for printing and updating our town brochures. The town of Tonopah has been providing brochures for the past 6 years. We have received great feedback from both travelers and hotels, as the brochures give an extensive historical overview of Tonopah. Tonopah is moving in a direction of a patriotic theme. And with that, we have never advertised our VFW exhibit and our Charters of Freedom Wall, which is currently breaking ground today. We would like to revamp our Tonopah brochure to include both of those. And part of our, we go through a company, Charter Advertising and Design. They have given me a quote, which I have submitted with my packet, to revamp our town brochure to include more of our patriotic, our VFW exhibit. And once our Charters of Freedom wall goes up, we would like to acknowledge that. And then just the reprinting of more of our walking brochure, our historic mining park, and our old cemetery brochures.
Commissioner Cox, do you have any questions for Ms. Pope?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Commissioner Boskovich?
I don't have anything right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Carbone?
12,266, right? Just want to make sure.
Yes, that's
okay,
correct.
It's okay. When you're ready, Chair, after public comment, I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. So I have a couple of questions. So I know that historically you have cases of brochures. You have the visitor center on the right, the kiosk in front of the fire station.
Mm-hmm.
So those are depleted, those are running out, they've run out, you need more.
They're not out, but we have a low stock, and I have reached out to several other communities, and as I go to other communities for events and just different work things. I take handfuls of them to other towns. I've asked their community centers to distribute those. So I have noticed that our stock is getting very low. And this would give us time to also get our Charters of Freedom wall up.
Yes.
We'll take brand new pictures and we'll be able to add those into the brochure and give Bruce, who is the Charters Advertising and Design gentleman, time to revamp those and get us, at that time, we'll be very low. Is what I anticipate.
Excellent. So it'll be updated. It'll be updated with the new photos, especially with the Charters of Freedom wall.
And our
the
VFW.
Yes, got it.
That is the direction our town is heading, and that's what I would like to focus on.
Good. Okay, thank you. Don't go too far away, please. I'm going to open it up for public comment. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I'll close public comment. And turn it over to you, Commissioner, for voting.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, funds of $12,266 to the town of Tonopah.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye.
Everybody's aye.
Thank you guys very much.
Number 37 passes 4 with 1 absence.
Have fun printing.
Yes. Well, apologies for the long day. It's still long for us. We're still here. We'll try to get through this quickly. But they're all important items, right? And not to rush anybody. Okay. Number 38, please.
Item 38 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, accept the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Aviation Administration grant award in the amount of $442,637 with the required county match of $29,508.76 for the Tonopah Runway 15.-33 Rehabilitation Project, and 2, fund $442,637 to 10340 grants, and fund $29,508.76 to 10209 Airport.
We meet again. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Stephanie Elliott, ELL-IOTT for the record. Back in December of just 2022, the original task order to do the rehabilitation of the Tonopah Airport was approved. And then later in February, the board also approved an amendment increasing the price as we were going out to bid and needed the additional services through Atkins. So this is the final step. We were approved by the Federal Aviation Administration to continue with the project, and they will be funding over 93% of the project. We are not asking for any additional funding from airport. Those monies have already been allocated, so that $29,000 has already been set aside, and I'm happy to say with current expenditures, we've already met our county match. So we would love the approval on this grant so that we can start paying back some of the overage of the match that we've already made.
Thank you, Manager Elliott. Let me open this up for public comment at this time. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I'll close public comment.
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the U.S. Department of Transportation's Federal Aviation Administration grant award for $442,637.00. And don't need to do the county match because it's already been done.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Commissioner, I apologize again, Marla Slotek.
I'm looking at number 2, Marla, as you jumped in, and I agree with you already. But go ahead.
And I'll fund it out of the 10,340 grant.
And might as well finish with the remaining amount already allocated.
You want me to say that? I will.
Yes, please.
And also fund the $29,508.76, which has already been approved in February this year.
Amended.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. Is that satisfactory, Deputy DA?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you so much. I've already opened public and closed public comment. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye.
Carbone's aye.
Oh, you almost tricked me. Number 38 passes 4 with 1 absence.
Could have said abstained.
Okay. Number 39, please.
Item 39 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, approve, amend and approve, or reject a letter from the Board of County Commissioners and Natural Resources opposing the Bureau of Land Management's proposed Rule 1004-AE-92, Conservation and Landscape Health, and 2, express support of the Nevada Association of Counties letter of opposition to the Director of BLM.
Go ahead, Megan. Is that you in Pahrump?
Sure is. This is Megan Labadie, Labadie. This is a proposal for regulations from BLM that substantially changes the Federal Land Policy and Management Act, which is also known as FLPMA, which was enacted by Congress in 1976. This act directs the BLM to manage public land resources for a variety of uses while protecting natural, cultural, and historical resources. And this is the definition of the terms multiple use and sustained yield that we refer to in the letter. To summarize it as simply as possible, the proposed rule defines and emphasizes the conservation aspect of FLPMA, prioritizing restoration and protection through an inventory of all public lands and through designation of areas of critical environmental concern. What it fails to do is describe the extent of this management practice, whether or not local land use plans will be considered, and whether or not most of the decisions will be subject to robust public and stakeholder consultation. BLM already has mechanisms in place to designate ACECs, or areas of critical environmental concern, and they already have mechanisms in place to conserve lands, so this proposal may be more stringent or burdensome than those mechanisms already in place. This department is concerned that the proposal prioritizes conservation over the multiple use mandate. Although BLM stated this was not their intention, the intention is not clear in the proposed regulations, and thus widely up to district, authorizing officer, and case-by-case interpretation. NACO stated it best when they said that conservation will not be prioritized, that there is no clear mechanism defined by which conservation will be balanced with other uses. The proposed rule has a very real potential to push the BLM towards a protection-oriented management regime instead of its statutorily obligated mission to promote multiple use and sustained yield. And without getting any further into the weeds, I am open up for questions if there are any.
Thank you, Ms. Labadie. Any questions, Commissioner Cox, for Megan?
No, I don't think so, as long as this is opposing their plan and we don't have anything in there that changes what we started out to say and we end up with something we didn't want to say. Because it's quite a long letter, or whatever you want.
So is the regulation.
Yeah.
It's very long.
Yeah. Oh, it already has Jabbar's name on it. Okay. So, yes,
I haven't signed it yet.
Yeah, I definitely am opposed to BLM even doing anything in the state. I think it should be up to the state of Nevada to be managing everything. It's just, this whole thing is just crazy. And I know exactly what you're talking about here. Yes, they love to overstep their bounds. They would like to throw us all out of the state if they could, or out of the country even, and run things, actually not run things, just, you know, put money in their pocket. I don't know what you say. But, so that's my take on it. I guess I support it, as long as it's, yeah, that's it.
Don't forget, they want to cover us in solar.
Yeah. That's why we
Thank
need
you.
to be managing our own state, our own every land
Is that
everything.
Is that your comment, Commissioner
That's
Boskovich?
one of them. The other one is we couldn't be in better hands than with Megan and Lorinda.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Carbone.
I think I'd rather have the director in planning to come up and talk about it a little bit, because it affects him a lot, affects the processes a lot. And also, forestry is getting involved as well. They're trying to control this area every step of the way, and actually it's going to cost more money for anybody to do anything. Go ahead, Director.
Director Wagner, WAGGO, Yeah, I would agree with everything you just said. I think, the biggest thing to look at, one of our biggest fights, solar, for instance, was brought up, is that it eliminates access, public access to large swaths of land, that are in Nye County. And that's exactly my interpretation, is that this would do just that again, where we're, demanding that a solar company leave ATV trails and accommodate, the natural recreation aspect of the land, where this wouldn't allow that. I mean, it's a preservation area, so any RS 2477 roads or ATV trails or horse trails or camp spots, all that would not be accessible anymore. So that's my understanding.
Thank you, Director.
I don't want to say it on Agenda 21.
Yeah, communism.
And again, this puts it puts a real damper on a lot of things that we currently do. And again, forestry is getting involved in the same thing, where we have to have specific areas for certain animals and certain creatures and spiders and plants and so on and so forth. It's just going to get more difficult to develop anything. So this is just a point to say we don't agree. Obviously, we say it a lot on certain things. We're a county that likes to push the buttons, if you will.
And on top of
So my
everything
comment
else, they're building an army against us, so we can't even fight back to preserve what we have one of these days if we allow them to get the foot in the door.
My sentiments would be is I agree with pushing forward.
Thank you. And
Thank
please
you.
keep in mind, Commissioners, please keep in mind, if we move forward with this, the due date preferably is before and prior to June 20th. So Megan is anxiously awaiting our decision. Have I opened this up for public comment yet?
Not yet.
Let me open it up for public comment. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Amy Nelson, Nelson. I absolutely support this letter from NACO. BLM does not care what we have to say about how we use our land. Any way that we can stop them, it needs to be done. And NACO has been on the ball, and we appreciate everything they do to help and protect us. So I absolutely support this letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Go ahead, Ms. Clark and Pahrump, please.
Linda Clark, I didn't forget, CLARK. I agree with Donna and almost everything else you guys have said. I hate BLM. I think they're a ruthless bunch of political, whatever you want to call them. I've got a lot of names for them. They have too much control over our country, our lands, and what we do. And they're in our state. We should have the say over what we should do with our land. And we know they have a lot of it here, which they don't deserve because they don't do what they say they're going to do. They don't protect the animals. They let us destroy the deserts for solar farms. They do all kinds of stuff that aren't helping anybody, except for their political agendas. So absolutely no. Don't give them the time of day. And if we could get rid of them, it sure would be nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone? Please, Sam.
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
This is Tim Bohannon, Bohannon, and I'm in full agreement of having the opposition letter here. It's very appropriate. What BLM is trying to do here is beyond what needs to be done or should even be considered. And we need to address this. And I'm glad this is being sent out. I'm glad NACO was helping in that and giving some feedback of what to watch out for, because we need to watch out for this. We have public lands. And Parks and Recreation is a very important thing in our county, especially in our county. Making sure that we have ample use of the land and the land's resources. So no, this letter needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, I will close public comment. Entertain a motion, please.
Chair. Now that I got the mic on, Chair. I'd like to approve the letter from the Board of County Commissioners and Natural Resources opposing the BLM's Bureau of Land Management's proposal for and also to express the support for Nevada Associations of Counties letter opposing the director of BLM, directed to the letter of BLM.
Thank you, Commissioner.
If you want me to say that,
could you read the rule number, please?
I'll read the rule number.
Thank you for the record. Thank you.
Proposed rule number 1004-AE-92.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Just for you.
Thank you.
I left it out just for you. You needed to say something.
Can I get a second?
Oh, second, sorry.
Okay. I have a motion on the floor and a second. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye.
Carbone, aye.
Number 39 passes 4 with 1 absence. Should we go to Public Works? Or? No, I'm only kidding, Bo. It's okay. Number 40, please.
Item 40 for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding a request to 1, set a date, time, and location for a public hearing on Nye County Bill number 2023-09, a bill proposing to amend Nye County Code Title 17, titled Comprehensive Land Use Planning and Zoning, Chapter 17.04, titled Pahrump Regional Planning District, Article 8, titled Administration and Procedures, Section 17.04.930, titled Master Plan Amendment Procedures, amending the NRS reference in Section 17.04.930 J3C, and providing for the severability, constitutionality, and effective date thereof, and other matters properly relating thereto, and 2, read the title of the bill into the record.
Thank you. Oh, Director doesn't want to speak.
He does?
Any commissioner comments at this time?
Nothing from me.
No. Okay, let me open this up for public comment. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Checking, sir.
Thank you. Oh, that sounded like Janie, Sam.
No comment on the phone, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hearing and seeing no public comment. Tonopah, Pahrump on the phone. I'll close public comment this time. Entertain a motion, please.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to set a time and date and location for a public hearing for July 6th, 2023, 10 o'clock in Tonopah.
We have a motion, Commissioners.
Second.
Can I get a second, please? Thank you.
Do you want me to read the bill number?
No, I'm going to have the manager read the bill into the record after I call for the vote.
Okay,
Is that okay with you?
just check it out.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second on the floor. I'll call for the vote at this time, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Or is aye?
Carbone is aye.
Number 40 passes 4 with 1 absence. Manager, if you'd be kind enough to read the bill.
Nye County Bill Number 2023-09, a bill proposing to amend Nye County Code Title 17, titled Comprehensive Land Use Planning and Zoning, Chapter 17.04, titled Pahrump Regional Planning District, Article 8, titled Administration and Procedures, Section 17.04.930, titled Master Plan Amendment Procedures, amending the NRS reference in Section 17.04.930 J3C, and providing for the severability, constitutionality, and effective date thereof, and other matters properly relating thereto.
Bless you. Thank you, Manager. Number 41, please.
Item 41 for possible action, discussion and deliberation and direction to staff regarding a possible amendment to Nye County Code Chapter 15.16 titled International and Uniform Building and Construction Codes effective within Nye County. Section 15.16.050 titled Permits Required, paragraph E, which provides an exemption for areas located outside of the Pahrump Regional Planning District from the requirements to obtain permits.
Thank you, Manager. Go ahead, Director.
Director Wagner, WAGGONER. So as you guys are aware, and this was done intentionally by previous boards, we have a code adoption, the building code adoption, fire code, plumbing, electrical, all the way down the list, property maintenance. That's a countywide code adoption. The only place that permits currently are required is in the Pahrump Regional Planning District only. There's been several instances that have came up here in Tonopah, as well as in Beatty, Amargosa. Being that there is no permit requirement, we're not even aware of things that are being done, specifically commercial type development that's being done. Codes are there for a reason. They're a safeguard. This isn't just about adding new regulations and putting county in business that some people don't believe the county should be in. It's a life safety thing. So according to NRS 278610, and this is my opinion, but I think I'm pretty dead on this one. We are, by the way our code's written today, we are actually not in conformance with this NRS. We do have a building official. We have building codes adopted throughout the entire county. And, you know, when you have a building official, according to NRS, you're required to have a building permit at that point for any new construction, alterations, any of that stuff. So I know hesitation in the past has been, how do we do this economically and not put a huge financial burden just because we don't have building inspectors up here in Tonopah or other parts of the county. And so any permit that would be pulled for something up here, which today we do have fire and life safety permit requirements, and there's travel fees associated with the plans check fees and the permit fees, which makes, they get pretty hefty. As you figure a building inspector comes here from Pahrump to Tonopah, for instance, let's forget about Round Mountain or Gabbs or anywhere even further where there's occasional development in Round Mountain, you're looking at 6 hours of time that you're having to pay basically for their travel time and inspection time and that stuff. So one of the things we've been looking into is a virtual inspection program. It's being used by a lot of jurisdictions now throughout the county and some even over in Clark County, North Las Vegas. A lot of them had implemented that during the COVID times. And it's worked so well that it's actually, a lot of them have retained it. For instance, North Las Vegas has retained that program because they have, a vast area. So with doing that, I believe with the permit requirement, which I think would alleviate some possible liability the county may have by not requiring them or requiring inspections, I think we can do this and figure out a system that could keep that cost down, possibly at least to just a one inspection requirement for, commercial mainly for the building final and the certificate of occupancy, because they got to have that done with fire anyway. So why not look at the electrical systems and everything else while they're out looking at the other things? The other thing with the state fire marshal, we have an interlocal with them that we're to perform the inspections on their behalf on commercial occupancies that, basically are limited to hotels, schools, jails, those types of things, hospitals, of course. So by doing this, there's been, for instance, as you drive through Beatty and you're coming into Beatty, you see the big white elephant or a bunch of big white elephants with a fence around them that got shut down because they didn't meet fire code. And it got a long ways away. Now, granted, they were addressed early in the stages and the builder at the time was reluctant to do what he needed to do, but they got shut down because they didn't meet fire code. Multifamily falls under a commercial occupancy, for instance. So we've got that on Amargosa too on a property. Kind of the same scenario. So I'm looking for direction from the board to actually, to be blunt, abide by the NRS and have us work on a draft writing in the permit requirements. I assure you, we'll try to do it in a way to keep it financially reasonable for, this requirement. I'm not as concerned on residential, but NRS says even residential would require it. The other thing we've been getting is contacted by people saying, how do I get a C of O? I sold my property and the mortgage company is requiring us to produce a C of O. You can't. We can't produce you one. We didn't look at the building. We did no course of construction inspections. So, and that even goes down to refinances. So it's becoming a bigger and bigger issue. I think it wasn't as big of an issue before because you weren't seeing a lot of development. But with the mining activity, the solar on the horizon, there's a lot of potential development out in the rural towns of Nye County. So I think it's best to try to get our ducks in a row instead of trying to play catch up like we've done in the past. So that's why I'm bringing this forward. I know it's a contentious topic, but.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox, do you have anything for Director Ortega?
Well, actually, I'd just like to see everything go in reverse and we could just put a stop to all this because that's why people move here to avoid these issues. I don't know where I stand right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Boskovich?
I understand the need for this completely. I don't necessarily always agree with it, but I understand it.
Thank you. Commissioner Carbone?
Being involved in this more than one time and being thrown out of several towns, it's going to be rough. Going to be rough to try to get this to be accomplished. I understand we're in violation of the NRS. I don't know. Eventually, the DA is going to be coming at us and looking at us and saying, "You're in violation of state law. So what are you going to do about it?" And that's why we're here. I think it's something we need to really think about and doing. I would love to have some other process than just having somebody have to go out there. I know the towns are going to have a problem with it because they're going to say there's no provisions in their ability to do anything. So we have to figure out how we melt together to make this happen. I don't typically appreciate it, but I understand it. As long as we're in violation of law, we're always going to be at the dog's end of trouble. So I know that most of this is in District 1, and I know where most of the issues will be.
I'm getting ready to put my glasses on. So he doesn't hit me.
So I know this is going to be difficult, and I'll be more than willing to work with you on trying to figure out how to make this work.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I may not agree with it either. I understand it. I too have development background with what we've done on the 1,400 acres here in North Tonopah, most of it being in Esmeralda County. We have the town manager, Tonopah town manager here, and if I'm not mistaken, town ordinance was passed through Tonopah that all commercial activity would be completed by, constructed by a licensed Nevada contractor. Could you come up for the record, manager, please?
Joe Westerlund, Town of Tonopah, Westerlund. And that's correct. Any commercial development has to have a licensed contractor performing the work. We're still not pulling contracts from Nye County. Anytime I see anything going on, I always tell them to call the planning department. Usually that's kind of how we dictate it around here, or keep it, we're monitoring it that way. You guys don't have anybody up here who's monitoring it. If we don't do anything, we could have a building completely built before anybody in the planning department knows that it happened. And then that's a lot of problems. And I'm with you guys. I think the permitting is something that's going to eventually have to happen. Like Commissioner Jabbour said, the county line is right there. And if Nye County is going to enforce permits, we need to have Esmeralda County get into the same permit enforcement, or Nye County is going to lose out on all kinds of development going that way. So there's a lot of things we have to look at before we start passing all these things, but it is something that we need to look into because there are laws that need to be followed. You can drive around in the old neighborhoods and see all kinds of weird stuff.
Right. The unfortunate piece of this is it's an NRS.
Right.
And that means Esmeralda is supposed to be following it as well.
Right.
If they're not, eventually it's going to come to them. So.
Okay.
But they don't have a building.
They do not have a building official.
So maybe we need to give it.
No, right.
That's
well, Esmeralda's officials, their planning department, their building are the commissioners themselves, the three commission. Yeah. Okay, so I thank you for that, Joe. I appreciate that. So when that ordinance was passed, we bought in because we were doing that anyway. We were building by a licensed contractor. to the international building codes. So it was safe for everybody. Whoever was occupying it, whoever was managing it, whoever the vendors were, etc. So I absolutely agree and understand the reason, right? The premise behind why there should be inspections. But we have other issues with that. You don't have the adequate staff. I don't think the virtual will really do justice and show you and your department or us what we really want to see in an inspection. Back in 2012, I want to say the chair at the time, Commissioner Hollis, Gary Hollis, put this on the agenda. Permits throughout the entire county. Permits. He didn't care. And I brought to his attention that there wasn't one building at the time in the north that had injured anybody, that had collapsed. No hospitalization. There wasn't even a paper cut because of the building that had been done. Buildings are here for over 100 years, right? They're lived in, and yes, they need some work, they need some rehab, but they're still safe. They were built well back then. So to hold people up for an inspection of time, which wasn't discussed, but I'll discuss it. They don't have time. We don't have time for 6 months to have an inspector come up. You're going to do it in virtual. Oh, if there's a problem, there's a flag that holds the process up. Okay? And if they're building to the International Building Code, that's what they need to be following. And if they're not, they're uninsurable. They're uninsurable. You heard another item that spoke and said Esmeralda doesn't qualify for the loans because they don't have any flood maps. They don't want the flood maps. Esmeralda County doesn't want the flood map because their insurance will go up, is their justification, okay? But it hurts growth because people can't come in and get financed on homes. So it's a vicious circle, right? And so commercial, this is for commercial. I understand it. Again, Commissioner said, I don't agree, but I understand. We start with commercial, and eventually it will go to residential. And I don't have blinders on that no, it'll never come up here. It'll never come through the entire county. Eventually it will. But again, I don't think this is the time. It wasn't the time 10 years ago, and it's not the time now. You don't have the adequate staff to put this in place. And if they're following the international building codes and they're doing, or they're not doing the right thing, they're not hiring licensed contractors, you shut them down. You shut them down, just like you did in Beatty. Shut them down. They have no idea what to do with that project. It's just sitting there, right? Big white elephant. It's a shame. All that money that went in, somebody took a loss, big hit. So less restrictions, less government. The people are all over us saying, what are you doing to us? What are you doing to us? Commissioner Cox said it best. That's why we moved here to Nye County. Not to do whatever we wanted, no, but to have some freedom, that nobody's on our neck 24 hours a day like they are in Las Vegas. This is not Vegas. Nye County is not Clark County. But I understand, and I want to hear the rebuttal to convince me otherwise. This is not personal, but this is a fight that I've been fighting since 2011.
When you're ready, I'm ready.
So,
well, hold on. I have to put my glasses back on.
So.
Are we ready to go
Nicely said.
backwards?
Nicely said. Nicely said. And I know the DA is listening. Okay, do we want to violate the NRS? Is that what we're going to do? Is that your solution?
That picture it.
Let me chime in, and I think maybe I can make this
Oh, no, just
a
ask the
little
question.
easier.
Is that the solution?
I agree, but I think there's ways to abide by NRS, but to also address some of the concerns.
Thank you.
Okay?
That's what we need.
First of all, I'm going to say I know personally of contractors that do work up here in Tonopah that are licensed contractors that don't always follow the rules, even in Pahrump, where they do have inspections and permits. So I don't think the licensed contractor part of it ensures anything. I think, depending on the size of the project, for instance, the Loves, I'm guessing they've got QA, QC people all over that project for the bank, making sure things are being done correctly because there isn't a permit requirement, okay? I think at the very least, there's nothing saying just because you require a permit that it requires course of construction inspections. But I think it would be wise on Nye County's behalf to make sure that the plans that are been engineered do meet the code that's adopted by the county. So I think at the very least, a plans check would be a good thing to have done. Again, far more of a concern with commercial than residential, because we do offer, we talked about the apartment complex down to the south end of Tonopah here. They elected to have permits. It was a grant requirement for the rural housing project down there. They had inspectors, they paid for them, they paid the fees. It was a grant requirement. I know a lot of lenders do have certain requirements. There are places around the country that don't require permits, but it's not written into their state law to require permits. Texas has many towns, no permit required whatsoever, but they don't have a state law that says otherwise. But I think we would be wise in at least looking at it from a liability standpoint. If we're in violation of a law and we don't enforce what the building code that we have in any form or fashion, I think that could be problematic. So again, I don't see that there's any requirement in this wording in the NRS that says you have to have a building permit and you have to have a certain amount of inspections or a C of O or anything. But I think it would be wise to make sure that the plans and the buildings that are being designed and to be constructed at least conform to the code we have adopted. And without even knowing that's happening till they're erected, you watch the guy down here on negligence, with the hotel here in Tonopah, cost him tens of thousands of dollars because Nye County had not been in that building until it was way too late, So that's what I'm trying to address. And that's kind of what I'm thinking. Think outside the box. Don't look at it as Nye County trying to put their fingers anywhere. Nobody wants them, but we gotta abide by the law. I think there's ways to do it to make it as painless as possible. And
I don't mind being the straight man for him. So
That's okay. So, Director, I thank you for that because not only thinking outside of the box, but the follow-up is very reasonable, in my opinion now, to hearing from you that permit required for the plans, to review the plans. Anything further than that, because typically there's phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, they come out, they do the final, then we have to wait for the certificate of occupancy, et cetera, right? It really holds up progress. But a permit, I'm certain there'll be a fee for that permit.
well, sure.
Yeah, and there'll be a review because your time is valuable.
Well, not mine, but
yours
building
isn't
department.
valuable. Can we
I
do
work for
HR
free.
payroll on the phone, please? Your time is valuable, right? You'll be reviewing these plans.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's the extent of an intent of what's here, in my opinion, that's reasonable.
We haven't figured out what the intent is yet. That's the reason why we're having this discussion.
Right.
Reason why I'm being the straight man for planning director.
Well, even in Pahrump, for instance, there's a building permit requirement, there's a plan review requirement. And even there, if you're a builder, if you're a Lennar, or even me as a builder the size I was a small builder, but I had stock plans. I paid a plan review fee one time to get those, and I could say I'm gonna build this house on that lot and that lot and that lot way over there. All I had to do was pay my little permit fee. I didn't have to pay a plan review fee every time.
Right.
So there's ways, you know, even with homes, you know, if a subdivision was to be proposed up here or in Beatty or, you know, to accommodate the workforce. But yeah, I mean, I do believe even in Pahrump, in our code, NRS, nothing says building permit and you get this many course of construction inspections. Okay, we have an inspection card, but we can develop one however we want it. It's just the one that was developed for Pahrump. So I think the main thing would be that plan review, just to make sure that the building's at least designed and engineered by an engineer, you know, licensed in the state of Nevada, to where, you know, in all intents and purposes, at least we verified that. And then it's kind of more on the contractor at that point. If you know, they build something that's faulty, that ends up injuring somebody or damaging property or whatever the case may be, then it, at least I believe, would take us out of the equation.
It gets us in line of the NRS is what it does. Mm-hmm. And then I don't have to listen, we don't have to listen to the DA yelling and screaming at us that I have to enforce the NRS on you.
Was it the deputy DA?
No, it was actually the DA.
I didn't say which deputy DA, Marla.
Thank you.
You know who he was
Thank you,
referring
Chair.
to.
Okay.
I mean, that's one other thing to consider. Sorry, Chair, I didn't even mean to interrupt you. I do get calls occasionally about even Main Street here. You know, when somebody goes in and does a tenant improvement on the building, they're not even using plans in most cases, because I can tell, because some of the stuff you see, nowhere even close to meeting codes, you know. So that's kind of what I'm saying. I mean, there's concerns there, you know, one fire in the middle of that row of one side of that street, it's going to take that whole block out, potentially. So that's the kind of concerns I'm trying to address, as well as
yes,
what I've stated.
I understand. Okay, let me open this up for public comment at this time. Thank you, Director. Don't go away mad. He's going to the bug bar, on the record. Do we have any public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, I'd like to publicly comment.
Go ahead, please state and spell your last name, sir.
My name is Dirk Pearson, D-U-R-K-P-E-A-R-S-O-N. I've lived in Tonopah for 33 years. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. It sounds like you're on a speakerphone.
No, I'm on a landline, but it's going through a cell phone, because when I tried to call in on your number, I just kept getting a message, all lines are busy, please call back. And after about 20 times, I called a friend with a cell phone, and she was able to get in. She's down in Pahrump, Trish Rippey. I think she'll want to comment too. I own over 90 pieces of property here in Nye County. And I really hope that you vote against this. It's way overbroad and it's unnecessary. Tonopah's 123 years old. Nobody here has died because a building collapsed on them. That hasn't happened. We don't need these type of regulations. In terms of being overbroad, let me just give you a couple examples. One of them is where you talk about needing a permit to alter a building. Well, one of my residential houses, and I own some 45 or so single-family residences, the roll-up garage door failed. The lowest quote I got for getting it fixed was over $2,000. So I had my handyman put barn door, plywood exterior barn doors on the place and get rid of the roll-up door. There's no danger to anybody with this. The tenant was perfectly happy and secures what's in their garage. But I would have had to get a permit to do that. Would they have given me a permit to have barn doors on a garage replacing a roll-up door? I don't know. I don't want that sort of uncertainty. It's just, as someone commented with respect to the BLM letter, and incidentally, I'm all in favor of that letter of opposition you're writing to the BLM. Everything the BLM does makes productive activity on the land more expensive. That's what this is doing, is making productive activity more expensive. Another example, there's a building that's in foreclosure here in Tonopah that I'm thinking of bidding on. It's got a nice concrete slab floor that's built on solid rock. It'd make a great warehouse for mining cores. But guess what? It's not a warehouse for mining cores now. It's not a warehouse at all. It was a place where there were a whole lot of people in there before, but now it's been empty for years, and it's running down. Part of the roof is missing. That's got to be replaced. There's all sorts of work that has to be done on it. But I'm not going to put the money into buying this place because I might not get a permit for a change of use. And yes, what this says is that if there's a change of use, you've got to have a building permit. That's terrible. It creates a huge amount of uncertainty. It makes it impossible for a person to buy an old rundown building and fix it up and then find someone who wants to use it for something because you may not know in advance what they're going to want to use it for.
Pearson. Mr. Pearson, thank you. That is over your 3 minutes, sir. Thank you for your patience and calling back. Sam, is there anybody in Pahrump?
There's nobody in Pahrump, but I do have another caller.
Okay.
The caller
Did you have public comment or? Hold on, please, Sam. Did you have public comment or?
Yes.
Okay.
Joe Westerlund, Town of Tonopah, Westerlund. And I would just point out one more time on the businesses that are doing remodels. A lot of times somebody will buy a building, the doors will close, nobody knows what's going on, nobody knows people are in there, they're remodeling it, and then the doors open before there's any inspections or anything. So I don't know what the enforcement can be and if we have the personnel to enforce that. I just don't know what the fix is on that. So that has happened in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sam, with the caller.
Thank you, Chair. It was Amy Nelson. Amy, you're unmuted.
Thank you very much. Amy Nelson, Nelson. It seems that the conversation goes to commercial builders and also the comments made by the commissioners that these commercial builders normally have their permits in place and they do follow the state NRS with their building codes. So I'm not quite sure how a county code would make this any stronger. It would make it a lot more cumbersome and costly for the person that's doing this building, but they have to follow the NRS for commercial building, and otherwise they wouldn't be able to build. And if they do, then they're the ones that have to answer for the NRS. I don't think it's an issue of the DA saying, "Oh well, you violated a NRS code." Well, if they're doing their job properly, they would have had the requirements by the NRS code or no insurance. But it's very convoluted, and I really don't think we need more burden on the different departments or having to hire somebody to enforce anything like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Trish Rippey, R-I-P-P-I-E. I thought Amy Nelson made some good points there. We already have requirements. If you're going to do a commercial building, you have to submit your plans to the state fire marshal and the state building department. When I built the honeybee home in Pahrump in 1998, there was no building department, and I submitted my plans to the state and to the fire marshal and paid my fees, and they inspected, and everything was fine. So that's how it would be in Tonopah if I were going to build something. I built mini storage in Beatty. Same thing. I submitted the plans to the state fire marshal, got approved, built them. The problem with International Building Code, I don't know these codes, but I know that Nancy Klein told me when they remodeled the Belvada, which is now a prize-winning hotel, she said there's no way they could have brought that building up to International Building Code standards. And I'm afraid this would stop the preservation of these old buildings if we had to meet these standards. Donna Cox made a good point. The reason people move to the rural areas, the one thing we've got going for us besides lithium is that we don't have a lot of rules and regulations. When Ray Jensen built his new house, he put a billboard out in front with a quote from Thomas Edison. Hell, there are no rules here. We're trying to accomplish something. And that's what we're trying to do in the rurals. And this is going to make it a lot more difficult. These entrepreneurs we have in town, a lot of them are small businesses. 2 doors down from me, there was an old gas station that's now the office of American Battery Technology. And next door to them was the old Burger Master that's now the offices for Valley Propane. I don't think when they changed the use of those and remodeled those buildings, they brought them up to International Building Code standards, but they work well. We've got buildings preserved that were sitting there boarded up and derelict, and now they're doing something. And the whole town is like that, and it's coming alive, and people want to do things with their buildings. We don't have contractors. I'm glad that Brent knows where to get contractors, because I sure as hell don't. Just try to get somebody to come up. Maybe if you're doing a whole hotel and you're putting in 60 heat pumps, you might be able to get a heating contractor. But there's the closest HVAC contractor is 170 miles. Try to get them to come. The closest plumbing contractor, licensed plumbing contractor, 170 miles. Try to get them to come. We have one contractor in town, but he won't answer the phone. So what do you do for licensed contractors when you're a small business? You're trying to do things on a small scale. And as far as everybody keeps bringing up about Esmeralda County and this, you can't get financing because there's no flood maps. That is baloney. A couple people there didn't get their mortgages because they were going through banks. We've got at least 2 mortgage companies right here in Pahrump who will make loans in Esmeralda County, whether there's flood maps or not. So a lot of these rules you can get around.
Thank you, Ms. Rippey.
Work at it.
Thank you, Ms. Rippey. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no other public comment in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, I'll close public comment at this time. Yes, Director.
I just wanted to clarify one thing and a couple of statements that were made. When it comes to old historic buildings, or buildings that were built to, let's say before Nye County even had a building code, you don't have to bring the whole entire building up to building code. The new work has to meet building code. If you're changing the occupancy of the building, it might possibly need some modifications to meet a building code. But a 100-year-old building, Belvada is a prime example. You know, that whole building wasn't re-engineered. The work that was done in the remodel did meet code. So that's a misconception. The other thing is the contractors aren't required to pull a permit per state law. The contractors are only required to pull a permit if it's in the local jurisdiction's authority. So just because it's a state law doesn't mean any of the contractors are pulling permits other than ones that are required by the state fire marshal or NDEP, state agencies. But again, that only applies to hotels, hospitals, schools, daycares, those types of occupancies. So it wouldn't apply to a hardware store or a bookstore or a pizza joint. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Director.
And one last thing, as far as the building department and the services and manpower, we have a contract with a third-party company. They perform the inspections we need them to perform. They haven't had to really perform anything outside of Pahrump because we haven't required it. But if they need to accommodate that, they would have to accommodate that. So it wouldn't be a matter of the planning department or the county having to hire more people to, have some bit of coverage. Plan reviews, everything we do now, it's all electronic. They wouldn't even have to make a trip to Pahrump. They wouldn't have to send a check in the mail. It's all done, everything. Reviews, everything is done electronic now. So.
Thank you, Director. Any other discussion for the Director from the Commission? Commissioner Cox?
No, but I'd like to address just a couple of issues here for a minute. International and uniform building codes. Well, we used to have uniform building codes. They worked just fine. No problem. And then all of a sudden along came Agenda 21 and looking into the future, and everything needed to be international building code, because we were all going to get together in all the nations and the cities and the countries, and everybody have the same building code, so we could build everything just alike. I mean, same electrical, because you go to Europe and they have you don't even have the same kind of plug-ins you have here. Everything's totally different. So in a way, it made it kind of nice, but the idea behind that was New World Order. It was everybody do everything alike. I'm from old school. I came from doing this. This is 50 years that I've been doing this, so I've been watching it gradually do what they wanted it to do, and this is another step towards it. And we came out here. There were no building codes. We did whatever we wanted to, but we still had inspections in order to get a loan. One of the things was the real estate people were telling us, oh, well, we really need to have zoning and planning. We need to do all this because people can't get loans without it. That's not true. You build it, you sell it, or you repair it and you sell it, and whatever lender comes in, they say, okay, well, we'll have to send our inspector out there to inspect it before we can give you a loan. So it's not like you're not having an inspection and things aren't safe. Even to this day, because my grandson just sold a house, he was told by a realtor, well, you need to do this, this, and this, and something else, fix it up, repair the roof, do whatever. And then when you get through, we're going to send our inspector out. They didn't say we're going to go get somebody from the county. They didn't say we're going to go get permits or anything. They have it taken care of. So this is all just a big bunch of wind going around about, yeah, you need to have all these inspectors. The only problem I might have would be if you're building, say, a 30-story high-rise, then yes, there's always the fire issue. But we have a fire marshal. We have a state fire marshal's department that has to issue those permits. So this is just kind of like the go-between, which really bothers me because you're paying for the middleman when you do this. That's why I say I just as soon go backwards. This happened. I went away for a couple of years, retired, went away on a vacation, came back, and oh my God, Pahrump was not the same place I used to live in. And a lot of this was done because contractors were coming in here from California and building, and that didn't set well with some of the contractors we had here that had always had a monopoly on this situation. So I certainly envy Tonopah and Esmeralda County and some of those other people not having to put the extra expense into all these extra, hiring all these extra people. And they have one for everything, one for electrical, one for plumbing, because you have to buy permits to go with them. It's not like you just have one inspection and one inspector and he comes in and does it all and he walks away. That's what the mortgage companies have. What we have is one of everything, and you have to buy a separate permit for them. And So I'm not, I mean, I may be government, but I'm still a person and I'm still part of the people, and I'm not here because I want big government. I'm here because I'm trying to make it, stop it from getting any bigger than it already is. You'll never find me ever promoting to add anything that declares or requires a permit. That's just my take on it. So I don't know. I think I covered everything. But I want everybody to be aware of the fact that, yes, Agenda 21 is alive and well, and it's nothing but another name for New World Order. And if you follow the money, you're going to see exactly what's happening in this world. So that's my 2 cents on it. And I really would like to go backward.
Thank you. Commissioner Boskovich, did you have anything else?
So this is required by NRS, is that what you're saying? Or director's saying? So we're against NRS at this point, is that what you're saying, the way we're doing this? Yes, you have to come back up.
Yes, that is correct. And the NRS is actually in the backup, the section of NRS that would apply.
So, Miss Marla, what does that mean exactly?
It means that state law must be followed.
If we choose, this board chooses to ignore that, what are we doing? What happens? What's our exposure? Ultimately, obviously.
Liability issues would have to be explored. If there's a requirement that mandates and it's not followed, and harm is caused because of that, or can be traced to that, or any negligent theories, then you could have liability on this county.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Would a simple plans check review fee, plans check review process for any new projects solve at least a portion of that liability issue?
Let me respond this way. We have an NRS that has to be complied with. It's the state law. That requires a permit because the triggers are met, that you have A and B completed, therefore you need a permit. We'd have to explore and can look into what exactly are the mandates of a permit. And that may help answer your question, but that can be a directive to look into if a permit is required, that would comply with the NRS. But what kind of permit and what would be needed, the bare minimums to have that permit, and then explore the liability if the bare minimum is the only requirement.
So therein may be our solution, to be as least invasive.
Yes, can be explored, and I think the director did talk about that. I clearly heard him articulate that very nicely, that here's options, or here are the options for having a permit, and what kind of permit, and to what extent would be required to get that permit, and what the exposure would be playing it out with liability purposes. And correct me if I'm wrong, Director, but I think he did talk about numerous possibilities to explore.
That would be my goal, is to figure out a way to go that way on it. I'm never a fan of more regulations and more restrictions. Just this director and I went round to round on not creating more regulation and restriction rather than maybe have less even. So Commissioner Cox and I are in agreement on that part. But I also don't think we need to jeopardize the county and everyone in it. So that's all I have.
So thank you, Commissioner Carbone. Anything else? Or?
No, I think it's, in my mind, it's pretty simple. I mean, we need to come up with a solution. I think we need to just give direction to go figure out what that is.
Well, I think we've all touched on it. We all spoke on it, including Deputy DA and that we explore the permit, definition of permit, and as Commissioner Boskovich said, the least evasive process. And as I had mentioned and prefaced earlier, with permit to review plans for a commercial building. It's a permit to review plans for a commercial building. Nothing more. It's not residential, it's commercial, and it's reviewing the plans. That's it. Is that right?
Well, that was one of the
That
options.
was one of the options.
I said we can look into, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I don't read anything specific as to what that permit's gotta require.
Correct.
All it says is you're doing these activities, you need a permit. And there's no definition really of what is entailed in that permit. But the only other thing I wanted to add is when we talk liability, we're not just talking deaths and injuries and that kind of stuff. I'm talking about construction defect lawsuits that could come down the line if we're not requiring permits and somebody invests a ton of money to have a building done and it collapsed. You know, even if not a person was injured, I think there's liability in that as well if we're not enforcing state law. So that's a broader picture of liability. And coming from the world I've been in, you sweep a floor in a building that ends up in a class action lawsuit, you're part of that lawsuit. If you had nothing to do with the construction of it. So that's kind of a broader idea of why I think we need to address this. So.
Thank you. I'll return my broom after the meeting.
Well, and again, that's my point, is we have to look at something. If there is liability, that's the reason why I didn't really want to go to the DA, because the DA is going to point out the liability issues.
Yes. Well, we want to hear as much
well, they want to scare
educational information as possible. Yeah. So we make a great decision, right?
Well, again, we need to explore what is a permit and what are we going to have that's attached to a permit? What is the permit going to be required for?
Okay. Well.
So again, maybe we just need to give direction for you to do an evaluation and look at what we definitely need to cover what the law says.
Least invasive
What's
to
the
cover
very,
NRS.
very minimum.
I will definitely look into that and see, you know, just what a permit would have to entail to conform with state law.
Bring it back to us and we'll look at that again.
You got it.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
You okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, was that your motion? Or is that just your direction to the director?
Just as it says here. We just gave direction.
Okay.
And the director accepted the direction. Gotta quit showing those pictures, you know, those are not good, healthy things.
You know, people have been kicked out of assembly, been kicked off the dais, you know, kicked out of the White House for the show. Okay. I'm going to call for a 5-minute comfort break, please. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Yeah, you did. Thank you. We're back. Going to resume. Meeting at 6:33. 42, please, Manager.
Item 42 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, approve the purchase of a property needed for expansion of the road department yard consisting of .178 acres located at 271 North Whitney Lane, Pahrump, Nevada. Assessor's parcel number 038-20229. 2, propose compensation for the property to the property owner based on the appraisal. 3, fund from 10205 roads. And 4, direct staff to prepare and record the documentation necessary to transfer the property.
Go ahead, sir.
Bogott, G-O-T-T. We're trying to acquire this property just to extend our road yard. We are out of room. And there's a couple of pieces of property directly to the south of our current road yard that we're trying to acquire for the extension.
And the expansion is for?
Equipment room, future buildings, just expansion to get it now. We are out of room. Just, there's nowhere to go put our equipment, so.
Okay, Commissioner Cox, do you have any questions for Mr. Gott?
Yeah, do you have any idea at all what this property is going to be bought for? How much they're going to charge, how much they want?
Yes.
Any estimate?
There's been an appraisal on the property.
Okay.
I do not have the numbers with me. I do.
See, I'm trying to see if I can find it here. Okay, here we go. If you don't have it off the top of your head, I'll see if they put it in here, because I don't remember seeing it. Does anybody else know?
There was a number.
Number 42.
I do have our technician, one of our engineering techs on hand that's been in charge of this project.
13.5.
He can handle some of your
Okay.
detailed questions.
Yeah, okay, you said 13.5s?
Yes, this is Tyler Mulvey, M-U-L-V-E-Y. The appraisal came back with $13,500 for the as-is fair market value appraisal. That's what was offered, and they said yes, so here we are.
Okay,
Trying to get the
so
final approval.
that's a little less than a fifth of an acre, if I'm looking at this right. The site area of 0.178 acres, yep, okay. In this day and age, 13,000 sounds pretty reasonable, even though it's a smaller lot.
And we're trying to get these lots before people decide to build on them, so.
And they're worthless to most people anyway, unless you can put
Yeah, there is
sewer and
one.
water to them, and because you can't put a well on it. I know we've been trying for years to try to get them all, but some want to sell and some don't.
Okay, Commissioner Cox, page 4.
Yeah, I have
Page
it.
4 on the
I have
backup.
it. Yeah,
It
I
does
have
show. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And considering that, looking at the price that the owners paid for it back in 1998 was $17,000. So they're taking a loss on this property.
Yeah, they just want to get rid of it.
They've lost,
Paying taxes on it.
they've lost their tax revenue too over the years because they've had to pay taxes. So it's more than that. But, okay, as long as they're willing.
Okay. Commissioner Boskovich, did you have anything?
I don't have anything. It's a good deal. I think we ought to do it.
Commissioner.
Yeah, when I looked this up on Granicus, those two properties are still sandwiched between other two properties. So that's going to cause an issue if somebody else wants to build on those properties with your equipment. What's the plan?
Tyler, I'll go ahead and let you take that. He's been trying to contact some of the other owners of the properties. He'll let you know where we're at on that.
So we've been reaching out to, I think, 9 parcels total around that cul-de-sac. So our goal is to acquire the 9 and then abandon Zeba to gain more land there. Currently, I've reached out, or I've made contact with about 6 of them. 720 Zeba, I think, is the one in between these two parcels, this one and the next one coming up.
Right.
They've also agreed. I just haven't had time to put the agenda item in yet. So we'll have these 3, hopefully, as long as they're approved here, all in one group. And then
Stick to the one agenda, please.
Okay.
Yeah, this is actually 2 properties. I got that part.
Yeah.
Again, it's all the rest of them. It's the lines, that yard is the reason why I was asking the question. Because you don't want to just pick that one piece of property and then have all this, junk, this equipment that's going to be around there, plus the homes and the buildings and so on.
Okay.
All right, so I understand the plan.
Thank you. Let me, don't go too far away, both of you, please. Let me open it up for public comment. Sam, is there anybody on the phone?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I'll close public comment. Any further discussion? Well, I do need a motion.
I have a motion. Oh, you want a motion, not a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Locomotion.
All right, let's see here. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the purchase of the property needed to expand the road department, parcel 038-202-29, and
Propose.
Yeah, they propose a compensation for the property, for the owner. Well, wait a second, I don't know if I have to do that. We're gonna approve the purchase, and we should take the money, take from the property, and it's I don't know, I don't have the 13,000 written down. What was that number?
It's 13, yeah.
It's on the front page, front page of the back.
Which page?
Page 4.
I'm looking at page 4.
Your page 4 is different than my
Yeah.
page 4.
It's
Sure is.
page 4 back up in the right top corner.
Yes.
Okay.
His page 4 is different than my page 4.
Well, it says 6 on the top and 4 on the bottom. Is that right? 7 on the top,
Okay.
5 on
All
the
right,
bottom.
let's start this over. Yep. Approved department. Okay. I make a motion to approve the purchase of the property needed for the expansion for the roads department, yard consolidation. For property number, APN number 038-202-29. The proposed compensation for this property is $13,500, and we'll fund that from the 10250 roads, and direct staff to prepare the records and documentation for the property transfer.
Second.
Thank you. Can I get a second? Thank you, Commissioner Cox. I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye.
Everybody's aye.
Thank you. Number 42 passes.
I was getting ready for
4
that.
with 1 absence. Number 43, please.
Item 43 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, approve the purchase of a property needed for expansion of the road department yard consisting of 0.205 acres located at 740 East Zeba Lane, Pahrump, Nevada, assessor's parcel number 038-20227. 2, proposed compensation for the property to the property owner based on the appraisal. 3, fund from 10205 roads. And 4, direct staff to prepare and record the documentation necessary for the transfer of the property.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Gott.
Okay. Yeah, this is an adjacent property to the last item on the agenda. It's just for the property to extend our road yard.
This one's 15.5, I believe.
Yep, yes, 15.5.
It's a
I have the backup for that one.
little bit larger. But see how simple this is when we cut out the middleman, because we can just do this all ourselves in-house and save all the money. We don't have to have a study and do da-da-da-da-da. And this is great because this is for future development. It's not like we're tearing down another building. I just wanted to point that out because I said I didn't want to do everything on the future of buildings, but this we need. This will pay for itself.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Boskovich, did you have anything?
I don't have anything.
Thank you. Commissioner Carbone?
I'd like to make a motion when you're done with public comment, sir.
Thank you. Let me open it up for public comment. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment. And go ahead with your motion, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the purchase of the property needed to expand the Public Works Road Department yard on property 038-02-202-27. Proposed compensation is $15,500 for the property, and to fund this transaction in the 10205 roads, and direct staff to prepare to pay proper documentation and transfer the property.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a motion in 2 seconds on the floor. There's no further discussion. I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Floor is aye.
Aye.
Number 43 passes 4 with 1 absence. Number 45, please.
Item 45 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to approve a right-of-way grant, serial number NVN 101131 for an 80-foot wide and 3,700-foot long area from the Bureau of Land Management for West Roadrunner Road, accepting maintenance for the granted area.
Is Tyler still in Pahrump?
Yes, he's coming.
Thank you. It has Tyler's name on it. Did you want him to speak on this, or did you want to speak on it?
Yeah, I
Assistant Director?
Wanted to make sure he didn't completely leave.
Thank you.
So,
Go ahead, Mr. Mulvey.
Yes, this right-of-way grant was originally requested by us.
Please state and spell your last name again, please.
Tyler Mulvey, M-U-L, V as in Victor, E-Y. This
Thank
grant
you.
was requested by us because our CHIPSO program had a road for Linda from Roadrunner to the north of Roadrunner. But in order to get there, we had to get a right-of-way grant from BLM for Roadrunner and Linda, and they approved the grant for Roadrunner so far,
Great.
which currently is already chipped, 80-foot wide right-of-way grant. So
Is that going to do the whole area, the whole strip? That's the whole road?
it's from SR 160, the highway, to Linda Street is the end of where the BLM portion was, which is where the chip seal ends.
That's been
currently.
sealed, yeah, that's been chip sealed for a long time.
Yep.
We didn't have the right of ways?
No.
We're just gonna take it over, okay. We need to get roads up in there. Thank you.
Did you have any questions, Commissioner Boskovich, for Mr. Mulvey?
I don't. I can throw you a motion when you're ready.
Okay. Commissioner Carbone? Anything?
No, I'd like to make a motion when you have public comment.
Hold on. Commissioner Boskovich wants to make the motion.
Go right to it.
Let me
sir.
open it up for public comment. Is there any public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I'll close public comment. Go ahead, Commissioner Boskovich.
Chair, I'd like to approve a right-of-way grant serial number NVN 101131 for an 80-foot wide and 3,700 foot long area from the Bureau of Land Management for West Road Runner Road, and will be accepting maintenance of the granted area.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Or is aye? Number 45 passes 4 with 1 absence.
Now maybe we can get Linda paved.
Yes.
Get those right-of-ways taken care of. Unless that was the last one we needed.
I don't think we
Was
approved,
it?
did we approve the others? I don't, it's not, they've not been in front of us that I can remember. I know we made a request, but did we ever hear back?
Yeah, they've been working. I just want to know where we are. All right.
Okay.
It's another agenda item, so.
Okay.
Thank you. Number 44, please.
Item 44 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to approve the 2023 Airport Master Plan and Airport Layout Plan with Atkins North America for the Tonopah Airport.
So,
Here she comes.
this was a big package.
Good evening, Commissioners. Stephanie Elliott, ELLIOTT. I'm just talking on behalf of the Tonopah Airport Master Plan. These are really the final specifications that have been provided by the airport engineer Atkins. If you'll remember, back in December, there was a presentation item for the draft master plan, and that just kind of went over some of the findings. Some of the things that we're looking at when it comes to a master plan is really a comprehensive review of the entire airport. We're talking about the runways, the aprons, the parking, any sort of the infrastructure that may need to be updated. So this 400+ page backup encompasses everything that we're looking at. These plans are provided to the FAA for a review, and they do review a few things, specifically the forecasts of demand, as well as the actual airport layout. It is recommended that the airport master plans be updated at least every 7 to 10 years. And by completion of the airport master plan, it identifies some of the capital improvement projects that Nye County may be requesting for future FAA funding. I will say that the majority of the cost of the master plan was also an airport improvement program grant. We currently have a Beatty master plan underway that is also, again, 94% of that being paid through FAA grants. So the completion and finalization of this will help us secure future grants for future projects at the Tonopah Airport.
Thank you, Manager Elliott. Commissioner Cox, do you have any questions for
No,
Ms. Stephanie?
No, I don't. Thank you.
No? Thank you. Commissioner Boskovich?
None for me as well.
Commissioner Carbone?
So, Ms. Elliott, was there any financial requirements to complete this activity?
So there has been a significant outlay to actually get to the point where we are today. For the agenda items specifically, no, we are not asking for any additional, funding to be supported. At this time, the original program was approved for $501,000, with county funds of just over $31,000 being allocated. So again, a majority of the funds were already approved through an FAA grant that we're looking for reimbursement. This is really the final piece for the closeout of the grant, which will be expiring in August of this year.
Correct. So we have to approve this or we don't get that funding.
We are looking at trying to draw down on an additional $52,000. So we have received a majority of the funding already, so it's already been reimbursed to us. If we delay the process, we may be at risk of an outlay of about $52,000.
That's what I was trying to get out of you. Just wanted to make sure.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. This was a lot of reading, Manager. A lot of reading for us. 400 pages. Besides the rest of the agenda. But this is very important. All of the items are important. They're always important. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on, right? And we do have one more to go over, but let me open this up for public comment, please. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam, for number 44?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Hi, this is Timble, N-M-B-O-H-A-N-N-O-N. I think what I also heard was if this didn't get approved today, we may have to compensate $52,000. But also, what I heard was this enables potential future grants, and that could be very, very useful for the Tonopah Airport as that airport continues to come back to life and become something very, very unique for the area and useful as well. Personally, I could see a day where there's commuters back and forth from Tonopah and Pahrump in lieu of virtual to make sure there's some commute happening that happens in a short period of time and can get folks distance to distance, say the wear and tear on the body of the drive, and many of the commissioners, I know you know what that's like. So just food for thought, but I do believe this is something that would be useful for the county and useful for Tonopah. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, I'll close public comment. And looking for a motion. Thank you.
Motion to, excuse me, Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2023 Airport Master Plan.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Where's aye?
Everybody aye.
Number 44 passes 4 with 1 absence. Can you do it in 7 minutes? Assistant County Manager, would you be kind enough to read and open number 33, please?
Item 33, update on the 2023 Nevada legislative session, including Nye County priorities, impacts to counties, and actions that counties are required to take pursuant to new legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, Commissioners. I'd like to give what I believe will be the last update. Well, no, it won't, because I just found out we're doing special sessions. So today is the 120th day of a 120-day session. So the regular session ended today, actually at 12:19 a.m. this morning. As usual, there was a flurry of activity. Total bills were 1,096. Obviously, those were gutted by multiple deadlines, the most significant one being today's deadline of being end of session. What we're dealing with right now is approximately 289 bills that passed both houses. 192 of those were signed by the governor. About approximately 53 of those are on the governor's desk awaiting action. But that number changes consistently. For example, there were 192 this morning, and actually it's 204 that were signed by the governor. That's the difference between this morning and this evening. Effective dates, there are approximately 76 that will be effective July 1st, so less than a month. 46 of these bills will be effective October 1st of 2023, so we have a little bit of time to adjust to them. 25 will be effective on January 1st, 2024, and 2 of them will be effective July 1st, 2024. And then 1 will be effective January 1st, 2025, so we're going out quite a ways. As I said, there is going to be a special session. Just a couple minutes ago, I received a copy of the proclamation from the governor that there will be a special session that convenes at 8 p.m. tonight and goes until 11:59 p.m. tonight. So just a couple hour session to address a tax package. We knew that was coming. There's also one predicted to deal with the tax package for the Oakland A's baseball team coming to Las Vegas, and so we will likely see a proclamation for that as well. The Nye County bill to increase salaries, as I mentioned in a prior update, that died in committee a couple weeks ago. Vince Guthrie has been working really hard on that. He did get a special exemption to have it reheard, but it ended up dying again. So it's likely it was too heavy of a lift that ended that far along in the session. But he is very hopeful for next session. I asked him if there was any chance that we would get it on one of these special sessions. He said no, they're very, very, very particular, and usually the deals are already made. There were two items mentioned by a public petitioner during the last meeting. Both were gun control laws, AB 354 and AB 355. Both of those gun control legislation items did not pass. Several that did pass are AB 159, which strengthens laws against animal. I have a long list, but to be brief, I'll skip past these. A couple that are significant. The one regarding the justice of the peace, that one did pass. If you recall that one was the one that required the judicial justice of the peace candidates to take the NBRE exam. That has since been amended to only require judicial decorum, a test that shows knowledge about judicial decorum, code of judicial conduct, civil and criminal procedure, and financial administration of the courts. So that one passed. That one is on the books now as the law. Justice of the peace candidates are now required to take that test within 18 months of taking the oath of office. And that...
Was there anything in that bill that says what happens if they don't pass?
I would assume
five times over?
I would assume that they wouldn't meet the qualifications for office, and so therefore they could be removed from office, just like if somebody moved when residency is a requirement.
Then we got to go appoint again.
And that's it, Commissioners. I have a long list. If you have any lists or any items that you want to know if they passed or didn't pass, feel free to contact me offline. As I mentioned, just as a sidebar, our lobbyist, Mark Fiorentino, is prepared to give a more comprehensive report on July 6th when things kind of settle down. There are things still moving. Governor's still signing things and vetoing. And we have special sessions coming. So there still will be a lot of activity with this legislative body. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Manager.
Thank you.
Were there any questions for the manager? From the commission only?
Nope.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. We're at 48.
Item 48, general public comment, up to 3-minute time limit per person. Action will not be taken on the matters considered during this period until specifically included on an agenda as an action item.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Herman Lewis, LEWIS. Thank you, Commissioners, for such a long meeting. You know, I think that it's time we talk about the elephant in the room, and I'd like to direct this over to District Attorney Brian Kunze, DDA Marla, ultimately the Commissioners, and the County Manager, Tim Sutton. Our county, I believe, and this is just my opinion, is facing significant liability with a conflict of interest with our commissioner, who is the liaison to the Water District Governing Board. I went and looked at all the water rights that are being brokered at the Department of Water Resources, and I was pretty surprised. And I think that when a commissioner has a perfect personal financial self-interest to pass different legislation or resolutions or agenda items that they're going to benefit on personally and financially, the public is not properly served. And, you know, I recall back one time when I said, I really think the county commissioners don't make enough compensation. And the reply back to me was, well, you don't make much money as commissioner, but boy, you sure can make a lot being commissioner. And I would hate to say anything derogatory that would hurt any feelings, but I think the county's facing liability if we have a person who is personal self-interest financially to broker deals and that we don't talk about it. And that's all I'm asking. Why is this happening? Why is no one talking about it? Why is it not being resolved? We recently had a commissioner that voted and participated on CARES to the tune of, don't hold me to this, about $30,000, and they got about a 10% of that amount slap on the wrist. Well, that reminds me of the banks. They get $1 billion fine, and they don't say a word. They laugh because they've made $20 billion on their illegal activity. So I'd ask the district attorney to please either take a look at this or send a referral to the AG. And I think this is very serious. Our Water District Governing Board is doing a great job. Let's not tie their hands or put any cloud on them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, Amy Nelson, Nelson. I was going to speak to this before I got the news about my niece, but I'll speak about it now. And hopefully it's the last time. I've been on Facebook for the last 30, 40 days correcting people about this issue with tiny homes. I remind people that the commission voted on having one particular area that these tiny homes would be put on. These tiny homes start at $60,000. They are not funded by the county. They are sold individually by a sales office that exists on Highway 160. They are cost effective for people that want to downsize, for senior citizens like myself who live on an acre of land that no longer can care for this particular size of property. So it's ideal. The setting would be similar to the desert green homes across from the hospital. It's a manufactured facility, but these are not. They are going to be carried in and put on lots, and they're going to be fully, they're going to have electricity, they're going to have water, people are going to pay a mortgage on them. It's not going to be a handout, and certainly no voucher from the county. These are some of the corrections that I've been making, and I've never insinuated ever that there would be a voucher from the county to support this kind of activity, and I've never said that any of these people are being bussed in from Las Vegas. I know I've heard a podcast where that statement has been said, and I disagree that that person it should be spreading these kinds of ill rumors. I've actually confronted on his podcast on YouTube and asked, when was the last time you ever went to a meeting? When was the last time you ever called in to a meeting? If you have questions, if you have issues, then make them known publicly. Don't go behind the back of the county and try to incite people to not trust what's going on at these meetings. If you want to have an issue and you want to raise an issue, then come to the meetings, speak out, but do not hold the county responsible for what you don't do. I'm very adamant about this, and I spend a lot of my time correcting these kinds of false statements. And there's going to be a BLM workshop, by the way. There's another webinar they call a workshop now for people to get involved with these solar projects. I really invite the commissioners, if you're not going to comment on these workshops, to at least come in and listen to them so you can get some of the feedback from the people. And that's going to be on the 26th. If you let me know, I'll send you the link. And thank you very much. And it was a very long meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Go ahead, Ms. Clark and Pahrump.
I just wanted to let you know that I was quite disturbed when I opened up the paper on Friday, the TV Times. We've got this whole big article on this wonderful solar company that wants to build more solar here with promises, better equipment. They're going to even give us some, they're going to give us some money back, believe it or not. Yeah. They're going to get involved in Christian activities. They're going to provide stuff for our community. I think we've heard some of these negative lies that these people have told. I've only been here a little over 3.5 years. I know we've had a problem with something that was promised from the facility that takes care of prisoners, that we promised something. I know we've had promises from our wonderful water company that is ripping everybody off right now. So why do we keep putting up with this stuff? Did anybody talk to you guys about this yet? Yeah? Well, I hope your answer is no, since you've already made a commitment to put a moratorium for 6 months. But I see from our agenda today that we didn't go over that Armagosa wants to make an exception to that, and they want us to approve that they can override your whatever you called it. So I'm a little confused as a homeowner, person that loves this community and only wants the best for it. I'm not here to make friends, and I don't care whether you want to be my friend or not. But let's do what the constituents of this community want. They don't want solar. We don't want windmills. We don't want all this crap that keeps coming to us. I know that a lot of it's being pushed by BLM and our wonderful government under these Green New Deal. But we all know it's a bunch of garbage. It's a political ploy. So let's just continue to say no, stick to our plan, and I would like to see our moratoriums extended. 6 months is nothing. So it's up to you guys, but come on. This is a bunch of more garbage that's being shoved down our throats. Thank you for your long day, and we'll see you next time.
Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark? Before you leave? Ms. Clark?
I hear you.
Can you spell your name for the record, please?
Oh, yes. We want to get that again. Linda Clark, C-L-A-R-K. It's pretty simple. And this gentleman wants to talk to you about something we didn't cover.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir, and Pahrump.
My name is Charles Nebel, spelled N-E-B-E-L, and you didn't cover item 25. Whatever you do with this, I'd like to make a suggestion that it, as a standalone, with no things for outside and no back door, I'd like to think my vote counts. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, good evening. It's Tim Bohannon, B-O-H-A-N-N-O-N. Talking to you first as Secretary of Nye County Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Tomorrow evening up in Round Mountain at the Hadley Subdivision, Donald L. Simpson Community Center, we are having a meeting at 6:30 p.m. and we will be covering our grant application for NORI, which is Nevada Outdoor Recreation Infrastructure. So I think that'll be, anyone up there that would like to be a part of that, please attend. We did go for funds, roughly about 75,000, rounded down just a little bit, but roughly 75,000 for those grant funds. Additionally, talking to you as Tim Bohannon, B-O-H-A-N-N-O-N, citizen, want to make sure that, remind everybody, keep an eye on the budget. Make sure that we're taking a look at not only Nye County's, but Pahrump's. And something that I find useful tool for me as I go through and do some analytics monthly is do a check back from the treasurer's report in the finance report to see how we're doing not only in budget, but if the funds in the account are going to end up being okay or not. If we're going to overextend based on budget, if we're going to have a deficit, because I think one of the blips we had in the audit was we overran on a couple of accounts, and that's, although minor, it's important that we know that. And then as a secondary point, forecasting and taking a forward look, I think Commissioner Boskovich hits this quite a bit, is making sure we look at the budget again 3 to 6 months out from now to see where we're at, to see what's going on, and be able to be prepared to make any adjustments going into the next budget season, but also from a forecast standpoint, make adjustments in how we operate. I think that's a fantastic idea. It's a wise choice, and I support that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment and go to number 49, please, Manager.
Item 49, Commissioner Manager comments. This item limited to announcements or topics and issues proposed for future workshops and agendas.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Yes, I'd just like to address a couple of things that were said. Linda, you forgot to mention about being shystered by the BEA for our $10 million construction thing. Yeah, and I would like to address the county manager on that, because after we had our individual meetings with them, I haven't heard a thing back. No letter, no anything, and I'd like them to put something in writing as to how they stand since we had our meeting and what's come out of it, so we can move forward with that. I don't want it just to be dropped. Number one. What was number two? I had another one. Oh, well, I'll go on past that. I've been having a lot of requests lately, and there's more and more requests coming for us to have a forensic audit of every department in the county. I don't know if that has to be an item to be put on the agenda for us to vote on, or if it's something that can be handled through staff. But they want a professional forensic audit of each individual department, even including the Sheriff's Department, the DA's office, our office, and especially the Public Administrator's office. So I would like to have somebody address it that has the actual authority to do it. Now, I've also heard that there are some people out there getting people to come in and do a forensic audit from just the citizens in general. They want to hire somebody to come in and do this. Well, I keep hearing about how corrupt we are and everything. I would love to see that either in writing or not in writing, because I'd like it to come to a standstill. I don't think it's fair to us. I don't think it's fair to the county staff, and I don't think it's fair to the people that live here for them to have to think that their elected officials that they trusted so much before they got in office are all of a sudden no good and corrupt, and they want to come and fill up our positions with other people that they're going to say 6 months down the road are evil and corrupt. So if we could just do what they've asked and put a lid on it. It needs to have a lid put on it, because this is ridiculous. We have much better things to do than to be accused. And I do get calls on a regular basis, and man, some of those people are hard to deal with that keep screaming, you guys aren't doing anything about all the corrupt departments and all the corrupt staff and all the corrupt people that work for the Sheriff's Department, on and on. So I dislike, and I think there's a few other commissioners that probably tell you they get the same messages. And it's all over Facebook, it's all over social media, it comes in the paper occasionally, everywhere you look. And that's not why I got in this job. I got in this job because I'm an honest person, and I don't like fake fingers pointed at me because somebody thinks down the road they might like to run in my position. And then I'll tell you what, they're going to get their fingers pointed at them from the very same people that are pointing their fingers at me. So I enjoy my job, but I don't enjoy that end of it. sometimes it gets very tiresome to hear that stuff over and over and over, and nobody can prove it. Nobody, you can ask them, and nobody can prove a thing. So let's find the proof for them. If it's out there, let's prove, yeah, you're right or you're wrong. Thank you. That's all I have. I think that's enough.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. I know you had one more item. If you remember, please jump in. Commissioner Boskovich?
I actually have nothing, but thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Carbone?
I'd like to get a high-speed rail from here to Pahrump. Just kidding.
After we get the forensic audit?
After we get the forensic audit, yes. Okay, yes, this is kind of like a request. I think I've mentioned this before. I just want to make sure I remind everybody and staff, and I don't want them to get upset with me for pointing it out again, but it would be nice to get rid of all those vehicles that are over by the eye. It looks pretty tacky, and if we're trying to be professional, it looks unprofessional.
I'm not sure why that guy leaves his trunk open all this time.
Well, the bad thing about it is we had a car that was left there that was actually stolen. So we don't want to have this become, an area where they can just drop things off, because nobody will look at it because it's got all that stuff out there. So we've got a lot of retired vehicles that are out there that definitely need to be either auctioned off or sent to the scrapyard.
If the car has an engine in it, the scrapyard actually pays really well for it. So that's.
Other than that, we had a long meeting. We accomplished as much as we could. We have some issues that we need to resolve. I think we did a good job no matter what. No, it's going to be a long ride home.
Yeah,
Yes. Yes, it is. I have a longer ride.
You have a longer ride
Tonight. Well, thank you, everybody, for your patience and driving up here from Pahrump to Tonopah. It was a long meeting, but as I said, and I'll say it again, very, very important items on the agenda. And when I welcomed Sam back last week, I wasn't ridiculing that there would be a lot of stuff on the agenda for her to put together, and Janie and Allie and Annie and Sam and Serena and Melissa, right? They worked very hard. So because Deputy DA Marla Zolotek is in chambers, please remember to protect your family and friends and conserve your water and spay and neuter your pets. I hear you laughing, Marla. Okay. Any managers, directors wishing to speak? Our county clerk, Mark Kampf, has the floor.
I know you're all trying to get out of here, but just a few things that are real successes for the clerk's office. AB 394, which would have prohibited us from doing a parallel hand count or checking our votes, was vetoed by the governor. And interesting that he included many of my comments in his veto message, which was great. It says, if certain counties are convinced that counting their votes a second time increases accuracy in their process, the law should not restrict them from so doing. So that's great. In addition, AB 242, which would have made paper ballots at the polls illegal, was significantly modified to say that we may use paper ballots at the polls. And the only thing that it does implement is that it eliminates any potential for a hand count. It says that the votes must be counted by mechanical means. A discussion with the governor's policy director, I indicated that, these provisions were great for me, but they still felt that they may still veto that whole bill. So it's great news for the county and allow me to do the things that you asked me to do as a commission. So, thank you.
Thank you, County Clerk. Anybody else? Anybody in Pahrump? Managers here, present, directors, assistant directors, comptroller? You're all good? Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, just something real quick with what I said about the forensic audit. I forgot to say, I do believe that they want an outside forensic audit. In other words, nobody trying to audit ourselves. Thank you.
Yes, external. I think you did say that.
I may
External.
have.
Thanks for the
It's late,
clarification,
I'm tired.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Might have said.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. This meeting is adjourned 7:23 p.m.